Boo! Hello guys, and welcome back to another cold stream. On today's stream, we are back with some more Yu-Gi-Oh! And as you could tell by today's title and thumbnail, we are going to be talking about the wrap-up for the YCS/Nationals season. Not really the wrap-up for the season, but the wrap-up for this most recent set of events, which were pretty interesting. We're going to talk about... We're going to talk about Genesis, we're going to talk about TCG, we're going to talk about several different events, and we're going to watch some really good Yu-Gi-Oh! From some top players. So, that's the idea. We're just going to hop right into it. Let me hop on over. Here we have the Day 2, Part 2, which is the finals between Lucas S. and Jesse K. for the most recent YCS in Columbus, Ohio. And dear Atlanta, this is some of the best Yu-Gi-Oh! We've had in quite some time. It's up there. What do I think of the new tryout duel? There's a new tryout duel. I was not paying attention. Excuse me? There's a new tryout duel? Was it announced and I just wasn't paying attention? Probably. Let's take a look. Off meta. Only cards with a usage rate of 0.1 or lower index. Used in rating or ranked duels. Can be used in this event. Players at master ranked, specifically. So, wonder if Blue Eyes is playable. Probably not. That sounds awful, I'm not gonna lie. That's what I think of that. It might not be the worst, but it might also be. Okay, we're gonna hop into this. We're gonna watch Jesse Cotton versus Lucas S, whose last name I do not know. But yeah,
two great duel.
We might also watch both of their deck list profiles, dependent. But then again, we might not.
Let's play against each other. But
cool.
This answers a very interesting
this is a very
question, right? The Forbidden Limited list is up.
Interesting matchup, because it's kind of a mirror match, except for the fact that it's not a mirror match. The Draco Tail cards drastically change the way that this matchup actually works. Or more specifically, it doesn't change necessarily the way that it works, so much as it is that it kind of gives a different dynamic to the set of duels, but they still basically function the same.
We did see some super powers in Lucas's deck in his match against Dominic, and they're going to be more than live in this
they function very similarly.
I'm
going to speed this up because I don't think we need to keep it slow. First and foremost, both of these decks are making use of this insanely powerful branded engine, utilizing the Cartesia Walbaz combo to gain access to just an obscene amount of resources. Here we see the branded opening as well, post going into the synchro, pitching a super polymerization here. I believe branded opening is being played in both deck lists, but I could be wrong. I'm not 1000% certain on that one. But I think the idea is that utilizing the branded opening. Actually, let me check. We can pull up the deck lists here. Let's actually take a look. Yeah, branded openings in both of them. So, pretty interesting. You know, one's just playing the Draco Tail cards in addition to all of the branded cards. The other one is just playing the branded cards with a few more board breakers, notably.
In my turn, because some of the brand deck has not been overdoing more, we've seen it do all weekend long is actually stymie your opponent from playing. To play into
yes, this match was also very long, so we are going to speed it up. I will say, one of the best changes that they have done in recent memory is making Top Cut not timed. That helps significantly with making better plays and making better content. Because quite frankly, I don't know if it was like an issue that they were having where they just didn't book the event space for long enough or what have you. But yeah, a lot of these finals are going real long, and a lot of these matches are going real long. But we're getting really competitive, really good Yu-Gi-Oh! Out of it. So, I do like it.
Looks like. That's also a really useful card, I think.
Now, if only they made the timer longer in Master Duel. And I think this is our first judge call. of like 5,000 because the judges just they were something. They were something this week. That's what I will say. Oh, also, if we take a look back at the brackets, I don't know if they'll show the bracket here. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here we go. So if you look at the bracket, right, both Sam, both Sam and Jesse ended up topping this event. So I found that pretty crazy. We also had a stacked lineup. We had Raymond D, who actually ended up taking down Sam. Pretty crazy. Dominic C and Enzo. Actually not too familiar with Enzo, but I know Dominic. They played against Lucas, which Lucas, new incredible top player. He hasn't won anything as of yet, but he's right on the cusp. He's been there several times in the top, performing really well. I've seen him a bunch. So there's that. But pretty interesting event, all things considered. Pretty competitive as well. Where were we? Oh, I went way too far. I don't think we even got here yet. So yeah, now we have our Cartesia and Aliber. I don't know what's happening here. Cool, we go for the Grand Granol, ascending the Titanic Lad, and then we get to go to main phase 3. Not yet, but in a second. That
is kind of a big chunk of the Fallen of Outcast family of cards. All those branded cards do happen. There are some worms, there are some Beast Warriors, but we'll see if that ends up paying off here. We're going to go ahead and set a branded retribution.
So yeah, now we're going to the end phase and we're setting additional cards. I believe that's what's happened here. So we're just activating the rest of our triggers. We're going to go for Quem here. We're going to activate the effect of Quem. We're going to send to the graveyard a guy.
But each deck looks different, especially Jesse's. We haven't seen anything like that on the future match stage this weekend, so I'm excited.
And notably, one thing that I found very interesting about this format is due to the fact that things like Baron and Borreload Savage and a lot of these like go first enablers have been banned, we ended up seeing a lot of board breaker style decks. For example, the top 2 decks, both of them only include one singular hand trap. I guess technically they include more, right? Because like Vimena's a hand trap, but a lot of it is just engine. What's up, Musta? How's it going? So we have like Fua in here, which is a pretty staple card. But then a lot of the other rest of the cards within the main and side tends to be more board breakers, less hand traps. And I think that's pretty interesting, especially with how much Cool Tune will just eat hand traps alive and just kind of ignore them. Having less hand traps seems to be the way to go. Playing more board breakers seems to be the way to go, and seems to do pretty well. But I think that's pretty cool, given the fact that that's just not allowed in OCG land, given the fact...
Wow, I mean,
I said that too many times. Yeah, in like the OCG or in Master Duel, you can't really do that because you are really heavily locked into hand trapping the opponents to death because of cards like Maxi and because of the insane amount of engine. No, not engine, sorry. The insane amount of negates and omni interactions that exist, right? The just sheer quantity of almost FTK style decks that still currently exist, right? Things like Malice, things like Baron, makes it so that breaking the board is more or less impossible. Every deck is Theseus, bro. So we use the counter trap here, which I'm not too fond of using the Retribution just for the Cartesia. But if we know that he's playing Draco Tail, I kind of understand, like, oh, we can't allow them to potentially chain block there. That could be highly detrimental. So if we don't have another way of specifically negating, there's not a whole lot of other things that we can do there. So, solid choice.
Thinking ahead to the future, he turns back to his hand. Recently changed this to 1, so Jesse kind of
I will say, I believe Jesse gets a slow play warning for this play for how long it takes, which it does take a while, but I mean, it's the finals, so.
Like
Dear Lanta.
Has effect to fuse off wherever Jesse summons and just demand even more cards from him. But Jesse's gonna get so much value off of the resolve of Branded Fusion that if we have some way to stop it, we probably should.
With Branded Fusion, you could send a Draco Tail Frixel to the graveyard as various materials perhaps away, perhaps like Spellcaster, depending on what the fusion is. But that's gonna help things out, so we are gonna let that fusion resolve. So it is time to fusion summon.
Also, just draw the 1 of forehead. It's that simple.
We know one's gonna be Fallen Valbaz.
Branded Fusion went to 1 on the previous ban list, and you could still draw it, so there's that. Oh, also, one thing that I will say is interesting is that you will see in pretty much all of these deck lists that Ash Blossom is just not present. I think it's in the side deck here, but the reason for this is because Ash Blossom actually is terrible into Branded now. Branded can just kind of ignore the Branded, or the Ash Blossom, even on things like Branded Fusion, because they just have so many other ways of getting access to their monsters, whether that's on your turn or the opponent's, and oftentimes they're not even reliant on the fusion monsters resolving, or even summoning, right? They have, like, a bunch of other things that they can do, and, you know, sending them to the graveyard via Fallen and the Virtuous, you know, Cartesia can get them into the fusion via that means. There's a bunch of other things that they could potentially do there. Anyway, we did end up going for the Branded Fusion into the Albion. Albion sends the Firazol, which then gives you access to the Rahu, which is currently set. And we have the other two. We also make Secretarion here by banishing the Walbaz and I forget what the I think it's the Cartesia. So the opponent's going to go for the Super Polymerization, which, by the way, this card was everywhere. I really hope we get a ban of Super Polymerization. I think that card is silly, goofy, stupid, and not fun. So there's that. Especially with things like Forbidden Crown, Forbidden Droplet, even Fallen in the Virtuous, or cards that are similar in nature, that fulfill similar roles, and are not busted to shit. So there's that.
Let's see what is we get from Lucas's deck here.
Also, we have a copy of Fallen Valbaz OG to try to get this Albion on the board. Are we just trying to deny Jesse material?
Barrier searches Charming Fool Loss. Oh yeah, the normal night guy. Yeah, it searches Fool Loss. It also searches a whole bunch of other things. It's a pretty good card.
Monster effects, but he can chain a spell since that was one of the cards sent away.
You're going to choose at the end of the day.
Did they elect a Mirror? Oh, they elect a Fallen. Yeah. You went for Fallen Valbaz. Discarding the Cartesia there.
So it's still volatile for sure, but there's plenty of ways to protect yourself.
It's still a scary card.
Yeah.
But instead of allowing them to fusion,
fusions, spell. But Jesse still has 3 cards, one face down. We know that the Rahu has not been activated yet at the time.
I mean, it's always better too when you're trying to like force interaction on your opponent. Use the cards they know about and then hang on to the cards they don't know about, because that just leaves the room for them to misplay that much more likely.
You look at me 101. Let's go ahead and activate Rahu Draco Tail now.
Out comes Rahu.
Sounds like no response from Lucas.
I will say, as much as I've shit on Branded, this variant of Branded I think is really cool. A lot of the reason I have not been a big fan of Branded is because of its bloat. Because it's just been like, oh, you gotta play 60 card. Oh, you gotta play a ton of things. Oh, you gotta do, you know, X, Y, or Z to, like, do cold fusion. And this seems like a very low to the ground, simple Branded deck that's not trying to FTK you into the sun by generating 10 million cards off of off of a Branded fusion, but is instead focused on, we're gonna play low to the ground, low stakes, high reward, you know, high impact individual cards, which is what Branded originally was with the Despia stuff, and it's cool to see it kind of go back to what it originally was. Too bad they didn't do that with Sky Striker, or pretty much any deck, let's be honest.
So we do have a Branded opening the graveyard that's very important because it can protect those fusion monsters, but let's see what Jesse sends away here.
We've been through a lot of interaction that Lucas has on boards. All he realistically needs to play around his
Also, I will say, having the additional Rahu in tandem with Branded Fusion is such a powerhouse set of spells to activate, because it's like, oh cool, if you don't answer this one, here's a second one that's basically the same thing. It's like, oh no. We send Pan to the grave with Urgula! We just drew the Urgula. And I'm gonna deal with the back row, deal with the A monster potentially, and go for the Arthalion. I believe Arthalion is adding back as well.
Just in case you didn't hear that, Draco Tail Arthalion will try to retrieve the Draco Tail Pan from the graveyard using its effect to return cards to the hand from either the graveyard or the field. We'll activate Draco Tail Pan, then we'll activate Draco Tail Urgula to set Draco Tail spell and trap cards.
I don't think we have any hand traps at this point, and I don't know if any of the decks would be playing any hand traps. I think it's basically like, oh, if you go first, I don't know, maybe 5 mana shows up, but that's pretty much it. I'd be surprised if we got branded anytime soon,
It is the game
technically
itself,
speaking.
basically activating the second part of the effect for Mirror Jade.
Or, no.
So that's destroying the Arthalion.
We should be getting
Urkel is next here.
Tri-Brigade
Defensive position, except
soon.
I completely forgot. So
Yeah,
going to
we
add
are
to
pretty
the
likely to get
heals.
branded, right? Because they did the
Showing off all of the long amounts of
secret pack updates. We might get.
You usually don't see Draco Tail sting this
I
way,
think it's
so
going to be
because
Tri-Brigade
it's
should
going
all
to even hit the end phase.
branded as the next pack.
And now we're going to be bringing back the pan here thanks to Arthalion, which will give us some more material that we can use to fuse off. We've already used the pan's effect this turn after it's been fused off, and so Jesse needs to keep that in mind. He wants to keep
Also, yay,
Rahu
Ketu.
plus the Ketu, which is some of the most powerful cards you can get when trying to play.
Ketu as well.
Who knew the correct ratios of these cards were one? Jesse's doing a great job playing the deck as if nothing has happened to it.
Also, one thing I want to point out about Jesse's deck list that's wild, but is actually very intelligent, which we might take a look at when we cover, I don't know, if we cover his video on it. But he's not playing Gulamel, just playing the 2 Arthalion, which, by the way, one of the craziest semi-limitations of all time, but sure. Yeah, literally just playing Arthalion. No Ghoul, no nothing else.
Yeah,
Hey, thanks for the follow. I forgot to add the follow thing. Hold on. Hold. Thank you. Ha! Oh, I got a raid. I thought I fucked up something, because I had just added that to this display. Anyway, hey, thanks for the raid. Hope your stream went well. Where are we? Add the Fire Result to hand, and Branded in High Spirits. What a crazy card. This card's so much value. One of the things that Jesse said in his deck list profile was how insanely powerful this card is, because it just kind of eats hand traps. It's like, if they hand trap you, great, you know, you didn't do anything. It's just kind of a dead hand trap. But if they don't hand trap you, it would require like 2 to 3 hand traps to actually do anything. Right. Because of the sheer advantage that you generate. You get to send a guy, you get to search a guy, you know. It's just insane power within one card. Very, very nice. Very, very strong card. And, yeah, it's one of the reasons Branded, I think, has been doing so well, is just the sheer power in that individual card. We do actually now go for the Ketu here, and we're going to go for the Secretarion again, which, by the way, did not activate its effect. It went back to the deck before being able to do that.
The dragons and spellcasters not being able to activate effects.
And what a beautiful sort of dance that Jesse's playing with the Secretarion Dragon here.
Was it getting Tri-Brigaded and the new Forbidden card? I don't know about the Forbidden cards, but we are likely getting the Tri-Brigade stuff. I hope we get Crown. Crown's really cool. It's like the 10th time Jesse played Draco Tail for a YCS? Yes. I think he played it all this season. He even brought it up. He was like, yeah, this is like the last YCS of this event, and I've played Draco Tail the entire time, so I figured I'd play it again.
Tiny bit of information here that Jesse may have given away because he didn't resolve the effect of one of those 2 Draco Tail monsters. He only set 1 card, so he's either communicating this in his hand or maybe it's not even in his deck list.
But speaking of resolving the effect of Draco Tails, we're going to use Secretarion here to return the Froxel to bring out the pan in attack mode.
We're going to bring back the pan as just a guy.
And those are some juicy targets.
What about White Dragon?
A lighter dark monster and an effect monster.
What White Dragon?
White
Albaz?
Oh, we're just gonna go ahead and go for the Mirror Jade here.
I mean, I think Jesse's trying to go for game here.
Are we likely to get White Albaz? Probably.
I believe it'll still trigger the graveyard. That's not gonna matter where Jesse's going.
Not with the Alliance here.
Probably.
Another extended art Mirror Jade.
Game respects game. So we will go ahead and target Secretarion. You do get another monster defense mode.
So, because the Mirror Jade left the field, off of the, I think it was regular Albaz from Jesse here, Aluber triggers, negating the Secretarion, allowing Dragon-type monsters and Spellcaster-type monsters to now activate their effect, which could be interesting.
Jesse, could be more than enough here. I know I was talking big game about this being a resource war, but no, Jesse's going to go over the top of everything here and try to end it here, I think.
We're also going to go for the Grand Guignol in order to go for Quem, in order to go for Cartesia. Now we're going to contact Fuse into Alba! This card's crazy. Just being able to contact Fuse with the opponent's field is stupid, and I don't like that. But, holy crap, is it good. It's powerful. So here's what's happening. We're going to go for the Rindrum. We're going to go for the... this guy. White Albaz.
1100 damage, 11,000 damage to say total here. We have all 5 of our remaining.
Gonna go for the White Albaz. Now, notably, this is a very important moment within this duel, because we are about to summon off of the effect of the White Albaz a Cartesia. Not Cartesia. Sorry. in Ecclesia, specifically the Dogmatica Ecclesia, which gets us another branded or fallen in the virtues. But notably, this guy specifically cannot be destroyed by monsters that were special summoned from the ashes. However, because we still have the ability with the 2 main deck monsters, we can still just clear the field there. Quite impressive. So, that's Jesse Cotton breaking the board. Now, Lucas gets to do it again. And he pretty much, I think he pretty much ends on the exact same board. So, let's see what happens here. Let's see if anything different changes. You still have the branded opening in extra, or in grave. So destruction effects aren't going to be all that useful. We grab another Fallen in the Virtuous. We can then fusion into the Grand Guignol, into, I forget what we send here since we already have the Titaniclad. I believe this is a Rindbrum as well. So we send the... what is this card's effect? What is that card's name? It's gonna bother me. It's gonna bother me. What is this card's name? It's very good. It's got a very good grave effect as well. Devouring the Dogma. The dragon that devours the Dogma. Which says you can shuffle up to 2 cards during the end phase if this card is in the grave because it was sent there this turn. You can add a Dogmatica or Tri-Brigade card from your deck to your hand, notably allowing you to add things like the Tri-Brigade Mercurier or the Dogmatica Ecclesia. I don't believe we're playing any of the other Dogmatica stuff, but it's mostly to add the Mercurier. Now, Mercurier, if I'm not mistaken, is in the grave, so I don't know what we're doing there.
One thing Lucas showed us in the games that we've gone to watch him play is he knows when the right time to use the effect are. He doesn't have enough of them to stop what he's trying to do.
The Year of Thunder?
So close he can taste him. That he still has to win 2 of these games.
I highly doubt that.
Let's see what we ground out of the deck. It looks like we're... I have the branded sword there, it looks like. That helps a lot in the game against Dominic.
Alright.
See if it pays off this time.
Grab another Fallen in the Virtuous, and we're going to actually use it, targeting to send and gain access to additional effects, basically. Reborning the Cartesia off of that, I think. I forget exactly how Fallen in the Virtuous works. It is... the second effect I'm very unfamiliar with. If you have an Ecclesia monster in your field of grave, you can target a monster in either grave, special summon it to your field. That's what it is. It's just a monster reborn.
By the fact that we sent that out beyond the Brand Dragon's Graveyard, this Brand Retribution counter traps are pretty good considering their spell speed 3.
So I believe we just special summon out the Cartesia so that we can use it as fusion material. We're gonna do a whole bunch here. We're gonna bring back... oh, no. Actually, I think we did everything already. Maybe that was in end phase that we did that. I think we searched during the end phase to reborn the Cartesia there. That may have been what happened. I was a little confused. This is written like Dragon of Abyss and Bestial is written like Beast of the Abyss. Oh, that makes more sense. Alrighty. So once again, starting with Fallen of the White Dragon. This card is insane, so of course we're starting with it. Also, you kind of have to start with it because, if I'm not mistaken, the other Draco Tail cards can potentially lock you from synchros, so you want to do that first. I believe Rahu locks you from synchros after you use it. So, there's that. Also, I know Malulu does.
But at the same time, it could be used for super polymerization later if we get to the next turn.
We're gonna normal the Alguber.
So many cards can start just from Aluber. Remember the big punish we had in game 1 was the activated retribution and got met with the branded fusion.
So we already can't use this guy as fusion material, or as synchro material, I should say. So that's pretty important. We're kind of just locked with that guy on our field because of Crown, with a powerful card. But Aluber does resolve, and we do grab the quick play, Fallen in the Virtuous. It's so weird seeing Aluber activate and not grab Branded Fusion. Like, oh cool, Branded Fusion. Nope, just kidding. The better quick play spell instead. We're gonna send, we're gonna pop. Popping the Quem here is pretty interesting. Does make sense, but it is still pretty interesting. We're gonna go for the fusion with the Cartesia from Lucas's side. I don't know too much what we want to even fusion here. Little unfamiliar with what's in the extra. We can actually check. Actually, I have no idea because there's a whole bunch of cards in the grave as well.
How many of them have mattered for deciding the victor? I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but sometimes you make all the right decisions and it still doesn't matter, but just take a look at the graveyard.
Oh, I think we elected to... No, I think we're looking. Oh, that's what happened. There is a Cartesia or an Ecclesia or something like that in rotation. Therefore, we're actually reborning here. I was confused as to what was happening. Yeah, we're actually going to reborn off of the effect, not pop.
The internet is going to go insane for whoever wins this. What a treat to be able to witness this live. Again, you got your friends watching at home and you don't see them in the chat, you know what to do. Send them the link because
I think. I could be wrong about that one.
Jesse asking, what does this make? Interesting.
What is he trying to go for here that matters? What is he trying to do to stop me from whatever my next play is?
Because we activated Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon as Chainlink 2, right? So he's just trying to figure out where are you going? Is it worth responding to? A lot of possibilities. Super polymerization.
Chaining the super poly. Okay. I think I was originally wrong. Or, I think I was wrong. My original take is that we were popping the Quem. And then we changed Cartesia. And then we looked at the graves for like 10 hours. And then Jesse decided to super volley pitching. But at that point, they can't really do anything, so we are going to fuse off. And Jesse is basically saying, okay, do you have a monster in hand? Can you make anything with this? And it looks like they can. Okay. I don't know if we're playing a second Grand Guignol. Oh! Coritis, I forgot about this guy. Yeah, Coritis. Where is this? That guy is pretty spooky. Pretty spooky, scary. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, in the mirror match is not nearly as scary, but it is important.
Fascinating gameplay, but
I don't know what we're doing here with the quick play. I think it's just a destruction effect. No, we are reborn. Okay. So we're gonna reborn in response to the Grand Guignol sending. I believe we sent a Magnemite, which is a choice. I don't know why we did that. Could not tell you. Is that what we sent, actually? Yeah. Yeah, that was our send choice, was send the Bestial Magnemite.
Yeah, the main monster said pretty tight Sky Strikers, but it feels pretty good in this match.
And I'm sure Jesse's not in love with this coming back because it does represent a lot more cards for Lucas. But I'm not sure how many.
No, there's no link monsters here, so it's not like we could just link off into a thing. We're kind of stuck. I think there's one synchro. Everything else is fusions.
I am so glad this match is untimed. All matches in the top 8 are untimed, but I could watch this all day. Okay, then we got the Ecclesia.
Send Cartesia off of the Quem.
She's virtuous, she's incredible.
Ecclesia. Sorry, incredible Ecclesia off of Quem. I get that mixed up, my bad.
Yeah, if you're Lucas, all you're thinking of is one more turn. I can do everything Jesse is doing, all these pushes I have in my deck, but I just need my battle phase so I can get the full value out of them and close this game out.
And remember that Fallen White Dragon at the very top there isn't really going to do much, but we're going to go ahead and return that card back to the deck by shuffling away the Ecclesia, the Dark Dragon, and the Branded. So I'll be the Branded Dragon also go back to the extra deck there.
I mean, that gets rid of the Branded Retribution. Everyone at home got to ask themselves, what are those last two cards in Jesse's hand? If any of them are access to a fusion.
I believe we shuffled back the Retribution off of the Grave effect of the Synchro. So now we don't have to contend with the Retribution, and of course, once again, we have the Branded Fusion. Once again, we get to drop the one-up on our opponent from Jesse's side. Pretty impressive. Also, I just realized they're both 13 and 2. I recognized that earlier. Crazy.
It's in here somewhere. Fallen of the White Dragon, aka Fallen of Valdas.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's just like, see, I said this. I didn't say this. I was like, oh, I think we're going to use as many cards as possible to bait Lucas.
Do I think we will get Blitzclick support in the form of a Link monster? Maybe?
Alright, we'll see what happens next year. I'll be on the Branded Dragon.
But I highly doubt it, right? Because, yeah. They don't really allow that.
And even then, Jesse just has access to so much more advantage. He can go to Belion if he wants to. He can go into any. He can go to Mirror Jade if he wants to. He can go to anything he needs to properly respond to Lucas here. But we are going to see the Mercurier here try to get put back on play.
So we summon the Alba. No, sorry, the Lubellion here. Look, all of these names are very similar. I'm going to get them wrong. Out comes the fusion from Grave Guy. Mercurier is... why is there a Mercurier on the field? Oh, did we reborn it off of the effect here?
As well as the Albion and the Branded Dragon's effect here to fuse.
I thought we negated. Did we negate and
reborn? And the Grand Guignol.
Maybe?
It's gonna be pretty big here, I think.
What kind of fusion we got next is going to be Secretarion.
It represents even more monsters that Jesse needs to continue doing something.
Out comes Secretarion here. I have no idea how this Mercurier hit the field. What? What happened? What am I missing?
The YCS finals.
What?
So out there, the Branded Dragon also go back to the extra deck there.
I mean, that gets rid of the Branded Retribution. Everyone at home got yes themselves. So what are those last two cards? And just
Surprises are,
especially in Fusion Race decks. And oh my gosh, it's Branded Fusion! We draw
the game until as late as
Because
possible.
we go Branded Fusion.
Now he's doing it here, so we are using Branded Fusion to fuse.
Oh my goodness, folks. That is unbelievable. Is the card even at one? Let me go check the Evan Ellis. I gotta know.
The materials are Draco Tail, Frixel, and it's in here somewhere. Fallen of the White Dragon, aka Fallen of Albass.
Oh,
We go for Fallen,
I think we're gonna use as many cards as possible to make these games. Not
Albaz.
responding, we're gonna save the most impactful things for later. I cannot think of a more impactful card to say than Branded Fusion.
Are you casting this duel or are you scripting this duel? My goodness.
Uh-huh.
Alright, we'll see what happens next here. I'll be on the Branded Dragon. It looks like we're gonna use the effect of Guided Quem. It ain't over yet.
We go Quem here.
Everything out perfectly, and even then, Jesse just has access to so much more advantage. He can go Loop Elion if he wants to. He can go into any. He can go to Mirror Jade if he wants to. He can go to anything he needs to properly.
Oh, we just summoned the
Mercurier
Mercurier.
here, try to get put back on play. Interesting to see.
Even though Lucas did not win the first duel, if you learned anything from it, do not underestimate Lucas.
Because we're okay. That's what's happening. We're resolving. No, did we not activate the effect? I think we're just resolving the chain, and I got confused because I thought the chain resolved. It had not. So we're still resolving. Okay. Send the Ketu. I believe we do fusion summon here. Yeah. Okay. So we fusion summon utilizing the Magnemite as well as the Granganol in order to go into the Secretarion.
As well as
Does he have Sword Engrave? Is that what's Engrave?
That's correct. To negate.
That's correct, and it can activate its effects. I believe it's a fiend.
Sure is. It's a Destia. I can literally feel my heartbeat through my neck.
Oh, I know. I'm just captivated by this. It's such incredible gameplay.
I can hear the roar of the crowd as the game is going on, and just the mumbling of just I cannot believe what's happening in front of us.
So we still have access to Ketu here. And the Ketu can be used to fusion summon. So we're going to fusion summon off the Urgula, which we search. And
only use one lighter dark, so we're only going to use
the other one.
It's going to be lost, and then
We're going to go Chaos to pop. And set the Rahu off of the Urgula. We can use the Urgula, put itself back at the Firesol.
We'll go on top, Urgula's to the bottom, and Frixel to the hand. I see another spell there. What else could be lurking?
There's not a whole lot more that Lucas has.
Absolutely does. We just set Rahu Draco Tail, so I think we've got more fusions in our future.
I think he has a Sword Engrave. It's like the only thing he could possibly activate here.
So you have to have a dragon and a spellcaster to activate that, so unfortunately you cannot activate that card until you get a spellcaster. But that might be easy with Rahu.
However, dealing with the Quiritis is not exactly an easy task. I guess it's not hard though here, given an Orthalion.
You're fine, you're fine. I'd be tongue-tied too with a duel like this, but we're actually going to be sending away Draco Tail Pan.
Similar answer.
But we are going to send the Pan. Pan's actually pretty good here as well. Being able to reborn one of your fusions, or sorry, non-fusions.
The graveyard is almost another set of resources all its own. So it looks like we're gonna let that resolve. Let's go ahead and chain link resolution.
Oh, I think that's what's happening. I think we still have the Grangadol in grave here as well. So there's a lot of interaction still from the grave here with Lucas. Yep, there's the Grangadol getting shuffled away by the Orthalion. Very smart play here from Jesse. Jesse recognizing that Orthalion doesn't have to target his own cards, nor does it have to target opponent's cards on the field, and goes for the threat that's actually in the extra there, which was brought up by the commentary, but you know, using one monster, you can only shuffle away or add back or basically do anything with one monster on your field, and that is, or with the one monster from hand with Orthalion, and they get rid of the Grangadol. Very smart. Very heads up. Very, very heads up play there from Jesse.
That's right, and the Fallen White Dragon again won't be able to use the attack.
Also, the Pan getting rid of the other guy so as not to trigger or even give the opportunity to trigger the Quiritis. Now we are going to go for the Albaz here with the Secretarion. We're going to fuse off, or attempt to fuse off the Quiritis in order to go into the Mirror Jade. And, you know, that's it. That's the finals, right? Wrong! There's more text on these cards than you might imagine. Aluber has text, which is going to come up again. Aluber effect is going to trigger, negating the effect of the monster. I believe he targets the Mirror Jade here.
Can he do it just off of the one card? And he'll draw on the cards from his graveyard.
Or does he target Secretarial? I forget.
And we are just going to use that.
But he's also going to trigger the Quiritis because this card does not specifically say it has to be destroyed. It just has to be removed from the field, I believe. So, yeah, both of these are actually going to still trigger.
Again, don't underestimate Lucas.
Because he's another follow. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. Now this summons another white Albaz. Banless tonight? Probably. Probably. New pack. New banless. I don't know. Hopefully we will see Brandon Future. It just kind of matters whether or not we get the actual Brandon cards. And then the Ecclesia comes out, which says...
Exactly correct. But we have the mirror to deal with that, and then we have 1 or 2 attacks to go through. Oh no, we have the damage. Like you said, those 2 useless effect monsters on the end of Jesse's board could get the turn, and as we've seen,
specials from the extra.
Means a full turn cycle of advantage.
Which is a lot of them. Now, notably, you can still walk over it with Aluber here. So, I think we're okay. And I don't think the Aluber has done anything.
So many different effects, but preventing the opponent from attacking is one of them. All white dragon is just gonna be caught looking.
I was like, who?
Do we have anything else here?
I don't know if we have any ways to fuse. We have no cards in Jesse's hand. The only set card is Breaking Tail Sting.
Tonight's maintenance, so that means banless? It doesn't guarantee a banless.
I need to figure out my Sting targets as soon as possible. Lucas doing everything he possibly can to get another turn cycle so we can start playing the game again and start forcing out Jesse's cards and maybe force us to a game 3.
So good at the defense.
We gotta wait for the Diabell anime before we get these cards. For Snake Eyes. True.
Here's the battle phase. Starts with Dragon Attack Fallen. And then goodbye, Aluber.
So we walk over some of the field. But we aren't killing them.
Deciding whether or not we even want to use it this turn because
and I don't know.
Looks like what Jesse's going to choose to do.
Right, is it better to go for damage that isn't actually getting low, or is it better to hang on to a banishment interaction that can stop Lucas from breaking your board?
So it's the end phase. We're about to do a lot of stuff here. For both players,
I don't know
to work out for the duelists, I think to work out for the viewers.
why Aluber didn't attack over the Cartesia. Not Cartesia, Ecclesia.
I would say probably one of the strongest things he has is definitely going to be that Secretary on Dragon.
Yeah, that stops some dragons' effects, correct? And spellcasters. But it was negated by the Aluber, right?
I have no idea. Could not tell you.
Just to be safe.
I'm not quite sure.
I think you might be right that it's permanent.
Are they first one from the extra deck or no? Only first one in general.
Take a look real fast.
Respect players willing to play Brandon and its mindfuckery. At this point, here's the thing. With the newer Brandon support, it's pretty simple. It's a lot more simple, I should say.
All right, looking to get his turn, folks. Let's see what he's got. Let him hear your excitement. He drew it. He drew it. He drew it.
Oh, what the? Go away. And he top decks the Super Poly. Woo! We all love Super Polymerization, right? We're all big fans of Super Polymerization. Cutting off the Mirror Jade and everything else to go into the Dogma. And now Lucas turns a corner with almost nothing. Actually, with literally no cards left on his field at one point against insurmountable damage. Lucas turns a corner, draws the Super Poly, brings him back into this game, and we go to a game 3 off of this. Now here's the thing, the game is not over. We still have a lot of gameplay to go. Because, guess what? We still have to each through, I believe, Sting and Flame. Which is not nothing. And I am also fairly certain that there's additional effects engraved from the Brandy Draco Tail player, from Jesse. So, we'll see what we can accomplish here.
This is just an incredible duel. Yes, it's only turn 3 of game 2, but so many pieces of interaction. They are fighting for their lives here. And just doing a great job as we shuffle this.
We're going to go for the Dogma here, which has an additional effect where it can shuffle away additional cards. So that's what's happening here. The Dogma effect is activating. We're going to shuffle away some cards. We're just selecting the cards here. I believe he shuffles away a second Dogma to just get that resource loop in rotation. And I forget what the other one is that we target. I think it's like Pan or something like that, which is actually a pretty heads-up play as well. If it is the case... no, he shuffled away 2 of his cards. The other one managed.
So the target's going to be one spell trap and one monster. They're going to be banished.
Gonna get rid of the branded sword here. Basically, any card that has effects is great. Usually a good idea to get rid of this here. Get rid of the dark dragon as well as the branded sword. I can throw pretty good ones.
So their response will also cycle a Draco Tail card back into the deck and then draw one card. So Ketu Draco Tail back online here.
Yeah,
So
I know those cards are 1-0, but this deck makes it not feel that way.
So we banish here with the Sting, draw a card, putting back a card,
back to
back to Ketu.
We know Jesse loves keeping his bangers close to his chest. So it'll be super awesome to see that one does have any impact.
Jesse needs to get some really good top decks here.
Has been gaining advantage here throughout these first few turns. Jesse has the exact same thing. If it passes back to Jesse, I'm terrified to think what could happen, honestly.
Well, Lucas is still branded in high spirits.
No response.
So the card is going to be Blazing Cartesia the Virtuous. There's Bregman the Dust Dragon. Let's see what card we get out of the deck and add to the hand. We add... Albion the Shrouded Dragon, actually.
Do we think of the hand reveal Noir, Rotary, and RB have? I don't really mind the hand reveal.
There's so many different ways you can take this deck, right? When you try to peer into the crystal ball and think this is what you should do, or that is what you should do. There's no one path for this deck.
I don't like Rotary as a card because it does like 10,000 other things. And that's like an issue for me. But I don't really care about the hand reveal.
And we are going to send away. The materials, of course, are Vulnerable Vows and all your opponent's dragons. Albulanatus is here.
I mean, how much damage do we have right now? I think we have 33 plus 25 plus 15.
Yay, contact fuse!
200 more, because I think that's going to be 3,500.
Yeah, that's right. That's 58 plus 15.
But remember, you still have the Looper, the Jester of Despia.
Is that 0 or is it back to 1800 because of the Despian?
I believe it should be back to 1,800.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have the straight, we were just talking about that.
Okay, so we got a total of 5,500 life points taken as damage for Jesse, so we'll be down to 25 potentially if all these attacks go through.
We saw how much Lucas could do with a single turn, but he has left Jesse with life points, so now Jesse's going to get a chance to come back here.
Yeah, then we have one giant unaffected boyo on Lucas' side in the form of the Dragon that devours the Dogma, which could be more than enough to give Lucas yet another turn of value. We're going to use the brand retribution. We're going to recycle all the virtuous and maximize our level of interaction. We sure are.
Cycling through the graveyard, also cycling through the
At this point, just trying to get over the Dogma here is basically going to be impossible.
Showcasing the absolute raw power.
Let alone...
And the branded Draco Tail strategy has in the Blazing Dominion format. Everyone watching at
I
home,
don't
taking notes, please do. It's been absolute master.
Again, at this point, the game is pretty much over. I think there's nothing that Jesse really has here to do. Maybe we can set a card here or there, or...
Look at effect activations in the graveyard.
I don't know.
And also looking at the extra deck here.
I don't think there's
Jesse in a different
anything.
Position, but that's okay, at least on his side of the field, because of course...
We are going to go for the, I believe, Reborn
So we
effect.
could be sending to destroy.
No, we are destroying here.
Away is going to be the Rindbrum.
So we're going to destroy it because it sends the Rindbrum.
But unaffected is unaffected.
Yeah, we have to target... Oh, there's not a good target, is the thing.
Okay, so we're targeting Albulanatus, confirmed.
Right, yeah. Target the Albulanatus.
Mirror Jade, special summons reveal.
That is... We're going to get back Cartesia, get back Ecclesia.
Yep.
Sort of the epilogue for the turn.
So in the end phase, add back a whole bunch of guys. Then we're also going to go for the Reborn of Jesse's Mirror Jade here.
Not only is this my card in my extra deck, it's my card in Jesse's graveyard.
With the
We also
quick
wanted
play.
additional resources, but because he did not, now he has the strongest resource in the branded arsenal. And
Jesse,
brand retribution
YCS is going more digital in the future? No. That would defeat the purpose of selling cards in a card game.
He does not this time.
He's maybe going to have 3 here. You can consider some of his cards he has in his
We might have more Master Duel events? Maybe?
This is definitely I'm super excited to see what he's going to do here, but Lucas is putting on an absolute show here and saying, I am not going to give up. I'm going to pull out every stop I can, and it is paying dividends.
And just in case you didn't catch that, the branded opening was banished because of the Mirror Jade's lingering effect on Jesse Cobb's side of the field, trying to destroy the monsters that Lucas Sacco had. So, good looking out. Still had the branded opening in order to protect those cards, but on the same note, we're going to go ahead and...
We did draw the Wow-Waz. Or, no, I think we special summoned it off of the quick play here.
Part of me, regrets whenever we can't show off awesome
I wasn't entirely paying attention. But that gives us the incredible Ecclesia. We draw for turn. Maybe we have the ability to do something, but we do have to contest. Mirror Jade, I believe the quick play is set here. I think we know about that. The Fallen and the Virtuous, as well as the Dogma, which is a lot. That's a lot. We do get to go for the Arthalion. Arthalion gets to come back because 2 cards went to grave.
And I'm just guessing off the top of my head. No wrong answers.
Alright, we're gonna special summon it. They're gonna go for the Rindbrum.
But I don't think that's a dragon over there despite its name.
Oh, you're right. It is indeed a beast.
And we are going to
Not conceding, not going to the next game. Jesse hung in there as well.
Or, sorry, banish. Because this card has to banish itself for effect in order to trigger its effect. We still have the Rindbrum. Or actually, we just sent the Rindbrum off of the Mirror Jade here.
It's a pretty tough situation to be in here for Jesse, and just a second ago I was praising him for drawing Brand Fusion and just showcasing it to Lucas.
I believe we just scoop here from Jesse.
I
don't remember what's in hand.
I'm curious what the next turn of cards will be. It's going to be Triple Tactics Thrust. Alternate Art 2, branded.
We're gonna go for the Thrust. I don't know if we have any good targets. I guess Ketu, right? Talents, sure. Talents could do a lot. We're gonna go for the Talents. I think he says draw 2. I think his hand is pretty bad. I think we need to draw. It's not like Take does anything. And yeah, that's the game. Couldn't draw it. Couldn't draw his way out of that. Couldn't out the big Dogma. Which, gains a whole bunch of attack. while in Ecclesia's in the grave or on the field. Gains 500 attack and is unaffected by other card effects, which makes it really good in the mirror match because it's almost impossible to get rid of the Ecclesias. So you're just sitting there with a big unaffected Bungus. And there's not a whole lot of ways to deal with it. I genuinely do not think that there is a way for Brandage Draco Tail to actually deal with it. Maybe inside deck there's a way, but there's not a good way of doing that.
I think we're going to hold off until we respond to a card effect that would indicate that we're going to summon from the deck or extra deck.
That's right, it's not Art Mage. You can't just go for the non-finito and play around it that way. Oh, normal summon Malulu. One of Jesse's favorite plays in this deck.
Activate the effect, but here comes the most
Malulu into Fua. Tragic.
I mean, we saw how dangerous Jesse's brand deck was with 6 cards.
But that's okay. They're going to draw a card. Lucas is going to draw a card. We're going to go for the Draco Tail half of the deck. This is like the first time we've seen a start with the Draco Tail half. We are going to see the full might of Draco Tail. We're going to set a Sting. We're going to set, I believe, a Ketu here. Yeah, we set the Ketu, and we are going to then add back the Phimena off of the Arthalion. Here we go for the Ketu in order to search out the Firazol so that we have access to it with a bunch of different things, and we can use it later. We're gonna set to and pass. Gee, I wonder what those are. Maybe we kind of bricked. Didn't have the ability to play through the one Fua. All right, we got 6 cards here for Lucas. We also know about the Phimena with a target in hand, so this could be pretty good. Dependent on what other potential cards we have in hand. We could potentially have like a Pan or an Urgula or something of that nature. Given the fact that we didn't immediately go for one of those, right? We didn't go for a Pan, we didn't go for an Urgula. There's a high chance that the other one happens to be one of those names, especially alongside the Phimena.
I mean, I'm just so stunned by the level of play that both these players have been exhibiting throughout this match, and it's just so exciting.
This is beautiful. This is historic. Just the level of play, it's great. You know, we do get to see great duels.
Quem, I believe, just sent the Retribution. Yes. And now we go for the Mirror Jade. Not Mirror Jade. What is this? Magnemite. The one of. Let's go.
I think, but it could be a bait. It could be a thing that Lucas wants him to do. But denying the body, while not denying the Mercury effect, might not be worth it to Jesse. He might choose to wait for something that's more impactful because obviously the only way Jesse wins games is this turn ends and he can start his next turn. And so saving Sting to deny the follow-up from Lucas might be more important than denying just one search off of Mercurier, so it's a really tough tightrope to rock here, I think, if you're Jesse.
There's ever a use case for Wabaco. Just need to get to another turn, but that may not happen for Jesse Cotton. Thumbs his cards for a moment and thinks to himself, he did kind of point where I believe the Draco Tail Sting was set, so he might be thinking about activating, but instead we'll do Draco Tail Phimena.
Okay, we do, in response, go for the Phimena. We're going to fuse off the field in order to go for the Secretarion, cutting them off of resources here, basically, so that they cannot activate the effect of the Magnemite. So they're locked out of the Magnemite. We do get to trigger to set the Rahu. We didn't have anything else to trigger, but the Mercurier, I believe, also triggers here. We're going to search out Wildbaz. Insane card. Gonna go for the Wildbaz, sending a guy. Out comes Fallen of the White Dragon.
Unfortunately, in a duel, the only thing that pays off is cards, card knowledge, and the right decisions. So here comes the Albinalis.
That is a good answer for it.
And of course, Contact Fuse. We couldn't activate the effect of the Albaz once it was summoned, but we do get to Contact Fuse into the Wildbaz. And in response, we are going to attempt to banish. So we're going to go for a Sting here. I believe we're banishing the Fusion Monster, as well as, I think it's Retribution. And I think Retribution doesn't have a current, a good name right now. So that might be the case.
Lucas said 6-card Brand Fusion. Let's go to game 3.
Does Quem target? Maybe... I think we're targeting the target for Quem, and then the Retribution. So either you could use the Retribution to get back the Branded Opening, which is the only card there currently, or... Yeah, can't activate the effect there of the Quick Play, if you're wondering what's happening. Due to the rulings, while yes, you could technically activate the first effect of the card effect of Fallen and the Virtuous, that is not the activation they went for, and therefore it is an illegal activation, and we don't have to try to activate the other effect. Right. So it says, activate one of these cards You could either send a monster that mentions Fallen Valbaz from the extra deck to the graveyard, target a face-up card in the field, and destroy it. Or if you have an Ecclesia monster in your field or grave, you can target a monster in either graveyard to special summon it. And the thing is, he does not have an Ecclesia. He's unable to activate the effect. And therefore, instead of forcing... so, for example, if you were to activate something like super polymerization and have a legal target to go into with super polymerization, you would have to resolve it. Whereas in this case, because the activation of the effect that they elected to choose is an illegal activation of a card, you therefore cannot activate it, and you are not forced to kind of activate the second effect there, if that makes sense. Because they chose to activate the effect to Reborn without legal targets or legal parameters. They are not forced into activating the other effect, even though it is technically the same card. Hopefully that makes sense. For example, if they had activated Super Poly here, regardless of whether or not that was a good activation, they could potentially fusion summon into something using the super polymerization, and therefore would still be forced to fusion summon.
Here, I think you want to try to push for more material.
Do we see Victorious being a staple when it comes to Masters? Oh, Fallen and the Virtuous? Yes. Yeah, 1000%. Very hard script.
Good looking out there, judges, making sure the game is as making as possible.
Am I a fan of the Fallen and the Virtuous card? No. It's a horribly designed card.
Knowledgeable and observant, most important. So, Ketsu to the bottom. And draw card.
All right, what else does Lucas have in the tank? He currently does not have the damage to get there, and he currently has to fight through 2 unknown cards. The Sting has
it's just, it's the fact that it's a generic removal spell that gets to reset itself.
That may be okay if you're reviving a card from the graveyard. But not a whole lot
And it
of
can be
resources
used both
now.
going first and going second. But unlike something that is specifically designed to assist more going second than it is going first, it's kind of the opposite. We do have Horn here as well! Wow, crazy. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed we drew the Draco Tail traps? We're going to draw an additional card, putting back that Sting, and that's not lethal. It's not lethal now with the Horn. We're going to Flame here, attempting to negate because they have the Ecclesia. They're going to negate their attempt to Reborn, and no, no, no. And no, no, no. And no, no, no.
22, right? Should be 25, 43, 58. Damage, 22.
So 2,200 life points left. That's you can hear
Jesse's alive,
all the way down,
but has taken a lot of damage. However, 4 cards in hand. Set card is Rahu. Not dead. There is a good chance
So, crowd talks amongst themselves
Jesse
about what they would do
wins.
in this situation. Let's
Just
see what Lucas
sheer
does.
quantity
He has 3 spells to play.
of cards. We have a lot of follow-up in Grave. We have a lot of follow-up potentially in hand. We know of very good follow-up currently on field. All we need is a monster,
Now let's see what we send
and
first.
we are back in this.
Plenty of options. Let's send 1 card.
Out comes the Deer Servant. We're going to search out another thing, locking us for the rest of this turn
I'll go ahead and send.
Never mind, there's one.
from the extra.
Go ahead and send Ecclesia the Dark Dragon. So let's see what
So we can't go into the extra deck anymore. Not dead, PogChamp, not dead. Grab the Wild Baz. Sure, sure. And I believe...
There we have the answer of the set spell trap. Rahu, that denies at least one potential push from Jesse, which is going to be a
We're going to shuffle away the Rahu here, off of the Grave effect of the Synchro. So now no more Rahu. We do have 5 cards here. We're going to draw for turn. We're going to have 5 cards. What do we got? Branded Fusion, Rahu, Ketu, all do it. All of them are in the deck, if I'm not mistaken. All of them could be drawn.
Oh, I know.
I'm not even dueling, and my heart is palpitating.
That's what it feels like to be like in the anime where you're sitting on the side like, come on, you can do it. No, wow, Kaiba's really got it.
I sure hope not, because this is how I handle the stakes of a YCS, not sure I handle the stakes of a Shadow game.
Well, nobody's set to the Shadow Realm here, but we haven't left the draw phase just yet.
I mean, there's a lot of things it could be. It could be like Branded High Spirits.
We were thinking real hard.
So many things.
I think we know one of the sets is the Fallen and the Virtuous. Wild Baz! There he is. Wild Baz.
Chain Link 1, not bad, Lucas uses to himself. So it looks like there's no response here.
Good thing he can't Lacrima for -12. It wouldn't matter here, but yeah.
Pretty good. The big thing that Lucas does not have access to
Out comes Ecclesia.
is Blazing Cartesia. If he just had access to Blazing
Actually, no, he could
Cartesia,
go
there's so
Lacrima,
much
technically.
summoning he could do.
Well, we'll save that for another episode of this incredible anime that we're watching in real life, but we are going to go ahead and recycle.
But we're going to go for the Synchro effect. We're going to attempt to shuffle away.
We saw this be released for Jesse in game 1 to get the reuse of its effect to bring back monsters to the field, but having it be also a way to answer this Quem here before it ever fully activates is going to be pretty huge.
So that's what
Targeting, I believe,
so it resolves.
the Quem before we go for the extra deck, basically. But, hey, look, it's branded opening. We're going to grab that Quem right back. Back it comes. No, no. We're going to send the sword, I believe, so we can add another guy to our hand. Sure, sure.
Right. Thinking about what to do with the Credible Ecclesia the Virtuous. We do have the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon back in the extra deck.
It's so difficult playing into a known.
We do have the ability to still go for a Synchro Summon here, which I believe we do. Now, this does turn off Branded Fusion, so it's a high likelihood that the opponent, or that Jesse does not have Branded Fusion. This looks very similar to what we did previously on in the last game. However, once again,
There's a lot of good things here.
the Synchro dies before doing anything.
Represents a lot of bodies, and as we know, Lucas loves spamming bodies during Jesse's turn to survive.
But we are going to summon the Albaz.
Off of those Draco Tail draws, but it's the one he has.
Jesse trying to choose between the discard. I saw Quem and what I think is Brandon High Spirits in his hand. Maybe Fallen White Dragon as well.
I believe that's our normal. I think we normal summon the Albaz here. We're gonna activate the effect. We are going to attempt to fuse, pitching the Branded and High Spirits in order to go into Secretarion.
I think we do actually. I think we have access to Malulu still, huh? Yeah.
This cuts off a lot of options from the opponent.
That I don't think Lucas has anything to say about.
What fusion materials, by the way, we've seen both Albaz's and both the Ecclesias, and now they join each other in the graveyard as fusion materials for this coveted dragon and spellcaster monster.
I mean, this could be a pretty huge secretary on here, especially if my hunch is correct. That just have more monsters in hand. I mean, imagine something.
And at this point, it really just what last two cards do we have? We're gonna put the Fire Result onto the field off of the Secretarion, which summons the Malulu, which puts the Fire Result back in hand, which we can then use with the Malulu, and we are off to the raise. Oh, except for the fact that we can't use the Malulu here because of the Secretarion.
It's so different because Malulu used so many times this duel, but this time Lucas can't put any fusion monsters out, so these are the only monsters he really has available left.
I think it is.
All right, looks like we're going for a double from the hand fusion summon plus the Malulu. It looks like. And this will get us access to not one but two more Draco.
Oh no, we are going
to
activate
and Kentu are in the deck. Those could be the pushes that Jesse needs to win the game. He is doing everything he can to set it up, but can Lucas do everything?
I think Secretarian's one-sided, right? Hold. Wrong one. Your opponent! Right, of course. Why would it not be one-sided? Of course it's double, or, one-sided.
Exactly the right time. Two cards from the hand there.
What did we send for effect there?
Lucas do everything he can to stop it, much like Kentu are in the deck.
Is that an Ash?
Gets access to not one but two more Draco Tail spell traps, which
I have no idea what the other card is.
Those could be the pushes that Jesse needs to win the game. He is doing everything he can to set it up.
We are going to go for the fusion summon here. For the Earth Allion, we're gonna bounce two to our hand, or to the opponent's hand, or extra deck, or grave, or what have you.
This Steel Magnum, don't want to bounce it back to the hand, but just show back up.
I mean, it's really important to note, too, that because of the way Jesse can order his chain links here, he can force out Lucas to use the Rimburn to summon out the Fallen White Dragon, but still use Malulu to negate the Fallen White Dragon, because it'll resolve on a new chain, but the Malulu will resolve first.
So we're going to add back the Fire Result. And we're going to bounce the Quen. We're going to trigger the Fire Result. We're going to set the Kent. And we're going to set the Sting off of the Malulu effect.
Draco Tail Crystal back to the hand. Get rid of Quem for the moment. Activating the Catchy Draco Tail to add and fuse.
I mean, the more this deck fusion summons,
I don't know what we negated off of the effect of the Malulu. I don't know if it matters necessarily here, but could have. Out comes Ketu. Ketu effect is going to search and fuse. We actually fused into the Albion. Albion go for the Mirror Jade, banishing the Walbaz. And this is a lot of damage here. We're going to go 12 into the Dome. We're going to do 5. They're going to attempt to special summon with the Ringed Brahma, banishing the sword, adding back a guy. Going to go for the Walbaz. As soon as the Walbaz hits the field, it cannot activate its effect because of Secretarion. We're going to go for the Mirror Jade, sending a guy, banishing it, well over lethal for the 9th YCS win. What a game. What a series. Holy guacamole. And do you know what it took? You know what it took? No negation. There was just no negation there. I mean, that's not technically true, right? We saw a few pieces of negation, but they were few and far between. A lot of it was just plays. Retribution was a piece of negation. Crown was a piece of negation, and that was like it. Almost everything else was just pure, raw interaction. I guess Mercurier was also negation, right? We also had, like, Flame, which is technically negation as well. Some, like, droplets and what have you. Pieces here and there that are negation, but the center pieces are not negation, but instead other forms of interaction, recursion, adding back, using opponent's materials for, or opponent's cards for materials, for fusion summons, summoning big guys, etc., etc. Pretty interesting games. I will say, probably the best YCS finals we've had. Maybe ever? Hard to say. There's been a lot of really good ones. But this was definitely up there. Very, very solid. And some pretty interesting duels backed up by some very engine-heavy decks. And I will say, engine is really fun. When you're playing engine versus engine, you're just playing Yu-Gi-Oh! As, I don't know, Kazuki Takahashi intended. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I will say Super Poly needs to be banned. Other than that, like, everything else here is super cool, super interesting. As much as I'm not a fan of the way that Fallen and the Virtuous is, I think it's okay. Because at the very least, it's not a boring card. But I will say this card was in so many decks. So many decks. Like, it was in Branded, it was in Mitsu, it was in... Actually, was it in Mitsu? I guess it wasn't in this one. I think I saw it in... Was it not an Archmage? I could have sworn I saw it in more decks. I know it's in this one. It's in Sky Striker, it's in Branded, it's in the Draco Tail lists. It's in Radiant Typhoon. I guess it's not in Doomsday. Nor in Power Patron. I think there's no room for it in the Fairy Tail stuff. Oh, I will say the Fairy Tail stuff is pretty interesting. Overall, this top cut was also rather diverse. Lots of new and or unique decks at the very least. The top 8 was also pretty interesting. I believe it was mostly different decks. Mitsu, Doomsday, 2 cool tunes, Archmage, Sky Striker branded, and Draco Tail branded. I guess you could argue there was 2 branded, but not too surprising there. But everything else, pretty unique, pretty dynamic. A lot of new stuff as well, right? Like Doomsday with the new Power Patrons, Archmage with the new Power Patrons. I guess Sky Striker's not technically new. Branded with its new support with the Fallen and the Virtuous and the like. Same thing with Draco Tail. Draco Tail is using a lot of the newer cards. So, still power creep. Hip hip hooray. I will say this deck in particular, the Power Patron deck, is something to look out for. This deck is crazy. And you could just push through opponents' boards with Engine because of how powerful the Engine is. But then on top of that, you can also floodgate your opponent, which is something. It's true, it's something. And yes, Malice is still alive and well. Malice is still very good. Very, very good. What was, Oh, right, he was playing Doomsday. Yeah, Sam was playing Doomsday. This deck looks really good. This deck is looking real good. Am I excited for Branded Sport? No. Not in the slightest. Yeah. Lots of really interesting decks in the TCG right now. I think the TCG looks real good. I think it looks really fun. I think it looks really dynamic. There's a lot of really cool stuff there. I was very hesitant going into this YCS weekend, seeing Cool Tune likely being the top deck, because we've played Cool Tune. Cool Tune sucks balls in Master Duel, and it's very frustrating to play against. And quite frankly, it doesn't get better with the addition of Fidralis, right? So it's not like I'm happy about Cool Tune being a good deck, but similar to, I don't know, a myriad of other formats, the one frustrating deck does not detract from the rest of the metagame being really interesting. There's a lot of really cool stuff here. Archmage is a pretty dynamic deck, utilizing a wide array of different strategy, or different cards and strategies to make use of their cards, and the Archmage cards are pretty good, especially with the new Power Patrons as well. Branded is back to its basics, which I think is really, really cool, where it is mostly utilizing the recursion of itself, as opposed to doing some bullshit 10-hour-long combo to end on Mirror Jade in a Dream. It's now doing that with more consistency and more cohesiveness, which I think is pretty interesting at the very least. And Sky Striker exists. But yeah, there's a lot of really cool stuff. That's it. Cool. Do we talk about the YCS Genesis. We'll talk about Genesis. There's a few interesting things about Genesis format. The finals actually did happen here as well, which is kind of funny. But it wasn't all that interesting. It was Radiant Typhoon versus Red Dragon Archfiend. And I believe it was just like a 2-0 stomp. I don't think anything fucking happened. Because, it's Genesis. It's not exactly interesting. Genesis did have something interesting happen, which was Red Dragon Archfiend kind of popped off. It's a newer deck. I wouldn't say it was like under the radar, but that was kind of the breakout deck of this event. So that's cool. You don't hate Branded? What happened? Here's the thing. I do hate Branded. I don't mind the way that it plays now, because it's what it originally played as. The reason I hate Branded is because there's 10 million cards, and it was utilizing almost every single one of those in a bloated, unfun, lame manner, for lack of a better term, right? Oftentimes what happened with Branded, like, I like Branded when it was like Mirror Jade Control. That was a cool deck. And then they kept adding cards, and I was like, oh, this deck fucking sucks. Because they kept adding cards that were not fun, that were not interesting. And then they printed the new support, and it solidified the deck list into a very cohesive, understandable deck list once again. And it was like, oh yay, Branded's interesting again. Branded did it. They killed off all the bullshit that no one liked, and they made it Branded again. I was like, cool. I still don't love it, because it's got 10 million cards that don't need to be there. But I will say, at the very least, it's interesting again. And yet, Future Trunks, you continue to ask almost every single stream, why do you hate Branded? Why do you hate Branded? I don't think I've ever seen you listen to a single one of my instructions. Thank you. Great chatter. How far did Sam advance? He got top 8. Oh, Monarch was interesting. We did see this match. Yeah, Monarch exists. Somehow. On the periphery. Periphery? Peripheral? Something like that. No, actually, I don't think this was the list that we saw. Because the other one was playing Floodgates instead. So there's that. But yeah, Red Dragon Archfiend was the Genesis breakout deck. Look, it can play Fua. Wow, how surprising. It also can actually make use of the Skull Guardian. Brandon can somehow recreate a board from nothing so far. So far, even in Master... Yes. Yeah, Brandon creates a board from literally nothing, which I do find frustrating. Cool. We're going to take a look at Spanish and France nationals. Lots of players in France. A huge event in France. Bigger than technically the YCS here, but it's also French, so who gives a shit? Oh my god. My bad.
Va passer en équipement. C'est l'autre mécanique possible pour réaliser donc du coup des invocations Xyz avec ce deck.
I don't think
et donc
this
du
is
coup ensuite on va rééquiper
yeah, we're just gonna hop into the
et donc du coup là, le monstre est équipé à 3 cartes d'équipement pour pouvoir se détacher avec Jupiter et alors il me semble qu'on peut reborn. Oui, exactement. J'étais plus sûr, excusez-moi. Et donc du coup on va pouvoir réinvoquer Drastia. Drastia est vraiment importante dans le endboard parce que Drastius, mine de rien, c'est extrêmement fort.
We have Doomshead versus...
On peut faire l'Xyz durant le tour adverse, étant donné que lorsque le monstre passe invoqué,
Assault mode.
Prendre un monstre de l'adversaire en
Assault mode?
Non. Absolument, c'est une interaction mécanique qui est vraiment très importante évidemment contre la plupart des decks, et notamment les decks que l'on a vu hier, les decks comme Kuchun par exemple. C'est une des bonnes manières d'interrompre le deck de l'adversaire. Ici, Léonard qui est en train de relire Destruction, qui est évidemment un énorme problème pour Sky. Cette carte piège qui est pour moi l'atout numéro 1 de Doomsy. Le fait d'avoir
I literally could not tell you what this is.
avec différentes zones negate.
Who knows?
C'est la chose qui
Who knows?
potentiel pour faire le deck très loin dans le championnat de France. D'autant plus parce qu'on l'a dit, on va avoir beaucoup de decks différents et c'est une mécanique qui peut en... Ouais, tout à fait, c'est en fonction du match-up qu'on va affronter, Doomsday a vraiment l'avantage ou non. On a vu hier qu'il avait un peu de mal face à Branded, forcément contre Pitsurugi ou Asodler, le deck est très intéressant. Alors, la plupart des pour l'argument Ghost, on l'a vu tout à l'heure.
I will say, at the very least, we can see the board and understand it to a slight degree. Here, I'll move my face game.
se mettre en équipement depuis le cimetière. Et donc du coup en fait là l'intérêt c'est qu'il va laisser
Actually, I'm not
Drastia
gonna
sur le
do
terrain
this.
faire son invocation
Switch
ultime
that to that.
plus tard, donc durant le commerce. Il va quand même falloir la faire parce que du coup cette Doomsday destruction, donc la piège, doit s'équiper à un monstre Xyz. Donc il faut quand même qu'il y ait un Xyz Doomsday sur le terrain.
So they have the tag out. I think they have multiple tag outs here.
Les macros,
Um,
ce qui est quand même un peu particulier dans ce board, comme on peut le voir.
I believe
Il y a pas en tout cas Thomas n'est pas voulu
this guy's equipped and this guy's equipped.
avec Régulus. Peut-être qu'il n'avait pas forcément aussi la possibilité. Il a joué autour de aussi.
And then
C'est aussi par ça. Non, il y a eu H, excusez-moi. Il y a eu H. Je l'ai lu en Fival aussi. J'essaie de trouver l'explication un peu meilleure. Je me suis éparpillé.
I think that's
La
it.
pièce peut suffire avec Drastia, ça peut suffire. Le monstre est quand même très compliqué à out Drastius.
Then we have the trap card, which I guess could be equipped to the other guy to tag out potentially, but it's just troll, so probably won't be tagged out in any real capacity.
On va devoir break ce fil, on le sait, le deck SK peut jouer des cartes qui sont de type breaker. On a parlé de Lightning Storm, des cartes comme Feather également qui est la carte là pour jouer dans les side decks dans ce tournoi. Est-ce qu'on va avoir l'opportunité du côté de Leonard d'avoir une de ces cartes pour tenter
That was under Fua, so I think he gave him one draw. Oh, this is Sky Striker, isn't it? Oh, piss. Are we still doing the attribute series? No. Nope. Okay, we do tag out into the Drestrius immediately. Because out comes 0 and they can just go for the Drestrius to yoink. Yoink. And negate, importantly. He's going to attempt to attach, not attach, but equip on summon to the 0, or equip the 0, I should say. Did we not do that? I guess we didn't do that. I think instead we are attempting to negate. Oh, we had the counter trap there for the crown, and then we still had the roll. Was that the match? Was it paying attention? Was that game? Yeah, okay. That was game 3. That was game. Oh, cool, draw. Hell yeah. We are once again in game 3. How the hell did we get to game 3 again? What? Am I going crazy? What's happening? Where's game 1? Help! Oh, they just showed up halfway through game 3. Okay. Well, it's Branded versus, yay, Sky Striker, Radiant Typhoon. Alright, we're skipping that one. We're skipping that game. Mitsu! Where's Cool Tune? It's uncool. Okay, hold on. Wait. Let me go to the beginning of this match. Alright, game 1. Here we go. Starting with Prospeed. Woof. That's a rough hand. If we are starting with Prospeed, that's gotta be a rough hand. Okay, we did see pretty much anything and everything that we need. We're gonna grab Ritual there. Are we drolled? Yay! Droll. Alright, cool. Makes sense as to why we grabbed the Ritual there. I probably would have done a similar thing. We're gonna hit the Kusanagi and the Aramasa with the Mitsu. Don't really have anything else here. We're gonna attempt to add back the Ritual. Gonna add back the Ritual. We can't really do anything else, so we're just gonna send pass. Understandable. Cool. Normal Q. Ah, but of course. Why wouldn't we? Yeah, we will attempt to negate. Of course, it's just going to be met with a discard. Out comes Rekko. Rekko effect is going to resolve. We know one of the cards in hand is the Ritual, which isn't doing anything, so can't really do a whole lot about that. Bro got super polyed. Haha, loser. Anyway, it's not going to matter. It's not gonna matter. We don't have a way of doing anything else here to stop the opponent, so yeah, it's Cool Tune doing Cool Tune things. Yeah, Yeah, we didn't need to see the rest of that game. Yeah, we didn't need to see the rest of that game. Back a bit.
On va envoyer donc du coup ce Ratumo
Alright.
au cimetière, on va envoyer donc du coup Abakiri, on va faire donc du coup l'effet, et est-ce que Raphaël va commencer à mettre des interruptions?
We saw Javier Kiri, so we still gonna do the whole Mitsu thing. I wonder if they're going to, on the next ban list, hit Mitsu more. They should. I mean, just ban Habakiri, that solves, like, all of the issues. Insane how Josh decks are so good. Yeah. The thing is, the Josh decks are just better than, like, everything else. They are some of the most high-powered decks in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! All of the newer stuff, post-Josh, just doesn't compare. We didn't start with prayers, we started with something else. Out comes Kusanagi. I guess we started with Habakiri. I thought we searched something, but nope, we just started with the Habakiri. Add back the prayers. We're gonna Xyz summon into Doug. I knew it. Let's go. Doug, draw 2, discard a card. What are we discarding? Discard Shifter! He's like me, drawing the useless card after going for a bunch of other things. Alright, out comes Dynamondo. We're gonna set 1, we're gonna set 2, we're gonna set 3, we're gonna set 4, we're gonna set 5. Are we passing? We're not setting that prayer in hand? We have a prayer and an impulse in hand. Interesting. Ready? Lightning Storm. Because that's a card that exists for some reason. Rotary Reveal Q. Do we have another prayer in hand? Okay, we're going to attempt a Reborn. They simply don't have Called By. Called By is not real. Neither is Ghost Spell. Trust Copium. Of course it's Called By. Why wouldn't it be Called By? Okay, we're gonna go for the prayer here. There's the Ghost Spell. Yay! Mallet! Or, Cool Tune. Hitting the Javier Kiri. Yay, Called By. Synchro into the guy. We're gonna imperm, preventing the additional search. I don't know how much that matters. The fact that it is rules text on these guys as opposed to effect text to give you access to synchro summoning using monsters from hand, I think is a massive oversight. Because if you could actually negate their effects and prevent them from being used as that material, or more specifically, prevent them from being used with material in hand, I think that would be an interesting counterplay. Right? Like, that could be something to give a back and forth between the Cool Tune player and the non-Cool Tune player, or even just, like, the opponent. But nope, they decided, fuck you. Counterplay for this deck? No. Counterplay is get lucky and pray that they don't have anything. Yay. Ugh. Put his ass on top. Yeah. I guess they could still search Futsu, right? There's the JJ. JJ Tribute. I would imagine we're playing around Super Polymerization since we saw it in the last game. So it does make sense. We do also know about the Impulse. I think we do just Impulse here. Yeah, I don't see a world in which we don't, right? They do have the extra normal here, because they normaled anyway off of the Rotary. So they could still normal. Q2, Electric Boogaloo. But we didn't use the previous effect of the of the Q. So now we're gonna go for Q here. And run right into the Super Polymerization. However, Super Poly pitch prayers kind of sucks. Like, that's real bad. Rekka Red mix. I mean, we have to Super Poly here, though, or we do die. Or we will just do nothing! What? Huh?
Invoquer remix et on va surtout avoir l'effet de Rico pour détruire une magie piège. Alors qu'est-ce qu'on va target ici du côté de chez Raphaël et ça target une carte plutôt intéressante. Et en plus même cette piège, ça avait été target.
Oh! Oh, I think I know what's happening here. Okay. We want them to hit our trap card here with the Rekko so that we have the ability to actually use the trap card to summon a guy. That makes a bit more sense. Or we're just stupid. Those are our two options. But yeah, there's nothing he could do. We got a top deck. We do know what's coming from the top of the deck, which is potentially full combo? I'm sorry, what just happened? Did we just pass? Did we not even draw? Huh? Where's this random ass card coming from? From the Cool Toon player. Oh, Doug! 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 Oh, we can't draw off of Doug! I forgot about Doug's effect. Oh, I forgot about Doug. Oh, we can't draw because of Doug. So we're just gonna deal 22. That's what happened. I was so confused. Well, bro's just like me and Drew Driver. Hog. Okay, now we can actually activate the effect. Yay! Oh, two prayer! Or mirror! Wait, that's crazy! I guess it makes sense, right? If we're playing pure Mitsu, it does make sense. And we did grab the Futsu. We're gonna grab the Murakumo. We're gonna tribute the Futsu. We're gonna go Futsu. Grab back pair. That's lethal. Let's go. Let's go. Ship of Theseus. Woo. Super polymerization. Woo. We all love Super Poly, right? I'm sorry. Let me get a good look at that hand. Is that Lightning Storm Harpy's Feather Duster? Okay, incredible. I love board wipes. He drew Hob your Kiri again! Bruh. His hand is Habakiri, and I think Ash, Lightning Storm, Harpies, unknown. I think it's a trap. It could be Impulse. If it's fucking Impulse, I'm gonna vomit. What in the 9 layers of hell is this card? Cool Toon Playlist. Never seen that card in my life. Add Rotary, sure. Troll! I really did expect a troll there. Also, how is it that the TCG has curated such a fantastic ban list, and yet refuses to ban specifically this card? Why is Prosby still here? Ass! Get his ass. Rotary, reveal ass. Yeah, rotary. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, do the whole line anyway. Yay. Search, field spell. Oh, look at that! Bro. Oh, what a hand! He also drew Prayer! Prayer, Hobby or Kiri. Ash, board wipe, board wipe.
Mais c'est vrai que factuellement, bon, Feather et la question, c'est plus Feather qui est vraiment intéressant avec Storm et sympathique, mais du coup, on va faire un petit peu doublon par rapport au banc final.
There's JJ Cooltoon. Grab Q. Add Q, normal Q, activate effect Q, summon guy, do cold fusion. Edge. Out comes Mix. Mix effected. Rekko. Rekko. Add clip. As long as they put everything in defense, we're fine.
Du coup, on va repartir sur remix pour aller chercher cette hache du cimetière. On en a besoin, mine de rien, de cette hache. La main est très forte chez François. Et c'est parti pour le top deck. Ah, ramasse ça. Voilà, c'est pas forcément.
Oh, gee, I wonder what we're banishing here.
Bah, mine de rien, le miroir n'est pas.
It's a genuine question.
Comment il veut la jouer.
It's probably, since we've seen the second mirror, it's probably the Aramasa. Right? Yeah. It's like Aramasa actually does something, and there's a good chance that it's still a one of. We're gonna pass the turn. We have the Mix, the Rekko, we have the Quick Play, we have Clip. Those are the knowns. Likely an additional trap of some variety. We know Mirror is currently in hand. We are going to go for the Prayer here. Makes sense, right? Why wouldn't you? Play around the potential of Droll. Search and summon Aramasa. In attack. Bro said, I don't need Lightning Storm. It's not real. It can't hurt me. Interesting. Okay. So we add back the Ash. We're going to go for the RS. This is in draw, I would imagine. I'd be very shocked if it wasn't. We're going to go for the Mix to attempt to pop. But notably, why are we doing that? Did you just leave it on field? Alright, cool. Add ritual, add monster. Add harpies. Activate the quick play. I don't know how I feel about this. Is there a reason we wouldn't activate the Lightning Storm there? Keep the Harpy's Feather Duster? Because what the hell is the Harpy's Feather Duster going to do? At the very least, the Lightning Storm can be used on face-up monsters, or attack position monsters. True. I don't know. I don't think it matters. Il reste le reste en défense évidemment. Ça aurait été quand même un petit peu bête de mettre en attaque. On a donc du coup miroir et la François commence à essayer de chercher une solution. Je pense qu'il est vraiment obligé à We go prayer here? Not prayer. Mirror? Miwa, on the wall. We are going to go ritual, which of course is going to get negated. I feel like you're supposed to go mirror there. Ready? Go spell. Go spell. Okay, we are gonna go clip for Zaleen. Hey, Zaleen! In defense. Summon Hobby or Kiri. Well, we don't really have anything because the Zaleen negated it. We're gonna walk over and then die to the follow-up. We know that there's an Ash in hand as well. Do we know anything else? I don't think so. Right? No, they searched something off of the quick play. Yeah, it was cute. Yeah. Yay, cool tune. Here's Mommy Demon Forge versus Cool Tune. And Cool Tune just got their ass rolled. Comedy. You'll love to see it. Make the guy pop the back row. Spark! Damn! I forget what Demon Forge is. Is that Doomzed? No, it's not Doomzed. Go spell. It's fucking nothing. Bro said no. Oh, it didn't matter. We had the Q anyway. Oh my god. This is fun. Cool. Wait, no, is that Ghost Spell? Oh, I thought this was Q. Never mind. Okay. It's not nearly as bad. It's still bad. We still have the necessary materials to go into Remix here, which is highly detrimental. Imagine Ghost Bell 2, Electric Boogaloo. We're going Valor and Rekko. Are we just synchroing? We are using the rotary. Yay, rotary. We don't have Ash. We do have Ash. It's Yummy! I forgot about Yummy! I forgot it was Demon Forge Mommy. I have no idea why Yummy is called Miami Demon Forger. Wrong. Could not tell you. But I don't speak French, nor could I understand the... I don't think I could ever understand the ideas presented by a Frenchman. Did they chain it? Hold on. Did they chain this in a way that they are adding the... Huh? I just realized the Ash Blossom stopped the remix. Not remix. Whatever this guy is. Can't remember his name. The 4. As opposed to the rotary. Because I thought he was chaining 1, chain 2 to chain block this guy to search clip. But no, he said chain block 1, chain block... Or chain 2, chain 1 to chain block the rotary to look at the hand. As if that shit's gonna do anything. Alright, cool. I didn't even think about that until, it was too late, and now he's dead. And now he is the dead. So we went Lollipo here. We're attempting to Lollipo to Reborn. Here's the thing. If they go for Ghost Bell, they die, because they can just tag out after the Ghost Bell. If they don't go Ghost Bell, they die, because, they die. Wow, what a Wow, what a terrible card to use here. Yeah, bud. We're gonna tag out. For sure, for sure. Out comes Fidralis. We're gonna pop a guy. Why did we tag out? What? Hold on. Wait. No, I just realized. Wait. Huh? Oh, Fidralis doesn't target. Never mind. It doesn't destroy the card. It destroys the card on field. You're right. You're right. Damn, that's crazy. Also, it was the wrong field spell. I thought it was the other field spell. That was okay. Which, I don't know why I thought it was that. But I did. Cool. Crow, and then Bell on the Crow. Man, Ghost Bell's so cool. Ghost Bell's a cool hand trap. It's got so many weird uses. It's like, no, I'd like to keep that card engraved, thank you. Here's Cupsiomi Way! Cupsiomi. Reashing this. If we ash this, and we didn't ash the quick play, or the synchro, I'm gonna be livid. LaBelle. Bro looked up at Evan like, are you kidding me, God? And the Valor! Bro, go kick rocks. Man, I hate Golding. Wow, crazy. Parce que là, on a quand même pris 4 entraps malgré le fait qu'on ait essayé ce Viticro, c'est compliqué. Il ne reste plus que 2 cartes dans sa main. Il y a la possibilité de cleanse si jamais on a notamment un accès à Surprise ou bien un accès au Kill Smith, mais en l'occurrence ça ne sera pas le cas. On va terminer son tour exactement. Set 1, set 2. Supplémentaire et on va passer son tour. Est-ce que Ilias a maintenant could be Purge. Purge is pretty good here. There's no shot he drew 4 hand traps in a 1-card starter, right? Super Poly, he can.
On a quand même ce Spark qui est tenté ici.
Spark!
On va tarder du coup évidemment
Get his
cette
ass.
pour la bannir.
Hell yeah.
On va jouer ensuite. Il semblerait que non ici. La Spark est une carte très intéressante effectivement. On va avoir des match-ups dans lesquels elle va être plus utile que d'autres.
I mean, there's not a lot of nummy games. Huh? Yummy names left. So it's not like he could just draw a Yummy. However, any way to a Link 1, which is a lot of ways to a Link 1, does in fact... Oh, well that... Get his ass! Get his ass! The Purge! This bounces? No shuffles. Okay. They're both on top deck mode. However, Yummy has significantly fewer names. Yep, pass the turn. I hate it here. Purge. No, Purge doesn't work. Imperm! That does work. 9 to the dome. Alright, come on, Yummy Monster. He's just randomly playing Avarice for some reason. The Book of Eclipse? It's a spell. Is it Thrust? That's funny. Is that fucking Rotary? Did he top deck Rotary? Mix. Close enough. He Veilered, so he couldn't really do much, but Remix is Remix, so... And he cut off the access to the additional Yummy name. We knew about this one. We could just pop it. And then they're dead. I'd back the Ghost Spell. We elected to not synchro there. Which I guess makes sense. Skip the step. What did we add back? Q? Add back Q. So we know about the Ghost Spell. We're gonna sync off into the Link 1. We might be able to get out of here. I don't know what the last card in hand is. I thought it was a spell. Tribute. Engraver. Engraver. Equip. Send the guy. But they have Q. Or are we going for... Necroquip? We are going for Necroquip. Necroquip, set, pass. Imperm? Imperm could do it. Ready? Reveal Rotary. I was really expecting Reveal Rotary there. Effectivement, là on est dans une game avec low resource et chaque interaction est évidemment importante. On doit prendre la bonne décision car une mauvaise décision peut précipiter à sa propre perte. Là en l'occurrence, l'effet de mix. On va pouvoir l'utiliser avec mix. No mix effect. Sur une synchro ici pour profiter de l'effet de mix, l'effet de Q surtout qui va être important. Contrôler le top deck est vraiment indispensable dans ce micro setup. Ready, solemn, strike. On est parti. Surtout, on se retrouve dans une situation où potentiellement on peut terminer la game puisqu'on rappelle Remix a actuellement 3 points d'attaque. That was not shuffled. De taper. Est-ce que ça va être la fin de la game ici du côté de Elias? Et on revient parce que j'ai l'impression qu'il n'y a pas en fait de mélange surtout sur Acroquet. Yay! Yay! Cool tune. Yay, cool tune. Mitsu versus K9 Vanquishal. Wow. Wow, they really did just translate this to Soul of the Vanquisher. Alright, fair enough. Imagine calling Yummy annoying. Anyway, we'll skip this one.
ce dragon qui est dans le match va donner accès à la folade. Alors on ne peut que ajouter.
Cool tune versus Branded. Well, okay. Well, I'm skipping this one. I don't give a shit. Branded versus Cool Tune. Bro. Elf Note. I love Elf Note. Dude, Elf Note in the TCG is so cool. So cool. So base.
Ok, et joue China. Intéressant, ouais, intéressant.
Is that motherfucking Sheena?
Donc du coup, alors je... Ok, donc China qui donc va bounce donc du coup ce Murakumo.
Et il va aussi bannir.
Et on va bannir avec la...
Hein?
Ouais. C'est maintenant moi je prends pas l'éteint parce que... très bon main des doigts, mais
Hein?
l'effet des Murakumo va résoudre et va détruire la Chine.
En effet, tout à fait. Et
Hein?
ah, ça, c'est terrible.
Why is there a Sheena in this
Il a
deck?
littéralement 3 cartes mortes dans sa main, plus son esprit drôle.
Huh?
C'est complexe. Ça va être autour du coup de Edouard et son deck.
Also, apparently there's Kashtira in here. Yay, Kashtira.
C'est un deck un petit peu multifonction.
C'est un mix d'engine, il a aussi des petits gaz. Ça fait plaisir de voir un deck différent. Oh, je pense que...
Ah, c'est intéressant d'être cool là.
Fenris 2 Electric Boogaloo!
On a 2400 sur Fenrir 2005 sur Licorne.
On prend une unicorn.
Et on va pouvoir bannir une carte d'extra deck. Là, on check carrément l'extra deck. On va bannir ce Albion.
Notably not dead.
Ouais, elle va activer les effets des Elf Note Rhapsody.
Oh, just kidding. We had the Reina.
Et donc, du coup, on va pouvoir sacrifier.
Oh, no, it was the
Directement, on avait vu
yeah.
un Barbare beaucoup trop fait, malheureusement. Il était des des Phyvalos, mais ça passe.
Sick.
Énormément, qui va pouvoir être joué sous nos yeux.
Branded versus Dooms. Power Patron Doom's Head.
Exprimé que la dernière fois qu'on a vu ça en live. Alors, du coup, il va directement activer le terrain. Alors, le terrain, il va montrer un monstre, donc du coup, de son extra deck. Et donc là, en l'occurrence, il a montré Jupiter. Et donc, du coup, je vais lui permettre d'aller chercher un monstre qui liste. Donc, du coup, ce Jupiter en allant bannir une carte de sa main.
I have no idea how the Power Patrons work. I literally couldn't tell you. I see them do things and I'm just like, yeah, sure. Why wouldn't it do that? No idea. No idea. Is maintenance happening? Yep. Crazy. I gotta go to the bathroom. Watch Doom's Head pop off. Pop off, king!
Un Xyz qui correspond au niveau de Méduse, à savoir un Xyz 4, donc on va pouvoir invoquer Sertorius, et ensuite Xyz rank up directement dessus pour invoquer Gal, j'ai complètement perdu son nom, qui est l'Xyz 5, pardon, excusez-moi, qui va permettre donc du coup de déclencher toute la suite de la combo Doomsy. Donc ça c'est vraiment très intéressant, il n'y a pas eu d'interaction et de entrap en tout cas de la part de Julien ici, donc Hugo peut dérouler son combo assez tranquillement.
Effectivement, et la question ça va être de savoir comment est-ce qu'on va s'en sortir du côté de Julien face au board de Hugo. Alors on le sait, du côté de Doomsy, ce qu'on va pouvoir mettre en place ça va être principalement cette carte piège, et carte piège qui va empêcher d'ajouter des cartes de deck à la main, mais c'est une carte qui n'impacte pas autant le deck Branded que d'autres decks que l'on va pouvoir retrouver en top cut, comme notamment Cool Tune, Sky Striker, ou bien Mitsurugi qui est un petit peu disparu de ces top tables. Mais du coup on a tout de même une engine qui va permettre de passer au travers de ces différentes interruptions, et on le voit avec le deck Branded, c'est probablement l'un des meilleurs match-ups à savoir contre le deck Doomsy. Comment est-ce que tu vois justement ces interactions entre ces deux decks?
Bah, je trouve que malheureusement Doomsy a un peu de mal face à Branded. Après quand il commence et qu'il n'est pas arrêté et qu'il fait un full board, mine de rien Doomsy c'est très compliqué. Là on peut voir qu'il a réussi à mettre en place Amalt et Elara. Donc Amalt est allé chercher Drastia, on a Elara qui veut dire qu'on posait, donc là on posait directement la piège, c'est pas forcément la carte qu'on était obligé de mettre, mais quand on posait directement la piège c'est qu'on n'a pas la combo avec Doomsy Exchange et avec Doomsburg. Donc là on va commencer avec les Spring Gas, donc là c'est le Branded qui va directement aller chercher Regulus tout simplement. Et bah on commence à instaurer un reboard. Le board final que Doomsy recherche c'est évidemment l'interaction avec Drastia, Doomsburg, Raiders, donc une interaction de destruction, ensuite il va se transformer en Drastius et donc la Xyz de l'archétype qui permet d'annuler des effets dans son terre dans le cimetière, plus aspirer un monstre dès son invocation, donc invocation qui fera durant le tour adverse pour rentabiliser tout ça, accompagné d'un Regulus Omni Negate plus d'un Varudas. Bah ça devient un peu compliqué à gérer, surtout qu'il y a quand même un micro grind sur le deck, il faut pas non plus le négliger, mais gérer déjà le boss monster Drastius c'est très complexe. Et là on va voir qu'il déroule son combo sans trop de difficultés, c'est très bien, on y va, et Julien n'a pas d'interaction, donc il va juste devoir tenter de break le board à coup de power card et d'engine. Est-ce que ça va suffire? Ça va dépendre de la range haute de sa main, il va falloir comme une bonne main pour aller break ce board.
Ouais, effectivement, comme tu l'as très justement dit, mais s'il y a un deck qui peut le faire, je pense que c'est potentiellement le deck Branded qui a énormément d'armes, énormément de possibilités pour tenter de perdre son adversaire et d'enfoncer les défenses qui vont être placées par Hugo. On l'a vu, il peut y avoir du coup double Negate présent sur le terrain avec ce Varudras, avec ce Regulus, mais je pense que ça peut tout de même passer ce genre d'interaction là. On le sait, il y a en fait des cartes qui peuvent tellement générer que c'est obligé des Negate, et si tu les Negate, et on peut passer à coup de petites steps avec des Fallen of the White Dragon qui sont des cartes qui sont extrêmement fortes, à coup de Branded Fusion, à coup de cartes comme ça qui vont justement permettre de générer très rapidement et beaucoup d'avantages.
Exactement. Alors après, s'il y a bien un deck comme tu dis qui peut tenter de break ce board, bah c'est bien Branded, à voir en fonction de la main de Julien. Donc là Julien est en train d'essayer de récapituler tout ce qui va se passer. Il y a aussi un autre effet mineur de Stargaz qui est donc du coup lorsqu'un Xyz va détacher un matériel, il va pouvoir bounce, donc ça c'est quand même une interaction à ne pas négliger, un matériel qui sera détaché par Drastius. Donc il y aura des séquences un peu intéressantes ici. À voir comment ça va se passer. On a donc du coup oui, Raiders aussi qui est toujours actif. On va commencer avec ce Fallen of White du côté de chez Julien. Je pense qu'il. Alors est-ce que Julien connaît parfaitement ce match-up? On a vu qu'il commence à relire les cartes pour vraiment être sûr. Je pense que on peut pas faire d'erreur. C'est pas un match-up qui est facile à mon avis à affronter malgré tout, mais il a le deck et les armes pour y arriver. On va tenter avec Fallen of Base de target. Alors je pousse ma target.
Fallen of the Virtus.
Pardon, oui, Fallen of the Virtus, pardon, excusez-moi. Et on va target donc du coup ce Regulus ici.
Effectivement, trade ici du 1 pour 1, l'interaction qui va tout simplement enlever cette Omni-Negate, et du côté de Julien, on a également permis de mettre ce Albion au cimetière. Vous le savez, vous l'avez vu depuis le début du tournoi. Le deck Branded qui va tout simplement tenter de break le field, et ensuite, durant la phase, vient activer un certain nombre d'effets. Le Albion, le Titaniclad, mais également le Dragon qui vole le dogma pour tenter bien de se refaire une main, de refaire des interactions, de refaire des interruptions et gagner la game par la suite lors de son suivant. Le Fallen of Base qui cette fois-ci est invoqué normalement et qui va pouvoir déclarer son effet pour tenter d'avaler, de gober les deux bodies, ou bien un seul des deux bodies si jamais on choisit de partir sur Armure Jade, ce qui pourrait être la solution ici privilégiée par Julien.
En effet, après il y a quand même des interactions impossibles chez Hugo. Hugo est allé récupérer d'ailleurs un change parce que le porte-patron avait été détruit en défaut, donc du coup c'était Ecclesia pour tenter de super poly. On a plusieurs choix possibles ici pour Hugo. On réfléchit évidemment, on n'a pas ce Varudras en fin de board, il n'est pas forcément tout le temps possible d'être créé. Il va utiliser donc du coup Drastius donc du coup pour l'empêcher de faire son effet. On va s'enchaîner une Crone, c'est très intéressant. C'est très intéressant ici. Et oh, Effectivement, la crown, on va choisir de chain destruction Doomsy. Alors là, pour le dire un petit peu. Là, ce qui est intéressant, c'est qu'il va faire piège. Et en fait, il va pouvoir faire piège pour contrer, on va dire, la restriction de Crown de ne pas pouvoir répondre. Et derrière, il va vouloir faire l'effet de Doomsday parce qu'en fait, il a son Doomsday équipé. Donc, du coup, il a la possibilité de détruire une carte. Donc, en gros, c'est son effet en plus, quoi. Alors là, du coup, on a du coup une vérification ici. Alors, est-ce qu'il a voulu en gros se détruire lui-même pour que ça puisse passer au niveau de la négative, donc du coup, que cette Crown ne soit plus ne puisse pas le target. Je sais pas quel intérêt il a. Pas. Donc, oui, Crown ne target pas, en effet. Alors, du coup, il est allé. Ok, donc en fait, non, il a juste donc, du coup, fait Crown sur Drastius, qui du coup est devenu une tower. Donc, super pour lui. Alba doit passer sur.
Ok, I'm back.
Effectivement, tout à fait. Et ici, on va invoquer ce magnifique Mirror Jade qui est tout de même une carte particulièrement envieuse.
I forgot it was branded.
En effectuant une bounce qui aurait pu être effectuée justement avec ce Sargass dont tu as très justement rappelé l'effet. Et là pour l'instant, eh bien Julien qui s'en sort d'une manière correcte. Après, il y a toujours Drastius qui du coup est devenu insensible.
Bro said, nuh-uh, no searches.
C'est un caillou, mais mine de rien, c'est quand même un peu pénible pour le prochain tour. Mais on arrive quand même à créer de l'interaction avec donc, du coup, ce Mirror Jade, comme tu le dis, en illustration étendue, elle est magnifique. Ah, ok, super. Et il ne reste donc plus que 2 cartes.
I'm sorry, I left you with French. Actually, you can barely hear it, so you're fine.
Et là, du côté de Julien, il reste désormais 2 cartes en main. On est en train de revérifier.
Did they hand the judge the material too? That's funny. Hold on. They handed the judge the material as well. I guess they needed to read both.
Et là, du côté de Julien, il reste désormais 2 cartes en main. On est en train de revérifier le terrain. C'est le moment opportun choisi par Julien pour déclarer l'effet de Fallen of the White Dragon et rajouter de nouveau une carte depuis l'extra deck au cimetière. Ça peut être le Dragon Tibor, le Dogma, ça peut être également un Titanic Glad. Et ici, ça va être le Titanic Glad qui va être envoyé au cimetière, ce qui permettrait, durant l'end phase, de donner un accès à cette Quem. L'effet d'invoquer spécialement qui va passer, on va pouvoir donc ramener cette Ecclesia sur le terrain. Et c'est vraiment extrêmement intéressant puisqu'on va partir sur les plays 5.
Ah, that's how the power patrons work. That's good to know. I think you might be behind him, bro.
C'est plus trop le cas, il y a des stats avec Nadir, des stats avec Morning High Spirit, il y a surtout des endboards où ça passe même plus par l'extra. On peut juste faire des tours avec des domatiques à Quem et ça suffit largement avec une petite Fallen qui accompagne d'un rétribution. Enfin, il y a des boards qui sont devenus très des semi-boards un peu entre guillemets mais qui font suffisamment d'interaction pour gagner. Donc c'est vrai que c'est très intéressant, il a beaucoup changé en tout cas. Et là, Julien qui a plutôt pas mal remonté le.
I don't know how many surges we have here. So I don't know how much this trap matters. Oh, you waited. Okay, makes more sense.
Cartésia notamment, et on va voir les différents effets qui vont pouvoir s'activer en une phase qui va gêner le développement sur le 3 de Hugo et permettre bien simplement de commencer à prendre l'ascendant sur cette game si jamais tout passe. En effet, et puis ce Drastius, au-delà du fait qu'elle soit devenue une tower insensible,
Send the ring, brum.
elle a cet effet de protection une fois sur la destruction au combat ou par effet de carte, donc c'est vraiment un boss monster qui est très très dur à passer ici. On va faire Ganglignol, on va utiliser
Fusion into
Cartésia. Et ce qui est très intéressant, c'est qu'on a déclaré
Grangwood, non.
de nouveau un body au cimetière, ce qui va permettre encore de générer un petit peu plus d'avantages. Alors certes, le Drastius ne va pas être affecté puisqu'il est sous crown, mais le but ici c'est bel et bien de rajouter de l'interaction pour continuer à faire du CA pour gêner le tour 3 du. En effet, et là il y a quand même bon, c'est quand même un match qui va être très intéressant, ça va aller un petit peu loin, ça va être de micro-séquences.
We sent Garura, because we do not have an out to this guy, I think. At least not at the moment. Because I think we negated the Mirror Jade.
Il y a Doomsday Change qui est dans la main de Hugo qui a été récupéré par le pouvoir patron, donc ça peut être intéressant. Et le but ici, ça va être ensuite de jouer avec Drastia, de retenter d'invoquer des Drastius, de jouer avec Raiders également pour pouvoir la détruire et tenter de détruire des cartes adverses. Et il y a aussi des plays un petit peu ghost qui essaient du pouvoir.
I've seen this a bunch. The Quemsen kit.
La pendule qui va détruire une carte adverse. Il y a quand même des solutions. Mais
very interesting.
Par contre, dans le vent, on le connaît, on le sait, on l'a vu toute la journée. C'est monstrueux quand même de pouvoir générer un effectivement, le Mirror Jade qui a juste fait un petit tour dans le cimetière, qui a pu déclarer une première fois son effet pour donner plus de ressources et derrière grâce à.
Oh, hey, it's this guy. Didn't this guy win a world championship?
Et donc derrière de réinvoquer le Mirror Jade sur le terrain. On se retrouve avec une situation plutôt favorable. On a l'impression que c'est littéralement un tour 0 pour Julien qui a sa Ecclesia qui est présente sur le terrain. On a accès également au Ganglignol, le Mirror Jade qui est son effet 2-7, 2 sur 3. Et là, Hugo, il va devoir break un quasi full board devant lui.
I'm sorry, close up.
Cette Crown a quand même fait ce qu'elle devait faire. Et comme tu dis, il va falloir.
Hold on, did this guy not get destroyed? No, because he was using fusion material. My bad.
Bien, et c'est pas facile ici. On a cet effet de Doomsday qui est lié à Drastius. On va pouvoir détruire potentiellement Raiders, mais c'est compliqué. Cette piège, comme tu l'as dit, n'est pas très impactante contre Doomsday. C'est l'une des forces principales de Doomsday. Mais bon, on va voir comment ça va se passer. On target ici ce Raiders avec Doomsday du coup. Enfin, avec Drastius qui est du coup celle de Doomsday. Et on est en train de réfléchir un petit peu du côté de Julien, savoir si on va répondre, mais ça va bel et bien passer. Raiders qui va donc être détruite. On va pouvoir la destruction, ça va pas forcément suffire à activer, mais c'est petit à petit, on va essayer d'aller.
Wait, can Rangers destroy itself?
Peut-être que ça qui part au cimetière, on va tenter un Fallen Off ou un Virtuous, vraiment c'est le cas. Ah non, ah oui, alors. Oui, c'est ça. Drastius, la première fois où elle doit être détruite.
Can't be targeted.
Elle ne l'est pas.
I think.
Est-ce que la carte a du coup été activée? Est-ce que la carte du coup était target? Il y a une discussion avec le judge. Effectivement, ça va être une situation un petit peu complexe, ce genre de situation. D'où l'intérêt de bien regarder la carte. Alors la question également, c'est aussi si Julien a la possibilité de réinvoquer depuis le cimetière en targetant ce genre de choses-là. On va voir justement comment est-ce que ça va être résolu. Mais j'ai l'impression qu'on est en train de regarder d'ores et déjà le cimetière du côté de Hugo et qu'on va juste pouvoir continuer le tour tranquille.
I'm actually very lost. I am not 1000% certain as to how the Doomsday cards work.
On a du coup l'un des pendules les plus forts dans ce deck qui est utilisé pas forcément non plus que dans Doomsday.
I know how like the old support works. But like post Power Patrons and Groflario and what have you, can't remember.
Effectivement, l'une des cartes qui est essentielle, notamment pour pouvoir partir derrière sur un Varudras qui a potentiellement manqué sur ce tour 1. Là, en l'occurrence, ça va permettre de réinvoquer un niveau 10, de se détruire et d'avoir l'opportunité, comme tu l'as très justement dit, d'ajouter depuis le deck. En effet, donc du coup, là, on va voir jouer sur le cas. Alors, il est très fort en zone pendule parce qu'il va détruire également une carte adverse, mais pour l'instant, on a du coup ce body. Mine de rien, le Ghost Second est quand même particulier. Il y a beaucoup en face, il n'y a plus beaucoup de ressources. En plus, on est sur la game principale, donc il n'y a pas forcément toutes les ressources pendules qu'on pourrait ajouter post-side, mais on va évidemment aller chercher la deuxième copie et cette fois-ci, on la met en zone pendule. Julien sait très bien comment ça va se passer, c'est très bien ce qui peut arriver.
Yeah, I know this guy's untargetable.
Qui est caché. Ça va relire la carte évidemment. C'est...
Donc on lit beaucoup du côté de Julien, mais on l'a déjà vu faire ça
Does
notamment
this start it?
la deuxième ronde lorsqu'il était tombé contre Fire King. Et il s'en était très très bien sorti. C'est un joueur qui est littéralement clinique, qui va essayer à chaque fois de prendre la meilleure décision possible.
Does it target a face-up card?
D'être littéralement pixel sur toutes
I
les
thought it just destroyed a face-up card.
On va aller sur une détruire ce jeu du coup là qui va passer.
Why did they make another pendulum deck?
Dans zone tendue. Ah non, dans zone d'extra. Oui, zone d'extra, oui, zone d'extra. D'ailleurs,
Have you read these pendulums?
on va pouvoir d'ailleurs utiliser son autre effet.
They don't exactly pendulum.
Le fait de pouvoir aller chercher une carte Doomsday ou alors une carte mécène du pouvoir, donc c'est très pratique. Bah donc du coup on voyait Albion, on va avoir l'effet de Quem vu qu'une carte est sortie de l'extra, donc on va avoir une Cartesia qui se réinvoque en défense. Et derrière on a encore toutes les interactions possibles.
The thing is, I actually am a big fan of the way that they've used pendulums in recent memory, because a lot of them have been, like, more akin to just spells and monsters, as opposed to actually utilizing the pendulum summon mechanic. And I think that is a way better use of pendulums than the soul charge mechanic. Fallen Virtuous does target. Ah!
Tout à fait, après, là, il nous reste quand même un peu de temps, mais c'est vrai que, bon, bah, on les connaît, hein, ces games de bandits, on les connaît, on sait que ça va loin. Il va falloir faire attention ici, il ne reste plus que 2 duels. On va envoyer, donc, on va envoyer, pardon, le...
I thought it just said, like, send and then destroy a face-up card.
On va tenter d'annuler ce que annuler les effets de monstres sur le terrain ou dans le cimetière et s'en
I think we negate the Mirror Jade here. I think that's what
très
happened.
fort, évidemment, parce qu'on veut se débarrasser de ce Jade, notamment
Or did we negate the Cartesia?
la Cartesia.
on va pouvoir équiper ce
Oh, I think we negated the Cartesia and yoinked it.
l'empêchant donc du coup de continuer à avoir ses bodies. On va voir où est-ce que Hugo va essayer
Then did we use the Mirror Jade?
On va te le face, tout simplement. On va te le face, tout simplement. On va pouvoir donc du coup ban ce Mirror Jade. On va attaquer avec Drastius sur la
How did we not out this guy?
Effectivement, et c'est très important de
I guess we just negate it, right? And then, oh, I guess, okay. I see what happened. I think we negated the Mirror Jade and yoinked the Cartesia there. I think that's what happened.
Et là du coup ça relie du côté de chez Julien.
If it didn't target, I'm losing it. You know what, that's reasonable.
Et on va aller invoquer ce Médus. Médus qui va aucun
What's funny is it's actually not all that broken
toujours, c'est incroyable.
when you think about the effect that most people are using it for. It's like, oh, it's a recursive destroy a card.
Chercher nos pièces de combo, c'est vraiment
That's it.
du deck pour le coup. Et du coup, Doom, c'est le chat qui permet
But it's the fact that it's recursive that makes it so insane. It's like, oh, if you don't need the entirety of your extra deck, here's a free card that just removes cards. It's like, well, yep, that is how that works. And not only can you use it on the opponent's turn, you can also use it on your own turn. Because it'll reset itself. Just having that effect is kind of crazy. Because basically, if you see one, you see all three. Diactorus. Yeah, if it wasn't branded specifically, I think it would be fine. Being able to send a branded card is crazy. There's so many powerful branded cards to send. And with the new support with the Synchro and the White Albaz, it's like even crazier. Graflario! We did just elect to pop the Grand Guignol. I don't know how much that matters. Because we're in main 2. Soul Charge for specific situations would be really cool. Let's use this when you research against Canine. Yes, but I had board. Had the Boral Field spell in my last card. Soul Charge 4. I think Soul Charge in general is just a bad idea. I think being able to Soul Charge is just not. I think modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not equipped to effectively be able to deal with that. I think it's a pretty poorly designed mechanic for the most part. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And I think pendulums, in particular, abuse it. At least in the past, they abused it in a way that wasn't really interesting. It was just like, okay, here's 5 guys every turn, you know? I was like, oh, that's... Yeah, I guess you could just do that. So I think changing the mechanic to be more akin to just like, oh, here's a monster and a spell. It's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. As opposed to, oh, here's Soul Charge. In addition to all of the other things that all of these cards can do as both monsters and spells. I think that's where the issue stems from. I'm not necessarily opposed to multiple summons or having a bunch of ways to summon a lot of body, or having ways to summon a bunch of bodies, as long as they are restricted in some capacity. And I think pendulums were in a area within game design where they were either Soul Charge, summon a bunch of guys, win the game because they're too overtuned, they just do too much. Or they do absolutely nothing because they lock you into what you can pendulum summon and what you can look at and lock you for the rest of the turn and like the cleave chords, right? So it was like either they did absolutely nothing or they did everything, and there was very little in between with the focus on the actual pendulum summon mechanic. I still think the pendulum summon mechanic is maybe one of the worst mechanics in Yu-Gi-Oh! I think it's just bad. Like, there's no upside to it. I think it's just a bad mechanic that shouldn't exist, right? But the use of a spell monster makes sense. Like, that is a fine mechanic. That's something that a lot of other games have, right? It's kicker, it's, you know, graveyard effects, there are so many different ways to make use of it as a mechanic, and I'm like, yeah, that's fine. But it really was just like, oh yeah, here's Soul Charge. It's like, huh? Why are we attaching this to cards that also have additional effects? Solemns do work against the pendulum summon. It is an inherent summon. That being said, you still can't really respond to it. It's not like they activate an effect to pendulum summon. You just pendulum summon. But yeah, it was, yeah, but that's the thing that I'm saying, Blaze, is that like either you had to make scales that were absolutely dog shit, or you made scales that were overtuned and immediately got banned, right? You know, like the Performance Pals that didn't have those insane restrictions on them and were immediately ban worthy, right? And that's the thing, is like pendulums, for the vast majority of Yu-Gi-Oh's history, have either been absolutely broken, busted, stupid, or god awful. And there's kind of been no in between if you make use of the pendulum mechanic. Oh, we had to rewind because apparently that's not how that works. Cool. What was I saying? However, utilizing the pendulum monsters as monsters and spells, more akin to how we're recently doing it with like the power patrons and what have you, I think makes it way more interesting. Yep, I actually don't hate Lunalight outside of Liger Dancer, and I think even the pendulums are okay, minus the fact that they don't have once per turns. Why did we not put once per turn on any of our cards, Konami? Just slap a hard once per turn on there and we're a-okay. Tiger needs a once per turn. I don't know why the hell that card doesn't have a once per turn. Anyway. Are we attacking? What's happening here? We're attacking here. This game won? God damn. Un peu particulier en effet ce qui s'est passé, mais bon, les judges ont rétabli le gameplay. On a donc du coup maintenant Cartesia qui s'invoque. Effectivement, et on va pouvoir déclarer l'effet de Cartesia qui va effectuer une invocation fusion. Il s'agirait du dragon qui dévore le dogma qui va permettre également de récupérer des ressources. On va pouvoir retrouver des cartes, notamment dans l'extra deck, parce qu'on l'a vu, l'extra deck est relativement maigre. Il manque deux bodies, notamment les deux Albions qui sont sortis. On a le Ringbrom également, et ce qu'on va pouvoir récupérer, ça va être le Fallen of Albaz ainsi que le Mirror. Remember when Orph Scorpio was limited? Yes. What even happened? Who won? Oh, it was branded. Gross. Gross. Well, this is likely to be a, Ew. I was gonna say this is gonna be a time loss. Or a double loss. Hold on, what the fuck happened? What did I miss? Okay, I got to here. We're at 0-0. How did Hugo get a win? Bro, what happened?
que c'est bon, on va laisser Hugo dérouler son tour et on le voit déjà du côté d'Hugo. Et bien, par très vite, on va avoir l'invocation de.
How did he win in 2 minutes?
On va utiliser l'effet donc du coup de. Et le réinvoquer avant depuis la main, est-ce que ça va permettre. Oh, ok. Risqué de voir que derrière il y avait quand même une combo avec Elara qui commence. C'était pas nécessaire. On a du coup Elara et.
Huh? Bro, we didn't even try! What the fuck was our hand? What? Huh? You're playing branded. What fucking cards in your hand don't do anything? Bro didn't even want to try. Alright, cool. I guess we're getting a double loss here. Double loss, double loss, double loss. Let's go! Double loss! There's no shot this game ends anytime soon, right? Oh, they got more time. Maybe it does. Drastria, SP, all of the Cartesia, Ecclesia guys. What the fuck just happened? What is going on? How many times have they had to rewind? Hello? Even the French players can't understand the French. Whose turn is it? What's happening? Oh, it's Brandon's turn. I'm so confused. Is this a motherfucking dragon? Why the hell is this guy a dragon? Excuse me? Why is Drastria a dragon? Somehow, someway, we didn't double loss because of... I don't fucking know. Couldn't tell you what happened there. That was a game of all time. Cool tune! Oh, versus Sky Striker. Yay, Sky Striker. Yay, Sky Striker won. Are we all just so happy? Art Mage versus Malice. Based. Bro got Impulse? Cringe. Hold on, I just realized. Malice can play another Dominus card. Bruh. Man, Konami really didn't like Doomshead. It's kind of funny how bad Doomshead was. Like, what's the worst possible way for this deck to exist? And then they printed the Doomshead cards. Oh, comedy. Also, hold on, I just realized, why was there a Beyond the Pendulum on the field? Huh? In Art Mage? I guess we're playing more Power Patron than we are Art Mage, so, okay. Okay. We have Varudra. Oh, wow. That's, yeah, no, that's a... We hadn't already used that? That's crazy. Reborn. Put him in extra. I mean, now we're locked into fusions. This is the reason why I'm like, Power Patrons, really?
Et c'est ça parce que il a des fois qu'il peut aussi avoir l'avantage en jouant.
Do we shuffle away a card in hand?
Comme le voit Jérémy.
I couldn't tell. I guess we did.
Ah,
Deactoras!
les plus connus également chez nous, mais on va essayer de faire au mieux pour comprendre.
We have Omni, IP.
Et déclarer un nom de monstre armage qu'on va pouvoir ensuite récupérer.
Now we can grab the field spell.
À notre main, donc c'est assez,
How the hell did we grab the field spell?
jusqu'à ce niveau-là.
What did we grab that from? What?
Comme le voit Jérémy, il est en train de lire les cartes de l'adversaire par l'avantage en jouant.
Does Deactoras do something that I was just lost on? Hold on. What? Archmage. Does he search on summon? No.
De lire les cartes de l'adversaire parce que.
Ah bah, c'est pas les cartes les plus connues également chez nous, mais on va essayer de faire au mieux pour comprendre tout ce qui va se passer. Donc là, c'est le boss monster de Armage, ainsi que le terrain va pouvoir défausser et déclarer un nom de monstre Armage qu'on va pouvoir ensuite récupérer directement depuis notre deck à notre main. Donc c'est assez fort. Pour le coup, le terrain Armage qui est relativement puissant. Donc là, on va aller récupérer Graflar, il me semble. Et on a donc du coup, alors il me semble que c'est Deactorius, du coup, la fusion qu'il y a sur le terrain. Et donc du coup, on va utiliser cette nouvelle carte Armage en plus pour aller maintenant aller récupérer peut-être ce piège. Et on a IP en plus de Deactorius, en plus de
Okay.
un board assez conséquent.
Hold on. How did this guy get here? When did we get the field spell? Did we just have this? I guess we just had it. Oh, right, the power patron. The power patron. Right. Yes.
Littéra qui aura la possibilité d'invoquer spécialement un monstre Armage depuis sa main ou depuis son cimetière durant le tour adverse.
And yet they still had enough spells to get the whole line. We have Finmel here? That's literally everything through 2 hand traps. Isn't that crazy?
Il va continuer à extendre, il n'a pas fini du tout. La nouvelle carte du coup des charmeuses, une carte qui va permettre d'invoquer spécialement 2 monstres directement.
Reborn is Spellcaster.
Littéra ainsi que Deactorius, donc une carte.
Reborn's a Spellcaster.
Sachant que évidemment Graflar aussi cet effet de contrôler un monstre Armage, vous pouvez enquêter sur cette carte depuis.
Notably, it's also made with IP.
C'est ce qui s'était passé et vous pouvez.
We didn't grab Finmal, because we'd rather keep the trap card, or whatever it is. And this card is currently upside down, and it's gonna bother me. Yeah. Archmage has an insane end board. Like, it's a really powerful end board. I'm sorry, hold on. Did Malice just get owned by Droll? In what world? What? Sorry, bro got drolled and didn't make the... I don't even know... What? My brain hurts. How did this happen?
On va avoir de 3 bodies, c'est évidemment l'intérêt avec Malice, avoir de 3 bodies, dont un body Malice pour aller partir sur cette ransom et ainsi aller chercher ce terrain ou alors aller chercher ce miroir. On n'a pas accès encore pour l'instant aux pièges qui vont être importants également avec 06 ou alors avec 07 ou alors directement partir sur.
I guess we don't have Whitebinder, so we can't just go like Whitebinder for 10 million pieces of interaction. That's probably what happened. Unscripted does have a target. Target, at the very least. Oh, well, that sucks. Shared ride. No, that's not shared ride. That's, mistaken arrest. Bro said, nuh-uh. If you droll me, I'll droll you. Cool.
Ou alors simplement le terrain armage, on a beaucoup de cartes qui vont aller évidemment chercher. On va donc du coup faire, c'est Nervedo.
Ouais. Nervedo a invoqué les Filmel sur les terrains et pour piocher en carte.
Et du coup on a Filmel qui est du coup invoqué. Ce qui est intéressant ici avec Nervedo, c'est que lorsqu'il est passé en zone tendue, lorsqu'un effet de monstre est activé par votre adversaire en réponse à l'activation d'un effet de pouvoir patron ou de armage, on peut en gros l'annuler.
What the hell happened?
Du coup,
Invoqué les Filmel.
Très fort dans la chaîne obscure.
Oh, we specialed the Finmal, drew a card, and then normal summoned the Medius. My bad.
Et du coup on a Filmel qui est du coup invoqué.
I saw Finmal and Medius, and he was going into the deck, and I was like, what? And I just waited, I would have seen.
En gros, l'annuler, donc ça protège entre guillemets les effets de monstres armage ou pouvoir patron, donc c'est assez intéressant avec cette espèce de protection.
Out comes the power patron. That's the not power patron I was expecting. Sure. I guess we don't want to lock ourselves into fusions yet, because that just gets eaten by Hardscripter.
Au moment de son invocation, et donc du coup on pourrait utiliser cette combo pour ensuite clean le board. On va le voir normalement ici avec Nervedo qui va utiliser son effet et qui passe au-dessus de l'extra deck.
Pas trop mal en jouant contre les Mystiques Arrest.
Oui, en effet. Ouais. coup, on va invoquer Nerva. Du coup, ce monstre Nervedo a donc un effet lorsqu'il passe au-dessus de l'extra deck. Et vu qu'il est considéré comme étant un monstre armage, et bah Nerva elle-même va convertir cet effet et va le
Nerva.
destruction sur le board adverse. Donc c'est très intéressant.
Mhm.
Aller clean le board.
Big Nerva.
Il ne pas forcément le faire, pas directement les tutos avec donc, du coup son Nervedo. Il n'était pas forcément obligé de faire l'effet de Nerva évidemment, mais voilà, c'était une explication qui était une bonne mécanique de son, je trouve. Notamment dans Doomset qui peut être un package que l'on peut rentrer.
Enfin, je pense que Petit Chien est en train de calculer l'espace parce que. Ah ouais.
Et là, du coup, on va invoquer un autre, donc du coup, qui est conseillé comme un monstre. Elf Note, c'est l'autre power patron qui lui est lié à l'archétype donc, du coup des Elf Note.
When does Archmage lock to fusions? It's the Power Patron fusion guy. It's the owl one. Archmage Power Patron.
Donc là, ça va invoquer Junora, donc du coup, sa version synchro cette fois-ci. Donc on a la version fusion, la version synchro. Et il manque évidemment l'équivalent XYZ.
While it's on the field, you get locked into fusions.
Jupiter. Et là, du coup, on a Junora sur le terrain.
C'est vraiment impressionnant parce que.
Le monstre en plus a beaucoup de statistiques. On a aussi l'effet lorsqu'il est invoqué par synchro, on peut négater toutes les autres cartes face-up sur le terrain. Donc ça, c'est plutôt relativement impressionnant. Et là, on va partir sur. Alors, ça, c'est. Alors, on est en train de voir par rapport à l'extra deck. On va partir sur un X6, donc X6 évidemment de Varudas ici. Varudas ici de Final Banger. Et donc du coup on va pouvoir aller taper cette crypteur qui est détruite directement. On va encore avoir ensuite l'attaque de Finmail ainsi que de Médus. On sent quand même le joueur Malice un petit peu pris au dépourvu par ce deck, ce qui est assez normal. Un deck assez particulier, qui n'est pas forcément très connu, on n'a pas toutes les clés en main pour... on n'a pas beaucoup vu en tout cas durant ce tournoi. Et je pense que la plupart des joueurs qui l'affrontent sont évidemment peu renseignés. Et peut-être que Petit Jean justement utilise cet atout pour prendre l'avantage sur la partie. Il n'y a plus grand chose du côté du joueur Malice. Je crois qu'il y a Varudas en plus. Pour se protéger.
C'est vraiment difficile pour Jérémy. On verra de cette carte, c'est tout.
Et on va poser deux. On va poser uniquement deux cartes sur le terrain. Alors on pense qu'il y a une piège, j'ai eu l'impression d'avoir vu un bestial. On pourrait jouer avec justement ce bistet pour aller bannir cette crypteur, tenter de jouer avec la piège qui va se cacher. On va tenter donc du coup. C'est TB11, ok. Et on va faire une H Blossom ici, et on a le Disted, et on a évidemment Varudas, il le sait très bien. Ça va être terminé directement. Une game qui a été expéditive pour le joueur Armage. Il a très bien su jouer contre son adversaire. J'avais l'impression vraiment que le Malice ne pouvait rien faire durant cette partie. C'était très particulier, je sais pas ce que t'en penses.
Non, il avait Impulse et Spark.
L'impression d'avoir vu un bestial. On pourrait jouer avec justement ce Disted pour aller bannir cette crypteur, tenter de jouer avec la piège qui va se cacher. On va tenter donc du coup. C'est TB11, ok. Et on va faire une H Blossom ici, et on a le Disted, et on a évidemment Varudas, il le sait très bien. Ça va être terminé directement. Une game qui a été expéditive pour le joueur Armage. Il a très bien su jouer contre son adversaire. J'avais l'impression vraiment que le Malice ne pouvait rien faire durant cette partie. C'était
Ok, on joue réserve de fusion. Très belle chaîne du
What did my mic be? Cool. Alright. Coolio. Yay! Why are we watching Julian again? Oh, cool, it's Steven. Playing cool. Wow, what a good matchup. Wow, what a good match! Oh, we're gonna have so much fun! Ha! Get his ass. Ghost Ogre. Hooray. Konami, you've missed a card. Konami, you have missed a card. Why is it at 1?
En effet, c'est quand même intéressant ici pour Triff. Il ne voulait pas que cette Ecclésia se résolve malgré ce call. Ça force, du coup, Triff va utiliser toute la magie juste pour le play à la base. Et on va avoir maintenant appelé Aluber pour aller chercher une carte. Donc, du coup, marquée depuis directement notre main.
Aluber.
Continuer à extend, on va réfléchir de nouveau du côté Triff, on le sait. Le deck Tune qui peut avoir beaucoup de non-engine et on va voir si on souhaite interrompre ou pas. Et on va le voir, c'est quand même assez incroyable parce que le deck Tune, il t'envoie des interactions en permanence. Et même si les interactions sont pas des interactions extrêmement puissantes, il va sur un drop, sur un shifter. Et bien,
Do we have
ça
Ash?
peut t'empêcher de développer.
Yep.
En l'occurrence ici, on va avoir la
Ashing that?
de nouveau demander à Julien d'avoir une nouvelle interaction en main afin de pouvoir extend.
I guess that makes sense, right? At this point, we don't really care about the brand diffusion nearly as much as we care about the Fallen and the Virtuous. So cutting them off of Fallen and the Virtuous is probably the best option.
Derrière aussi, il peut jouer. Normalement, ça devrait pas être trop compliqué. On va prendre High Spirit ici directement.
Ouais, Ice Spirit qui va être envoyé au cimetière, on le rappelle ici, il y a le Titanic Lad qui est présent dans le
But they still get like everything here anyway.
avoir des interruptions résiduelles. Mais du côté de Julien, on va essayer de se donner une draw supplémentaire pour tenter d'extendre.
Right,
Il y a
shuffle,
des
draw.
avec potentiellement Ice Spirit si on a un nom qui est combiné. On a également des cartes comme on a vu chez Gab.
During the end phase, they get add back, they get a summon.
En révélant un grand guignol. Voilà, ce genre d'interaction, mais on est en train ici de rentrer en une phase, je pense, du côté de Julien. Et on va pouvoir invoquer cette Quem, la sortir du deck et déclarer son effet.
We can't like Ghost Spell here.
Du coup, on va Ice Spirit de pouvoir l'utiliser. Ça peut être quelque chose encore qui. Il y a encore des choses à la phase. Vous le savez, dans le deck qui est très puissant.
They're gonna go Ecclesia. We get like Imperm here.
Également, il a Ecclesia qui va pouvoir activer son effet pour ajouter depuis le deck à la main.
I'd imagine if we have Valor, we wouldn't have used it on the, or we would have used it on the Ecclesia. Not Ecclesia. I guess this is Ecclesia, but... You get the point.
Seulement ces cartes-ci, en tout cas, Ogre, Hyper et H étaient largement suffisants pour essayer d'interrompre le board de Julien, mais il y a quand même beaucoup de ressources qui ont été récupérées. YCS en une phase, on va pouvoir du coup aller soit détruire ou invoquer spécialement.
On va détruire ici, on va détruire avec pause.
True, we need called by for the Fua losses in this format, because drawing one singular card off Fua loss is too powerful.
En effet, il faudra voir du coup si Sven peut du coup en effet combo sur le tour suivant. Il y a quand même eu pas mal d'interruptions, pas mal de cartes pour empêcher Julien d'établir sa combo, mais il a quand même réussi à instaurer un board suffisamment intéressant pour empêcher potentiellement Sven de continuer à jouer. On a cette Incredible Ecclesia en main, on a cette Fun Cicero,
Drawing one singular card, it's too powerful.
Même quand on a l'impression qu'il n'y a pas grand chose sur le terrain, il y a tout de même cette main phase 3, cette end phase, et qui va permettre en fait au deck de générer toujours plus de ressources avec ce Titanic Flag notamment, qui permet soit d'invoquer la Quem, soit ici d'invoquer la Ecclesia, qui va chercher la Fallen qui peut être active en end phase, qui va encore envoyer un monstre extra deck, et petit à petit, eh bien on commence à générer de l'avantage, on commence à générer des petites interruptions qui vont énormément ennuyer Triff sur son coup de Triff qui va avoir 3 cartes en main pour tenter de break le field, c'est possible, et on va du coup commencer directement par tuer les kills pour probablement aller chercher donc soit la couche synchro, ou alors on va chercher la overtake.
This is top 8, by the way.
Voilà, une des cartes qui est intéressante dans le deck depuis que la overtake est passée à 1, on a bien joué cette Genesis. On va donc du coup aller pouvoir chercher un des starters de notre deck ici, il va falloir quand même passer à travers de pas mal d'interruptions. On va aller chercher donc du coup cette cool tune synchro qui nous permet d'aller chercher d'autres.
Dude, it's crazy that this card can search Cool Tune Synchro.
On va normalement laisser passer tout ça et avoir la possibilité pour Triff de continuer sa combo cool tune.
What a wild ability.
Je pense qu'ici on va vouloir penser à autre chose et potentiellement la couture synchro quand on va avoir l'opportunité d'activer cette Fallen and Virtuous, mais est-ce que ça va être suffisant côté de Triff?
Do you have Droll? Droll Lockbird? No. I highly doubt there's a hand trap in that hand. Attempts to tag out. Summon Cartesia.
Et voir du coup ce que Triff maintenant va pouvoir jouer pour essayer de break tout ça. On l'a dit évidemment, prendre des qui commence contre Kultune. Déjà en 2 secondes, on a ce petit avantage potentiel pour aller break. C'est l'un des decks qui a été pris dans ce tournoi pour aller affronter Kultune. Kultune qui domine évidemment le format.
They currently don't have anything engraved. Mix!
Qui reste une inconnue dans la main de Triff. Ici on a accès à la
Mix it up.
ajouter depuis le deck à la main, on sait qu'on a accès à la pluie.
Mix it up.
Si simple que ça avec la Fallen. Faut savoir que du côté de Julien, on a l'opportunité de partir sur plusieurs lignes de play et notamment d'avoir accès à un Jade si on le souhaite, mais également de partir sur un grand Jade avec cette Cartesia. Vraiment très intéressant les différentes options qu'il possède. Et là on va le laisser.
Do we know what this is? This is Fallen in the Virtuous?
Sur le terrain, il semblerait qu'on décide d'activer cette Fallen. Oui, la Fallen qui va être
Yes, sir.
l'extra deck au cimetière.
Yes, sir.
Qui va être une interaction supplémentaire.
Send Ringbrum.
Va forcer la couture synchro à ajouter
Quick play.
une synchro en réponse. On va activer
Vanish.
ça permet de réinvoquer depuis le cimetière un Fallen of the White Dragon si jamais on souhaite.
Exactement, et là on réfléchit quand même.
Hold on. Does this send for cost?
Pixel, on prend son temps, on a du temps, on n'est pas inquiété par le time au niveau du top 8, donc vraiment on décide de faire les actions les plus rationnelles. On va invoquer donc du coup ce Fallen, on va donc du coup résoudre cette couture synchro pour aller directement
I hate it here.
cette mix pour pas qu'elle soit détruite avec cette Fallen.
Am I crazy? It does. How fun. I love sending for cost.
Effectivement, ici, Triff va devoir jouer d'une manière extrêmement précautionneuse si jamais il souhaite break ce feed, on l'a vu précédemment.
Oh yes, this thing is very
It's
stupid ass Ecclesia. Stupid fuck.
Du coup, Triff n'a pas forcément cette facilité-là avec son deck, va devoir gérer au mieux ses ressources. Ça semble quand même complexe. Ici, il va pouvoir tranquillement résoudre ça réfléchit, ça prend son temps quand même, évidemment. Et c'est important, on est quand même sur un match extrêmement important du tournoi. Le top 8, les deux joueurs ne veulent faire aucune erreur ici et ça va invoquer le
Mix.
On va chercher cette Rotary en synchronisant 2 mix pour ensuite aller invoquer Trackmaker. On a aussi cette Q en main. C'est intéressant, ils sont
Mix, Rotary, and Q. That's crazy. Attempt to pop the Cartesia. Ready, called by 2, Electric Boogaloo. Go! Wait! Oh, that card's limited. Not banned for some reason. Smile. I just realized I am still on April on my calendar. And it's been 25 days. Let me change that. Let me change that right now. It's not working, chat. Hold. Hold. There we go. We made it to May.
Kane. On voit Kane ici, il est le deuxième cool kill synchro pour tenter de faire.
Did something interesting happen? No.
Synchro up, Trackmaker qui en résolution va pouvoir déclarer son épée et bounce.
We fusion summoned. Wow, crazy.
Du coup, on a déjà fait l'effet de mix pour break les monstres, nous montrer Reiko pour les magies, mais ça ne servirait pas, on aurait clip encore une fois. On a aussi la possibilité d'aller créer peut-être Zalen et surtout d'aller bounce, comme tu disais avec ce Trackmaker, c'est d'aller utiliser le plus de ressources pour retirer le board de Julien. On va chaîner cette équipe avec plaisir pour invoquer ce Albaz qui est terrifiant.
I am hand.
D'aller créer une miroir potentiellement.
Alright.
On va aller chercher donc du coup un monstre, on va chercher un name et en résolution.
Are we searching this or are we resolving this? I wasn't paying attention. We are resolving it. Okay. With the Q to go for the big guy. Zaleen. Do we go Q already? We're thinking. Thinking!
Il a tous les atouts en main et il sait exactement quoi faire, je pense. Mais Julien également, et c'est là qu'on va voir un petit peu qui va arriver à prendre l'ascendant sur ce match. Et là, on va pouvoir résoudre, on va.
Hold on. The hell is happening?
Probablement invoquer ce Mirror Jade sur le terrain. Le Jade qui va donc arriver en position de défense, en résolution. On va pouvoir.
Oh, we changed it in response to this, I think.
D'une manière. Très réfléchi évidemment, c'est important. On est déjà à 15 minutes de game, mais encore une fois, il n'y a pas de temps. Ça prend vraiment le temps de réfléchir sur tous ces plays. C'est important. Ce Zalen qui est sur le terrain, je viens quand même beaucoup.
So the Albaz is going to resolve
ici.
to the Zaleen.
Ça me nuise, même si elles sont présentes. On va avoir Q et Trackmaker du coup.
Or to the
Et Trip qui demande évidemment au public de l'encourager. Et derrière, évidemment, il va chercher les solutions. On essaie d'aller battre évidemment ce Mirror Jade, ce Albion, ce Albaz. Il y a Zalen qui va tenter d'annuler. C'est une game compliquée, mine de rien. Les deux joueurs sont très
I think Triff has played this really well.
Effectivement, on va activer le Zalen.
Because I believe the chain link currently is 1-2 the level 4 and Q. I can't remember the level 4's name. So it's a bounce and then it's Q or in some order. Then chain link 3 is Albaz and we can go chain link 4 is Zaleen and then they can go Mirror Jade to banish. But like the Zaleen is going to resolve to negate. And they're not going to basically get anything off of this Albaz. So while they do get the Mirror Jade, we could potentially bounce the Mirror Jade, which means that they are either forced to Mirror Jade the Zaleen, which is going to be used as material for the Albaz. Oh, we just didn't activate the Zaleen. So if they do go for the Mirror Jade, which they can't yet, it's going to get bounced. Smart. Or... Hold on, what? What happened here? Oh, no, we did Mirror Jade. Yeah, okay. I got it right the first time. So we did activate the Mirror Jade. But now I think we're attempting to bounce. Yeah, we're bouncing here. Maybe? Are we not? Are we in an open game state? Did we bounce? I think we're in an open game state. Did we not activate the bounce? I'm so confused. Okay, yeah. We resolved the bounce, bouncing the Ecclesia, because the other two on field don't do anything. I think we're gonna attempt lethal here. We're gonna go Q Rotary. Rotary is going to, or sorry, Q is going to summon probably Rekko since we've already used Mix. Grab Clip. Oh! No, Q can't do that. Q can grab from Grave, not from Banish. Look at the hand. What the fuck was in that hand?
On va avoir du coup ce trackmaker du coup qui est revenu sur le terrain. On a cette Rotary qui est 5 pour refaire un trackmaker du coup. On a donc du coup l'information de la main avec Alubert, là avec les arts.
Yeah. Grab JJ, Tribute, Summon, Rekko. Back to back can get from Banish. I don't think Q can though. Okay, we did scoop it. Makes sense. Gross. Alright, Triff. I believe in you.
peut-être 6. On pourrait essayer de chercher en tout cas peut-être les cartes de side qu'on a rentrées.
Yay, Fua!
De remporter ce match malgré tout.
And Prosby.
Ici est une valeur relativement pure. On va de manière
Woof.
on veut absolument aller chercher le side ici, des cartes qui vont empêcher Julien de remporter cette game. Et on va pouvoir voir directement, on va dévoiler les cartes Rico, la Quick, un Veiler, un Fidrolis.
Ooh, Fidrolis.
Ici on n'a pas trouvé de carte de side qui aurait pu
Mm.
être game breaker, mais on a trouvé plusieurs solutions. On a des spots
I would imagine we're trying to grab.
avec Veiler et Fidrolis, et en l'occurrence c'est bel et bien l'effet Veiler qui va être choisi par Tiff. En effet, on avait beaucoup de choix.
Did I just see motherfucking Veiler added here? That's the ad?
En effet, on avait beaucoup de choix ici. On décide d'aller prendre une carte de engine. On décide de ne pas choisir des cartes pour commencer.
Holy shit, what is our hand if Veiler's the
La
ad?
main était déjà remplie de ces cartes-ci. Triff sait très bien ce qu'il fait. On a quand même le Fuvalos à affronter. Par contre, maintenant, on va commencer parce que avoir choisi ce Veiler, c'est quelque chose de
Okay, JJ Cooltoon.
On va invoquer ce
Normal mix.
évidemment invoquer mix que Rico dans les mains.
Pretty good start. I'll take it.
Des summons. Et là, effectivement, on est dans une situation assez complexe, assez tricky du côté de Triff, puisqu'on est sous la menace de ce Fuvalos qui va permettre à Julien
Mix
de
effect,
faire chaque fois
add,
un spécial.
rotary.
Le fait de prendre Veiler qui pour moi est très judicieux puisque ça va lui permettre d'avoir des interruptions dans la main sans avoir de draw supplémentaires du côté de Julien.
Add Recco.
On va pouvoir
Yeah, I guess we have the
faire
extra
un
normal
on veut faire piocher
Recco
le
effect.
Et donc, du coup, on va accumuler les bodies sur
We
le terrain.
didn't add
Le
Q.
football, on va pas forcément aller dans des arènes, etc. À moins qu'on veuille réellement faire draw Julien et qu'on veuille tout de même mettre en place le plus de conditions de victoire. C'est une situation très complexe dans laquelle il est et le choix qu'il va faire va potentiellement décider de l'issue de cette game. Après, on peut directement partir sur en effet déjà le renseignement de la main ici pour essayer de voir comment
Synchro Shokan. Into the four,
avec
draw a
évidemment
card.
Rotary. On a la draw vu que Trickmaker a été invoqué. On va pouvoir aller chercher avec Rotary
Indoor.
et c'est là qu'on va pouvoir un petit peu analyser cette partie.
Give me the hand. I'd like to look at it.
Et pour réaliser si d'abord excellent ou pas. On a donc du coup
And double stupor. Double stupor.
Malgré tout, on n'a pas forcément de quoi commencer à jouer. Alors certes, on a des power cards, mais on n'a pas forcément de quoi commencer à jouer au niveau de son engine. Donc c'est quand même une main un peu.
Oh, we also have the Fallen and the Virtuous.
Notamment avec 4 power cards.
Brother has fucking nothing.
Malheureusement, ne sert pas beaucoup en main actuelle.
Do you just pass?
n'est pas très utile ni efficace.
Just pass and be like, alright, bud, good luck. They literally have nothing here. That's crazy. That's insanity. You had a second quick play here. You had clip. Because I'm fairly certain they have rotary and Q in hand. Yeah, that's the second one.
Double quick puisqu'on a d'ores et déjà accès à JJ sur le terrain et la question c'est de savoir si on va continuer les plays ou bien. Moi je pense que la main de Julien on peut faire un
Like, we can just pass here, right? They don't have anything.
mais ça peut
I guess the second super poly could be dangerous, so maybe we don't want to do that.
Ça peut être compliqué, ça peut être vraiment intéressant pour Julien. À voir sur quoi on va partir, s'il décide d'aller faire cette Q ou pas. Du coup on va effectivement on va activer Rust. On a ce PTT qui va permettre de poser. Alors
No. Wait, no, it's banned! That card's banned! They can't dimensional barrier. Oh, I was scared there for a second. I was like, no, dimensional barrier. But they can't!
Dans son side, on a donc du coup sur la playlist. Playlist est une carte extrêmement intéressante qui va permettre de copier en effet un petit peu à la manière de Loudness War, mais au lieu de bannir le monstre qui est dans le cimetière, on va à la place de récupérer en main.
Okay, I've never read playlist. Do I need to read playlist? What the fuck does playlist do? That's the second person that's played playlist. Playlist. For the rest of the turn, you are locked into tuners. Apply the target's effect that activates when it is sent to the graveyard as synchro material and return that target to the hand. Okay, so it's basically an additional copy of, like, Q or Recco, or more specifically something like Mix or Recco, right? While also adding it back. Okay, well, that's kinda crazy. Also, Triff loves triple tactics thrust. Alright, what is the top deck here, bud? What could you possibly top deck that would get you into this game? Branded Fusion. True! And then it gets Ash anyway, and it doesn't matter. We're gonna Spark. Now, in... In Cooltoon's turn. Okay, yeah, sure. Did you draw white? Did you draw the fucking white? If you did, I will scream. Ow, goober! Ash's ass. Ash's ass. Get him. Get him, Imperm. Actually, Imperm kind of sucks here because they could just fall in the Virtuous and pop card, and then you can't really do anything. Ha! Oh, another person followed. Thanks for the follow. Hope you like it. Ash? There's no shot we let this resolve. I refuse to believe so. Veiler, Fallen, Veiler 2, Electric Boogaloo,
situation puisque cette colonne va également permettre d'envoyer un monstre depuis l'extra deck au cimetière et on le sait, ça peut aller très vite.
Imperm.
On va noter également du côté de Julien, c'est qu'on a accès à cette super police qui est excellente de manière générale contre Kultune puisque ça va mettre sous la menace de s'il y a deux bodies sur le terrain, on a la possibilité de les superpo et d'invoquer le monstre de TZ. Et puis également, si on arrive à mettre un Albaz ou un monstre qui prend le Albaz sur le terrain, ça peut aller très vite puisqu'il n'y aura pas simplement besoin d'avoir deux tuneurs sur le terrain.
We know two of the quick plays. Are we clipping?
En effet, là, du coup, là, on voyait Titanic là,
We are
du
clipping.
côté de chez Triff. Il y a une
How
carte
interesting.
du côté de peut-être le clip. Effectivement, oui, c'est le clip ici qui est activé, on va Shade. Également, Kultune.
And we are searching.
Puis son deck à sa main et tenter de faire une action synchro juste après. Très intéressant ici. Donc là, les deux joueurs ont bien visualisé où ça allait aller, comment on allait résoudre toute cette
Of course the branded player top decked like a god. Why wouldn't they have top decked like a god? I hate it here. Summon RS. Search. We still haven't played into the Super Poly. Technically. We have. They'll go... Because they just activated that, they sent the thing. Nothing grab Quam. We know two Super Poly. We also know the Retribution's in hand, so if they can Super Poly, they can get an additional guy. You know, Brandon... The fuck you branded in High Spiriting? You don't have a guy in hand. That's not a bad damage. Hold on, am I crazy? They don't have a guy with which to use the Brandon High Spirits. Right? It was Super Poly, Spark, Counter Trap, and then they topped deck the Owlbear. Okay. Oh, I see what they're doing. They're gonna add to hand, and then they're gonna brand it in High Spirits.
Sont actuellement en train de réfléchir à 100 à l'heure de chaque côté, du côté de Julien et du côté de Triff. Cette game qui est particulièrement intéressante et on le rappelle, du côté de Julien, on a accès.
We could go Zalian here.
Notamment cette super poly qui pourrait tenter de retourner
It depends on the last card in on field. We go Ooh! Clever lad! Get his ass! Put it back! Bro said, I don't need to look at your fucking hand. Put his ass back. I know you ain't got shit. That's why he's there, and I'm here. That's why Triff's in Europe. I mean, we know it's Super Poly. We know at least one Super Poly. We know a Branded in High Spirits is also likely set. Unless they're playing multiple copies of Theseus. Which is Hey, yo! Is that allowed? Bro tributed off his RS? A yo? Is there a way for us to make back-to-back with just one body on field? I don't think so, right? I don't think that's a possibility. I think we have to just hope and pray that we snipe the super polymerization. I'm fairly certain this one's going to be the Branded in High Spirits. Oh, I guess we could go Trackmaker here, right? Ooh? Move to the middle. Bro just showed his hand. He's like, man, you got it. Wait, hold on. What were those cards? This is the way he showed his hand, dude. Okay, he kept the high spirits in hand, so it's double Super Poly set. That's interesting. Okay. Way to go, Triff. Way to go, Triff. Take it home. Take it home for us with cool tunes. Effectivement, ça c'est plutôt un bon start, ça va se résoudre. Triff qui pour l'instant n'a rien comme résistance à opposer, on va aller chercher une copie de Ice Spirit, une excellente carte dans le deck Branded qui permet d'extend, qui permet d'envoyer des cartes de l'extra deck cimetière, c'est exactement ce que l'on veut avec cette stratégie en résolution, on est bon et on va directement activer cet Ice Spirit qui va passer, qui n'a pour l'instant rien à Branded High Spirits to reveal the Albaz. Bro's just like me, he drew the Albaz, but he's not like me in any capacity because he also saw this fucker. Ecclesia, Grand Guignol.
que j'apprécie énormément, qui a plusieurs utilisations et notamment dans le deck régulièrement embêter les adversaires. En effet, j'apprécie beaucoup cette carte comme tu dis, mais je pense qu'il n'y a pas que moi qui l'apprécie. Cette carte a vraiment changé le jeu, elle est vraiment impressionnante au-delà de la
Ash?
dans tous les decks, c'est vraiment impressionnant.
Bell. Oh, get his ass. That's when we use our cards. Interesting.
On ne veut pas voir cette Diable toucher le terrain et ça peut tout à fait se comprendre. En effet, et du coup, on avait des cartes de Engine dans la main de Cliff qui sont du coup H et Gospel. Il a jugé le fait de devoir les utiliser à ce moment-là, mais du coup, ça réduit, mais ça n'a pas forcément réduit les interactions possibles durant son tour en espérant
Okay.
lui évidemment une range de main assez élevée, peut-être une combinaison d'Engine et de Power Card en plus de la Belle et de la H.
I mean, they still have everything here, right? What could we possibly have? Regeki. True!
Mais il y a la deuxième Fallon, Virtus qui est posée. Ça va commencer à être un petit peu compliqué peut-être pour Cliff ici. On va pouvoir donc du coup outrepasser le problème des N-Trap. On va pouvoir reborn cette Diable sur le terrain.
Ah! Fuck! I forgot about this guy!
Elle va forcer évidemment ces cartes à être posées avant d'être activées. Et tu l'as dit.
Yay!
À quel point la carte est problématique.
Oh, my favorite. Hell yeah, dude. Rekko.
On sent que Julien sur son terrain impossible.
Starting with normal Rekko feels awful here. Yeah, out comes Mirror Jade. Set target, pop. Illusion Gate! Holy shit, we have the second normal. Here with Mix. Alright. There's plays, there's plays. Also, of course, the Frenchman is playing the stupid-ass Floodgate that you can play in Branded. Why wouldn't they be playing the stupid-ass Floodgate that you can play in Branded? Imagine Branded not being able to play a stupid-ass Floodgate. That'd be crazy. Here's RS. Why is there a Mirror Jade here? What the fuck is going on with the Mirror Jade? Oh, we're rewarning it with a poem. Okay. I'm so confused.
Oui, tout à fait. Et là, on va surtout voir que malgré le fait que Cliff se batte de toutes les manières dont il peut, on a cette solution qui va aussi, qui reste très compliqué pour lui ici. Il va jusqu'au bout de ce duel avec Eric qui a tenté de, du coup, qui a annulé du coup cette poème. C'est compliqué, mine de rien. On a cette il va jusqu'au bout.
Oh, we popped the retry.
De la détruire, elle a fait quand même énormément de travail. Ça reste effectivement dur. En fait, le dur, même si on arrive à break le fil, c'est possible. Et c'est terminé.
You hate to see it. The Frenchman won. And the Branded player won. Is that better than Cool Tune winning? Motherfucker, it's Sky Striker versus Branded? In top 4? I hate this game. I hate this metagame.
Là, voilà, effectivement, on va déclarer ces chaînes. On vérifie, on demande bien l'ordre dans lequel ça va être activé.
Hold on, wait. Who won? Who won this one? Oh, fuck me. Man, Branded won. We have another Branded finals. Ugh. At least it won't be another Branded versus Branded finals. Though I will say that's the only finals that's worth it.
Max a tellement de choses, vraiment le deck génère vraiment tellement de ressources. Et quand bien même, la main de brise est vraiment excellente, même comme ça, derrière il y a quand même encore tellement à aller affronter parce que aller tuer Julien.
Hey, Cool Tune made Hey, Cool Tune made it! Let's go! I didn't watch that match at all. Because it's like, alright, gross. Want me to watch Branded versus Sky Striker? Fraudulent deck number 1 versus probably the best deck in the game? Yeah, dude, that sounds awesome.
Aller chercher en début de tour, Julien qui accepte et qui valide. Maintenant, Brice va devoir essayer de trouver la solution pour passer à travers toutes ces interruptions. Les power cards seront évidemment intéressantes, uniquement de l'engine ça peut être un petit peu compliqué. Il y a beaucoup d'interactions côté chez Julien. On a Cartesia qui va pouvoir invoquer par fusion, on a évidemment la rétribution qui permet d'annuler certaines invocations spéciales. Exactement, on a Quen qui peut sortir certaines cartes du cimetière. On va utiliser Fallon and Virtuous. Effectivement, la Fallon qui va activer ici, qui va permettre d'envoyer le Albion. On l'a vu.
Gross.
On joue également cette carte.
I'm sorry. Hold, stop, no. Cool Tune is playing this card? Okay, if Cool Tune is playing this card, it's gotta go. Brother, what the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch this game, man. Man, what do you mean? Man, this looks like ass. No. Oh, and of course the Branded player won. Of course.
Rotary et Q, c'est vraiment ce qu'on veut, c'est vraiment par quoi on veut commencer. On va donc du coup aller invoquer cette Rotary ici. Alors c'est pas forcément tout en Rotary, on qu'on va invoquer, mais Brice ici va décider de l'invoquer pour directement partir sur
Maybe.
synchro. On va donc du coup partir sur Hitmaker pour ensuite aller faire l'effet des deux autres. Tout ça. Et c'est une main qui est très intéressante. Colby est très très fort hein, dans
Oh, cool, called by. Hell yeah, dude. Me and my homies love called by. Big fans of called by. Also, he drew every Cartesia at every moment. Imagine if a branded spell locked you into fusions or something. That'd be crazy. Whoa, yeah. Imagine if it had like a restriction on it or something, so that you couldn't generically play it.
Effectivement, le conseil du côté de Julien, on va avoir Nadir connaît d'ores et déjà la composition de la main de Julien pour tenter de remonter le board de Brice. Et maintenant, Brice va s'attacher à mettre en place le plus d'interruptions possible pour tenter de contenir les mais on n'en est pas encore là. Et effectivement, là qui est l'interaction, il va falloir qu'il se piège évidemment tout seul. En espérant pour lui que ça.
Hell yeah, counter trap, turbo. Oh, and that's the end. That's the end. Did we get a part 2? Electric Boogaloo? Nope. Nope, it just ends. Oh gee, I wonder who won. I don't care. You know what? We actually can find this out. YGL. French National Championship. Who won? Oh, actually, the Cool Tune player won. Hell yeah. Why are you here? Why is this the picture for Cool Tune? Excuse me, what the fuck do you mean? I hate it here. We're playing 2 JJ Cool Tune? Bruh. We're also playing 3 Mix 2 Recco. Why? I don't know. I guess it makes sense. I guess Remix is arguably better than RS. That's true. That's true. 2 imperms, by the way. Because we really wanted to play Fallen and the Virtuous. At 3 copies. Hell yeah. Mix searches Q. And Recco searches Clip. And they both search Rotary. And? The Magnuma probably went crazy. Yeah, you're probably right. What? Shuriken control? What? I'm so confused. Well, alright. We got one more, chat. We got the Spanish Nationals, my bad. We got the Spanish Nationals. Where we play in heaven.
Y buscar otro robo enladrado por parte de...
Visual K9! I'm sorry, what?
ese
What the
Heavy
fuck? Visual K9. Versus Mitsu?
De
Hey, yo!
yo no veo
They did not get
este
the update.
campo vaya a ser especialmente
They are playing on the previous ban list.
amenazante. Sí, decía que yo no creo que este campo sea especialmente amenazante por parte de Pablo.
Did you see the Fidrolis play today? Which one?
Tenemos como players arriba.
Más adelante tendremos opción, intentaremos, de marcar en un stream las diferentes fases.
I have seen Fidrolis played multiple times.
Sí, creo que suele ser el
Yes.
momento idóneo. Opta por también robar
I'm sorry, what the hell happened here?
Veo una mano con gotas de un triple talento táctico.
Vale, tiene una mano llena ahí.
Sí, veo que ahora pilla Javakiri. Esto es curioso porque es una niega pero no destruye, entonces si ahora enseña a Javakiri, pues negaría el efecto, pero lo dejaría en la mano y ese espejo que hemos visto que sonaba en la mano de Manuel, y ese Murakumo con esa combinación de 3 cartas podría invocar igualmente. Así que quizá esa Holy Shoe que tiene en mano
I don't know why I
es
clicked that.
el mayor activo que pueda tener actualmente para...
We summoned the Saji.
Manuel, de momento, que tiene pues, unas opciones muy prometedoras de conseguir cerrar esta ronda con un 2-0.
Because we searched the Javier Kiri.
Se escapaban como agua entre los dedos.
Now we get to go for the ritual.
Como de repente con la cuenta atacaban de golpe a la vida y bueno, pues será una sorpresa para el jugador de la light que luego consiguió cerrar la ronda.
Send to
Los también los podemos poner, caballero.
summon guy.
Vamos con la magia ritual. Andamos.
Oh, well, that's just the end of the game.
Y tú sabes,
Well, that was fun.
antes de las arenas,
That was a good match.
que es
Let's skip ahead. Oh, cool. Branded versus Cool Tune.
Se está jugando el seguir o no, pero...
Nice.
No me
no.
Sí, tiene más.
Ahora este clip ya puede hacer
Hace Monger, tendría 5
Holy shit.
y entraría la Krakow.
Sis Train.
si no me equivoco.
Sí, todas las demás piden mix, piden reco, piden...
We're playing trains? Hold on. Trains? And they won a game? Against Cool Tune? Let's fucking go.
El que va encima del canal porque le ha dado una posibilidad de ya no solo están para quitar vida, sino también darle una negación y que los trenes también puedan
Yo creo
intentar sobrevivir a
que es un poquito le da la capacidad de jugar un turno 1, o sea, de empezar tú y que no se haga el dado de decir vas y que la gente piense que juegues en país, porque al final antes era una baraja muy enfocada a ir segundo y hacer una
The thing, Blaze, the thing with Playlist is that it's a side deck card that you can search in addition to the rest of your plays without having to worry about, like, super poly. On top of that, it's something that you can thrust for. So I don't necessarily think it's an auto-include in Cool Tune, but I do think that it is a good include. Dude, going from the French Nationals and seeing a whole bunch of, like, Sky Striker and Branded to whatever the fuck is going on in Spain. Spain's based. What do I think of Genesis? It's really boring. I see no purpose in playing Genesis over playing Advanced. They did not make them unique enough. Like, why play Genesis when I could play Advanced? Or why play Genesis when I could play Edison? You know? To me, they're not... It's just not interesting enough. Oh yes, Anna Kaboom is hilarious. Bro, what the fuck is his hand? Bilateral ass hand.
Es como, bueno, pues sí que es verdad que tiene un hardware spectrum de activación, pero es lo que estamos hablando. Yo lo activo y si el amago de intentar negármelo con Tylen o con ETS, no pasa nada porque están las gotas ahí.
The thing is, Genesis either needs to be really aggressive with its pointage in order to set itself apart, or it's got to be just, I don't know. Otherwise, it's just like really boring and not really different enough from modern Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like, oh, I don't have links or pendulums. It's like, well, how much does that matter? Got around to building Green-Black Brook in the One Piece card game. I have no idea what that means. Congratulations, or I'm sorry. Whichever is more applicable. I have literally like zero experience with the One Piece card game. I love when a judge picks up one of the cards from the players and reads it. You're just like, what are you reading that one for? Because they always pick up a card where you're just like, ah, yes, the card that's been summoned 1,000,000 times thus far, and you've probably seen way too many times. Just like, nope. We immediately started with Droplet. Now we're gonna go for the search. I believe. I actually have no idea what this is. All Bandai card games play very similar? No, the Digimon one is very different.
Madre mía, esto puede acabar muy mal para Miguel. Esto lo que decía que lo que me he encontrado, sí, claro, si tuviese una trampa para que se tiene efecto, pues estaría bastante bien, pero ahora lo tiene...
Digimon also has some similarities to the other Bandai TCGs, but Digimon is like so vastly different from that of the other ones. Like it plays very differently. It has similarities, similar to how Magic the Gathering has similarities to that of any other mana-based card game. But it's so vastly different in the way that it actually utilizes the mechanics that it's like, I mean, they're basically two entirely different genres, right? It's like Magic the Gathering is nowhere near the same as Hearthstone. Yeah. You don't lose when your deck hits 0 cards. You lose if you end on a turn you hit 0 cards. Oh, so it's not like an immediately loss. So you like mill out your deck and then have like a different win condition while seeing all of your deck. That makes sense. That's interesting. That's a cool concept for mill. I think Magic the Gathering has a very similar mechanic, where it's like, because of Thassa's Oracle, if you just like mill your deck, and then summon a Thassa's Oracle, you just win the game. And I think that's really cool. I wish Yu-Gi-Oh had a mechanic like that. I don't think there's a alt win condition that's just like, oh yeah, if you just mill yourself to death,
Ahí está,
Ahí está.
ahí está, ahí está.
You do just win.
Viendo pasar el tiempo.
Entró Fraudelis.
Pero
Vidralis!
bueno, es este monstruo.
Todo el fin de semana no voy a decir bien una vez.
Does Vidralis do jack and or shit here?
Armonía.
Es como es armonía.
Pero es armonía.
Es armonía en la vida.
I have no idea what this new train does. Could not tell you.
Es que es...
Y aquí Miguel pues, encara la partida. O sea, Miguel ya prácticamente encara el empate y buscar el 1-1 y a por la victoria del siguiente.
Atentos porque aún no ha estado en normal
Cierto.
y puede pasar a...
Siempre Malón hace sus cosas.
Claro, pero va a poder tener la capacidad de hacer una acción normal, tiene ese citri,
Imagine playing KT and losing to trains.
y ahora tener su jugador en medio, pues...
Holy based.
Vamos a ver qué pasa, se invoca, se destruye, manda dos a
Solfafnir!
para poder mandar la...
Holy shit!
Pero la magia, a ver, abre dos, sí.
Trains have an Omni negate?
Porque esto, puede hacer la
Trains have a
de,
lot of things.
¿Se habrá quitado Mon? ¿No quitado por Fraudelis?
No sabemos.
But they're mostly known for FTKs. Or, OTKs.
Empieza a ver el paquete de Seifen,
Sí, cierto.
pero esto es lo que decía, que va a poder hacer la hija confiable de invocar un rango 5, pegar a un monstruo en defensa y meter un Zeus.
Here comes the
Sí,
boy.
está buscando, va a ir por la parte que estoy, no entiendo.
We love you, boy.
Puede dejar el Centurion, que está bien de ataque también.
Esto está siendo muy Glover Trotter, Esto está
Sí, sí,
siendo muy entretenida.
Federico está remando. Está remando.
And now he just gets to do the entire
Tampoco,
No,
no,
obviamente, está siendo una partida. A ver, el nivel de jugador cada vez.
Crystal Online? We just have nothing?
Ahí está. Mantener un detalle precioso,
no, vamos a ver, vemos cómo puede...
There's no way we have nothing here.
Aquí Samuel, la parte de Criston, que tuvo ese bypass de tener la magia continua limitada a uno, y eso pues le hizo pues, pasar una temporada por el desierto.
Solfador, Solfafnir.
Y el problema es que, pues...
Y ya lo 5
no, puede ser los 5K porque
Summon
puede
back
hacer
the
la- la- la-
2?
porque tiene
What are we
la-
summoning
la-
here?
el Infinite Black, pero sí que creo que ya ha
I don't know if we
estado-
can lethal here.
La alternativa, como decía, de conseguir el turno a base de...
Mostly due to Vidralis, right?
Zeus, desechar un poco la partida. Está ahí.
Can we go for the Omni?
Pues más elaborado. De momento, eso está claro como...
Train! I forgot it's trains!
A partir de lo que quieras.
Infinidad de cosas que pueden-
I lied! We're not surging the Omni! Oh, it's Regulus, never mind.
Tenemos en defensa, Zeus, luego pasa Regulus.
I thought it was
Sí,
more
ahorita
interesting.
quitamos la Omni, quitamos Remis.
Genera también esa ventaja.
Quitamos campo, que es muy importante, porque ya no tendría el campo tampoco el Keyword Toon y habitualmente nadie
No,
lleva-
we don't know the set.
Tiene una gospel en mano, si no me equivoco.
I would imagine it's quick play.
Ese recordemos que es Tristaros. Tristaros, si tiene una carta, va a poder invocar para hacer... pues va a hacer más cosas,
Sí, no va a hacer Zeus. Ya con Zeus ahí ya Zeus ya. Va a entrar directamente Regulus con el Block y Synchro,
Esto, ojo, porque ahora Tristaros va a poder disparar el efecto también. ¿No quiere hacerlo?
It's
No,
the king!
Entra clip y veremos dónde dispara clip, porque en el
Yeah.
momento en el que estamos,
There's clip.
la carta que sale aleatoriamente con la Synchro de
No,
clip.
pero creo que no tiene ninguna suma ya para hacer con clip.
Sí,
We go like clip into
tiene
kind of
una-
jack and or shit. Like we can't really do anything with clip.
Ah, claro,
Because I don't think we have another card in hand.
el que necesita
Oh, we do.
No, creo que
I don't know what it is. It looked like Driver. It always looks like Driver.
Entiende que vacía
He's
la-
always in my hand.
Creo que al final Zeus puedes hacerlo en main 2.
Y dejarlo como recurso en caso de que me quite la negación ese parte de tiro Zeus.
Exactamente. O al propio clip.
I'm sorry, how in the fuck did this guy get onto the field?
Ahí entra clip.
Oh, because we click a clicker.
Ahí está, lo vemos.
No, pero clip se queda.
Yeah, true, we click a
Ahí
clicker.
se lo ha dicho el juez.
Efectivamente.
Gran
They
juez.
did go clip. We negated.
Vemos cómo sigue la fiesta de
Trains.
Bosbel.
Tiramos la
Bell.
vela, no puede continuar. Y ahora ya pues
Just kidding, no
clip,
trains.
Viene, está confiable quizá.
logramos que sigue teniendo
Do we go
el campo.
double Isaias?
El clip puede hacer una nota.
Can we go double Isaias?
En fin, esto, recordemos que atraviesa defensa el gasto.
He's at, I don't know, like
Atraviesa defensa,
14, I think.
Ojito con eso.
I'm sorry, hold on. This has an effect? I didn't realize this had an effect. It attaches as material? Holy shit, trains.
Muy importante.
Trains! Let's go!
Material precioso que queda. Y ahí está el Zeus para buscar.
Double Isaias.
Creo que es importante. No, espérate,
Set 2!
tiene ciertas cotas, si no me equivoco.
Oh, that's Droplet.
Sí, ha descartado la-
It's Droplet and an unknown,
Brawl,
I think.
Si no me equivoco, de mano inicial.
Do we know what he
los-
drew?
Los excepcionales.
Dos Droplet
Dos Droplet y
y el.
That's crazy.
Aquí lo que pasa es que el campo le da la
Le da la continuidad. O sea, ahora puede hacer full combo otra vez igual.
acción constante de tributar, invocar.
Y sabéis.
Dude, the Spanish are so based.
Sí, pero el propio Fibralis ya es-
The French are out here playing Branded and Sky Striker and all of this boring shit. And then the Spanish are out here like, I'm gonna play trains.
Sí, pues.
Pues el campo es que atrás tenía magia, pero efecto.
Pues esa trampa es God ahora mismo.
Based.
Esa trampa ahora mismo es God porque ya te conserva Zeus. Puede hacer normal clip, pero te va a negar. Puede hacer normal clip, pero te va a negar, poniendo prácticamente.
All the Infinite tracks have that effect?
Ahora,
I didn't realize they had effects.
Pues está topeando un tren,
Va a hacer normal clip, por lo menos.
Clip!
Pero yo creo que, o sea, niega el campo directamente, no.
The motherfucking clip!
No sé si tiene otra carta en la mano.
No.
Sí, tiene una.
A ver, ese clip ya puede ser.
Hace Mouner, tendría 5. Y entraría la Craft.
Thinking,
Es la única combinación que tenéis, si no me equivoco.
Sí, todas las demás piden mix, piden reco, piden cositas, ¿no?
double Isaias the
No,
field
ni
away.
eso, porque
Holy.
lo manda todo.
Al basurero de Zeus.
Exactamente, ya hay cartas en cementerio que hacen cosas. El propio Zeus tiene 3000 de ataque. Si no me equivoco, sabe que tiene la Gospel, eso es importante. Sabe que tiene la Gospel. Eso se veía como coste, creo que no como efecto. Entonces no la paga la Gospel, voy a ver.
Y en la golpe la tirado.
What's happening?
No lo he dejado.
Ah, sí, sí, sí.
Tiene la
La
Gospel
nego con Regulus el clip y cierto.
tiene la Gospel por la obligación, porque él, por sus intentos de quitarse de encima.
Lo está intentando como puede.
¿Ah?
O sea, quiere usarlo como material, hace una poca adecuada, pero no le dejan absolutamente nada. Y bueno, pues listo. O sea, que estamos hablando de.
Mountain Slicer still waiting for his day in the sun.
Cementerio. Y pero selecciona un monstruo de cementerio y me parece
Y ahora mismo la mesa.
sí, bastante a favor.
Yo creo que Miguel está sorprendido y no se esperaba tener una ronda de victoria en ronda 11 contra un Cristrine. Miguel diciendo, el árbitro contra
Yo
un
creo
Cristrine.
que de estas barajas que la gente va a estar deseando.
De TTA veremos todos esta tarde.
Sí,
La gente de las plataformas digitales.
Solfador.
vamos a ver. cualquier caso, el
Alright,
jugador
we
que
now
haya
get
llegado al top
to...
sigue en la pomada, pero queda todavía otra ronda más. Va a tener opciones, eso
Y
sí.
lo va a matar, o sea, ahora mismo.
Wait, what?
Quedan 20 minutos de tiempo.
Sí, el tiempo de momento, si se lleva esta partida, va a ser
Tiene el
ya le ha hecho una rascadita ahí antes. Recordemos que ha pegado con el 2500
The fuck are we doing?
a Zalen, que estaba partido por la mitad, y que ha atravesado defensa una poquita, porque creo que, si no me equivoco, Remix tiene una defensa bastante.
Sí, Remix lo que es en defensa eran
Tiene
2000, ¿no?
Oh, okay. I figured out how we got here. Okay.
2000.
How comes the second one?
2000 de CEO por el que vas a poder pegar.
No, 100 que ha perdido. El Blaster tiene.
Corner.
si no me equivoco, ¿no? Sí.
Cringe.
Ojo con eso.
Y ahí pega.
Alright, well, combat. Deal a ton of damage.
Y si no sucede nada.
Es que si no me equivoco.
Can we just pass here?
Triggerar los efectos de destruir para ponerme con el Zeus.
There's no shot we can just pass here.
Para triggerar con el Zeus tiene que ser perfecto el oponente, ¿vale? Entonces, le interesa que si en algún momento se destruye las cosas.
Pasa turno, pero le tiene que dar.
We just pass.
Una madre mía, por Dios.
Santa.
Entró la pie en el mejor momento que podía entrar porque era el último recurso.
Sí que es verdad que ya pues los próximos files están en el cementerio, pero ahora va.
Ya es full combo.
Ahora
Bro.
va.
Y ojito que se le pone la partida de repente a Miguel.
Se viene
Le ha llegado la luz. Le ha llegado la luz de repente.
Se vienen cositas, diciéndole que.
Tengo-
Ojo, porque. Ay, ese gol.
¡Ay, que tenía un drone en la mano!
Droll!
Federico
Federico es muy bueno.
Get his ass!
Nada, Federico es muy bueno.
Last card droll! Let's go!
Sí, solo lleva un Zalen, ya no hay balón, no hay Zalen.
It doesn't even have cards in hand anymore.
Ojito, porque ese drone le va a dar.
You can't just pass, you get owned by Zeus.
Ese drone.
Zeus!
Por el Maker, por el
Claro.
y por lo menos subir a la mano el sincronía, subir a la mano el Zeus y que luego pues se fuera al cementerio. Claro, es que no va a tener esa opción. Es que no va a
Es que ese
tener
drone le han dado en el momento perfecto. Han robado los dos de maravilla
desde luego.
para la situación en la que estaba cada uno.
Sí, 6.
Six!
Por ese loudness
Que bueno,
que tiene es para mí un 0-3000, no va a tener ataque ya nunca.
tanquea, lo más grande.
Sí, tanquea porque por el C1
I guess we don't have
tiene
Zalian
esa
anymore,
opción
so
de
that
ganar
makes
ataque, que el
sense.
campo, como decimos, lo ha mandado el C4.
No, pues.
Pues ha puesto una defensa y que el 3 hecho contra la vida lo que
We
pueda.
don't really have a way of
La vieja formación de tortuga.
effectively dealing with this Zeus, though.
Y bueno, pues.
I think we're at a stalemate here.
2600 de ataque.
Ojo, porque no estoy
But I guess with Rotary in hand, how much does it matter? We don't have a 7, though.
Pasa. Ahí está Esqueletos pasando. Le va a pegar con.
Wait a sec.
2600 a un 2500.
Wait a sec, this does have text?
Miguel no se sabía.
Wait, I forgot it has text!
No mentiré, yo tampoco.
I have no idea what this text is. I could not tell you.
Esqueletos le.
No me acuerdo tampoco de eso, ¿no? Es un punto clave. Literalmente, ese es el punto clave de la partida. Y tenemos.
You got it.
Tenemos
Un ganador aquí en esta ronda.
un ganador en la ronda de
La verdad es que.
Wait, was that game 1? Or was that game 2? What was game 1? I do not remember watching game 1. What the fuck happened in game? Oh, he comboed. He comboed through 3 hand traps. Bascue me?
Efectivamente, solamente la niega. Esto es importante cuando las cartas son negadas pero no destruidas. Cuando te enfrentas a YouTube, porque esa condición de poder.
Hey, yo!
Y por lo tanto, a pesar de esa.
Hold on. What happened here?
A base de Cristron, spot, iba. De repente te atropella un tren con.
Y no hay más demoledor que un tren. Yo creo que.
Valor.
Vale, es scrap.
Uh-huh.
Recordemos que además bastante curiosa Miguel para ir segundo y es que.
Okay, Chris Ron. Yeah, okay. Solfafnir.
Ya no es tan diferencial una.
Warner.
Hola.
Muy bien ahí con esa mano, la piedra se bien. Jugar después.
Called by Ghost Spell!
10 años.
Yo recuerdo la baraja de inicio.
It's because he drew the called by. So it was actually only 2 hand traps that he played. Okay, that makes more sense.
Y el problema es que, pues.
And then he did the full combo.
Kicked
Kicked his
con
teeth
esos
in.
trenes, también es cierto, esto lo decimos siempre en este tipo de
Yeah,
en torneos, si se empiezan a jugar, probablemente Miguel cuando ha visto la Griptron, su mente iba solo a parar la Griptron.
Y con unos asteriscos muy grandes, el fuego que se dice. Miller sí que enseña lo que
Did Cool Toon just not draw anything? Apparently.
Apparently.
Okay. That makes a bit more sense. That's crazy. Let's go, trains. 2-0 on trains? Motherfucker 2-0 on trains! Doom's Head and Fairy Tale! Base! Unbelievably based! Let's fucking go! I'm gonna play Branded. I'm gonna play Sky Striker. I'm gonna play Cool Toon. No! Fucker, I'm playing Doom's Head and Fairy Tale. Even though Fairy Tale could suck my balls, but like, let's go, dude. Doom's Head. Doom's Head.
Tenemos el Vidolio que va a cejar el Vidolio en la escala de péndulo para poder hacer como efecto péndulo de poder destruir esta carta e invocar especial.
Also,
de
this
poder
guy-
o cementerio.
Yo, you can't see him.
O destruirla para que el turno.
This guy- That is the most dad that's ever dad. If this guy is not a father, I will be surely shocked.
Ya que todos los monstruos están en defensa. Y monstruos
Nuestra deck son de un Z, pero no son de
Sí, bueno, el único poder es el Júpiter.
I mean that in the nicest way possible. Like, that guy just looks like a dad. He's like, that guy's my dad. I'm like, yeah, of course.
Entonces, vamos a ver porque esto
Ahí tenemos el modelo
Fuck.
Z, modelo de poder. Muy curioso lo que han hecho este año con todo lo relacionado con modelo de poder.
That's all. Thank you for coming to my TED
marrón,
Talk.
es totalmente marrón por parte de Juanma, que vemos que
The French really did play into our expectations, tragically.
Pero más allá de eso, tiene cartas que no quiere probar, que no quiere
Is there any support I'm waiting for Master Duel?
que haga la aparición cuando-
Clown
porque pueden hacer
Crew.
entonces, pues, por así decirlo, te ocupa un slot de algo que está
El lore de la magia al final es, por un lado, la magia, modelo de poder, un Z, que
Give
se-
me
no,
the
no, no,
clown
no, no, ya, la
crew.
descripción de cómo se articula el lore, los combates entre ellos y tal, pero se trata de que se menciona y parece un lore muy bonito artísticamente.
Por ejemplo, tienen versiones de
Orcus,
cartas
Despia,
de
Doom's
Máquinas,
Ed.
eso,
Woo!
medios el puro es el eje
el
central.
eje central como si fuera visas.
Visas, ha habido albas de diferentes cartas que han ido pasando un multiverso, ¿no?
What's the bad guy in
La
White
conoce,
Force?
porque la conoce,
Or
la ha visto en
Azamina?
cómic, exactamente.
Azamina?
Y vamos a ver cuál
Nah,
es
nobody
el
likes
que va a
Azamina.
invocar esa luna y que Luna le pongamos lo abajo.
Nobody likes
De momento son los
Cash Tira.
Once Upon a Time of
Tier
Fire.
Element was technically the good guys in that situation.
Y alguien invoca, a Luna. Ojo, porque esto lo que decíamos es que Luna, esa evolución debería ser muy efectiva.
They
porque
just
da
got their
triple
manga
de cosas,
shots.
Pero justo del modelo de poder nivel 1.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty much.
Y esto te tienes que ver si.
They do kind of look like mug shots, ain't that funny?
Ah, vale, está diciendo
I don't know,
que le
nah.
el nombre a,
Sí,
This
la
one
reina
looks
de los cuentos de las hadas.
exactamente, al príncipe de las hadas.
Príncipe de las hadas.
Ojo, porque esa evolución es interesantísima. La ha hecho con la fusión de nivel 4, no ha gastado el campo todavía. Así que, bueno, pues es curioso.
They don't.
el-
They also don't
el-
have
la-
the
la-
third
las nieves, la snow.
or fourth or however many whatever XZ it is that the canines are missing. The one that nukes the field. Which I will say, I'm not opposed to. I'm not opposed to that one just not existing.
El segundo juego posiblemente con 20 25
Sí, sí,
segundos.
mucho en esa partida.
Así que esto puede ser letal para ambos jugadores.
Efectivamente, Juanma tiene la versión controlada y aquí la único que puedes hacer es siendo safe Fishman, decir, voy a intentar perder esta partida o vamos a intentar ir a la segunda para. Ahí tenemos TTT.
Aquí esto creo que va a forzar la omninegación. Ahí la vemos. Niega a retirarse. Se coloca de nuevo.
Kaimitachi,
El
that
bucle
one.
infinito que tiene. Sigue teniendo Drastea. Va a poder hacer cosas.
Chat, I'm out of water.
En el stream. Solo os pido que le deis me gusta al stream. No ganamos nada. Ayuda por los números, ¿vale?
I must obtain more water.
¿Qué esperáis que llegue a la-
Debel did many crimes too, and Flumberg only fought her in self-defense. Counterpoint,
Es un
Kashtira.
jugador, italiano afincado en Alicante.
Kashtira is the villains.
Viejo conocido
Also,
en la comunidad.
the other guy whose name I literally can't remember because it's like 2 pendulum cards that no one gave a shit about. We're technically the bad guys for Vsauce.
Y podrán llevar a mano un invocar especial, un Doomzeta del deck.
Mana Diem were the
Recordemos
good guys.
que, tiene esa irrupción en cementerio todavía. La que va a
Along
hacer,
with Tyr.
saca la cuento, y,
So,
a-
but no one liked Vsauce,
la va a
so.
poder hacer en cualquier momento. Y una vez que nos despedimos, esto es lo que estamos comentando.
Data,
básicamente,
thank you.
le niega el
We'll be right
efecto
back.
del nombre, le cambia el nombre a el príncipe de las hadas, que es el mismo nombre que tiene el Jupereto actualmente. A no ser que ahora. Ojo con esto, porque ahora hemos tenido Drastea en mano, pero lo único que va a poder negar, o sea, de destruir, para meter Drastea, es esa magia, porque ninguno de los dos tiene de campo.
Uno de los dos son un Doomzeta, ¿no?
Y recordemos a efectos de tiempo que la única carta que va a poder atacar este turno son las cartas modelo de poder.
Ok,
Y que recordemos también, el turno siguiente, los monstruos con la cuento van a poder atacar directamente.
aquí tiene el campo.
Esto mientras tenga campo totalmente. Esto es una carta que ayer pasaba, esa línea en la carta podía pasar desapercibida. De hecho, Omar con una light no la leyó. Y
No, pero
lo
se
pagó
le
caro.
puso la garganta fina, ¿eh?
Lo pagó caro, tanto que luego pues, tuvo que ir a Game 3 por eso. Y bueno, de momento, Juanma que tiene ya sustituciones más la de reglamento. Pues, ojo a esto, porque es lo que decía, que puede destruir el monstruo equipado.
Sí.
Esa parte del combo normalmente no se usa porque tú no haces porque no hay cartas del rival. Se equipa un monstruo tuyo, eliges no destruir, pero con esto pues sí que va a poder destruir ese monstruo. Curioso que haya decidido seleccionar la Weaver. Aquí parece que está haciendo el efecto.
Quedan 28 minutos. Y espero que se acuerden de que no pueden pegar con esos bichos.
Sí, si no se lo grabamos no recuerdos. Nos está haciendo el efecto de la Snow.
Para revivir.
Eso ha sido muy inteligente porque le quita la magia de equipo del campo.
Sí, porque sí, Ignition.
Exactamente. No solamente eso, sino que ahora pues, va a poder seguir retirando cosas. No se va a destruir, que va a poder poner por abajo una carta. La pregunta es, ¿va a querer poner por abajo una carta Juanma? Digo por el tema de que son príncipes de las hadas. Vale, pues sí, dice que le pone a el ara de boca abajo. Y antes decíais que esto iba a durar posiblemente hasta el minuto 25, es posible que se haga incluso más
Sí,
para la
según lo
Game
que
3.
veas ahí.
Bueno,
ahí.
ataca, no obstante, pues no voy a por la batalla. Espera un segundo.
No, no puede pegar, ¿no? No puede pegar. Claro, estamos en lo que comentábamos. Esperaba que se dieran cuenta de que no iban a poder pegar. Ha ido Javi volando como la espuma a avisarles de que efectivamente no puede declarar ataque con este Cupredo, la máquina. ¿Todo bien?
Efectivamente, se han remarcado que solamente voy a atacar las cartas modelo de poder y es un príncipe de las hadas. Esto lo que comentaba, ¿no? De que no se cambia el nombre, por lo tanto, recoge.
Vale, vamos
Bueno,
a
pues, curioso esto, curiosísimo esto, Alejandro. Juanma ha controlado de una manera excepcional las cartas. Creo que Sai tenía cómo jugar, así lo ha hecho, ha usado hasta el talento típico táctico, y ahora la cosa va a cambiar bastante, porque Juanma tiene cartas que son muy buenas en el banquillo, pero sí que es verdad que son muy buenas cuando vas primero. Entonces,
Hombre, seguimos contando con esa puerta de la ilusión, ¿no?
esa Illusion Gate, también el plumero es muy bueno, llega un momento, la Stone.
Incluso, no sé si la purula hasta qué punto le puede afectar a la Doomzeta, pero sí que invoca varias cosas de la mano.
De mano en principio te va a
¿La
invocar
Drastea?
la norma que haga de Lara y Drastea, la especial, y o sea, la norma summon y el Lara y Drastea, sí.
Y el Drastea, que lo suele invocar de mano destruyendo.
Sí, pues sí,
Y luego depende si quiere ir al combo completo del Regulus, exacto. Lo cual viene Regulus y luego en Drastea, aparte de Regulus, le puede dar 3 cartas, según si quiere darle esas 3 cartas haciendo full combo.
¿Vale?
No hay Nibiru por parte de
No, aquí.
Juanma, no hay Nibiru.
El tema está en que, fíjate, Shai opta por la acusación solemne.
Sí, me parece muy buena y no hemos visto ninguna en todo el
Y
día.
la acusación solemne, atento, porque si le niega cartas como la magia de equipo, que tiene que negarla con la tira de tema, ¿no?
Sí.
O el campo, puede ser interesante a efectos de cohibir la jugada, ¿no? Por parte de Juanma, yo creo que tiene que ser muy inteligente ahora y tener claro que si esta partida se alarga un poquito y Shai sale de full
Tiene que
combo,
volver a iniciar Juanma la
sí,
partida.
tiene que decir, mira, déjame jugar a mí, que te meto todo mi paquete de Going First y a ver qué pasa.
Eso suena muy feo, Javi, perdona.
Sí, sí, pero bueno, cartas como por ejemplo, mira, Juanma lleva una carta que es brutal en este meta, bajo mi juicio, que es la prisión Grisai.
Sí.
Si metes un funcionado,
Okay, I'm back.
ritual y la activas durante 2 turnos, hasta el final del turno de tu oponente.
Who won?
Tu rival no puede
I wasn't paying attention.
Turulia.
Pues decíamos, vamos a pasar la partida.
Encantado, sí.
Pues tienes efecto más Blossom, ojo con eso. Mira, vemos
Fairy Tail. Yeah, that makes sense.
Y creo que también hay una Tust.
sí, parece
They
que-
actually
no,
gotta play the game.
Es la Tust de la de Trigada.
sí, parece
Sí,
que sí.
Más Luna.
Vamos a ver, empieza de Lara y eso es duro para Juanma. El Lara es one card full combo.
Do you know what's confusing to me? So, in the most recent
Encima del Exit, ponemos perfecto para invocar al siguiente encima. Vamos a invocar a este.
selection pack, they give us the new Art Mage,
Buscamos incursiones, ya podemos activar incursiones. Partimos
but they didn't give us the new
Dispara efecto, de ahí la
Doomsday,
añadir a la
la
mano
fiesta.
el Drastea,
right? And I kind of understand, like, oh, we don't want to give the new Doomsday stuff with the,
del Júpiter en el campo.
without the Power Patrons, like, maybe we want to give it with Power Patrons, but, like, Elf Note got its new support in Reina,
El campo que monte, con 22 minutos en el crono.
but we didn't get Griflario for
Ahí tiene que hacer su combo. El tema es en qué punto le interrumpe.
Doomsday?
Vamos a
Why do we hate Doomsday? What happened to Doomsday?
Snow, si no me equivoco, lo que tiene también es la Genia. Sí, ahí se ve. Tiene combo.
I don't know.
Pero tiene que intentar,
Very frustrating. There were like 2 cards we were missing from Doomsday, both of which were very impactful, but they were like, nah, fuck you. You don't get that shit. Like, man, that's lame. Very silly. It's because they hate Doomsday. Yeah, I know. Why? Why though? It's an archetype centered around the lore. Don't you love that shit? Just like you love Branded? Is that a Harpy's Feather Duster in the opponent's hand? I hate it here. Harpy's Feather Duster! I think it's Harpy's Feather Duster and Thrust. To be fair, this is maybe one of the lamest things that Doomsday does, which is like multiple Omni Negate board, but yet it's still more interesting than the pure Power Patron with like Amorphage, Sloth, and shit.
Porque si el top deck es algo rollo. Que se iba a decir Corona, a lo mejor, porque Super Poli aquí no te vale para nada. Cada X y Z de su padre y de su madre. Entonces, tienes máquina tierra, tienes Wind, oscuridad, tienes máquina viento. No,
You are pretty much
ayer veíamos
correct.
cómo se puede salgas para no subir la mano.
Sumi.
Que se nadie se lee.
That is basically what happened.
Es que no lleva gotas.
Vsauce split. I don't know if it was necessarily due to Veda, but he was split from his like
A ver qué
identities,
sucede.
I guess, for lack of a better
Y que verdad
term.
que hemos empezado en apenas 7 minutos, está la partida ya encauzada.
So he had to go around collecting all of his
Digo,
like
Juanma, quemado mentalmente, ¿eh? Porque ha terminado la parte anterior y justo la mandada a la
negative emotions.
El engine de la
Es la
Or what have you.
Es la
Rillona.
Listos, son listos. Bueno, esto lo que decía.
Vale, luego, ¿no?
Empieza a
And then beat the shit out of
el
Vida.
Trus, y ese Trus se verá topado con que no puede añadir porque la trampa. Ah, pues, a ver, ojo, ojo.
Ahí está, vale, ok.
Fuck is this? Oh, it's Thrust. It's the new artwork for Thrust.
Poder colocar si
Lo que
puede.
puede.
Una para este turno, ¿no?
No.
¿Te imaginas que la deja colocando una Heavenly? Que no valía para nada, pero me haría gracia.
Esto lo que comentaba.
Oh, that's what it
Unos
was.
muy dignos 10
He threw him into the
es
past.
Alejandro.
Y viene el tutorial de...
¿Cómo tú
Bro saw Thrust get negated and was like, yeah, you got it, bud. Yeah, you got it, bud. It's all for you.
Que no valía para nada, pero me haría gracia.
Yeah, you got it.
Ah, quedan unos muy dignos 17
Or he got
minutos
drolled, I guess.
Y viene el tutorial de...
¿Cómo tutorial? No sé.
Viene
Pero
el tutorial de Juanma.
Your other story is
viendo la lista,
based,
es que
it
igual
was
es
far past where
bajo
Vsauce
una
ended.
porque tiene
Yeah, but Vsauce is not
toolbox de-
A ver, aquí, Javi, hay un problema.
technically the
Se
same.
intenta hacer el combo tutorial completo, Juanma, y no consigue matar.
So the
a Dios,
Vsauce
para
story
matar a
ends.
Dios. Entonces, quizás la opción que dices tú de dejo colocar las trampas.
After
voy
beating
a
the
un
shit
portal
out of Veda.
Fácil, pero para cortarte a ti rápido en tu turno y que pueda volver rápido y al mío, no sé.
But that also does mean that there is a possibility for that lore to continue, which would be a travesty for everyone involved, because that gave us
Normalmente los que son un
Kashira,
portal, destruye esto y si
which
destruyes
we
esto,
all
por este efecto haces lo otro.
big
No todas
fans.
cumplen ese de-
We're all
ese
big
efecto,
fans of
ese
Kashira.
efecto tal.
and Manadium, which we're also
Por ejemplo, la cuestión
all big
mira,
fans
ya
of.
no destruye.
Ah, pues
Eso
mejor.
es importante, lo que no es gratis. Y también creo que solo en warning, si te quitas de en medio, por ejemplo, el Glafario, pues sí que la Glafario se destruye donde sea, un segundo. Vale,
It also gave us Scareclaw, which was a deck
sí, de hecho, Glafario si se destruye sea donde sea.
that I think everyone
Si
just
tiene
forgot.
una también dice, perfecto. Bueno,
Pues es explicar un rabillo.
Honestly, Scareclaw is maybe one of the most forgettable decks of
otro
all
lado,
time. Like, that is-
deja que el rival no pueda hacer- ojo, porque si
If you look up forgettable in the Yu-Gi-Oh library, it's Scareclaw.
Hay X acumulados.
Brother, I totally forgot that deck existed. Nib!
No lleva Link
The Rock!
¿no?
Eso cambia las cosas, Alejandro, y no te imaginas cómo las cambia, ¿eh? No te imaginas cómo las cambia,
No hay
porque
suficientes para que vuelva las notas bien.
no va a poder... No, pero,
Una cosa de mano, pero...
pero el tema es que no va a controlar un monstruo de fusión
Ya,
al final de su turno, y eso es muy duro.
incluyemos-
Oh, Vsauce didn't win?
No.
That's even
Vamos a
funnier.
ir tributados, pero tribut
Hell yeah, let's go,
Es que es
Vita.
un
No. Es especial. El total es un monstruo especial.
What the
Y-
hell
y
ass
libros
token
como-
is
como-
this?
Es especial, summon tributando. Esto vamos a ver.
Just
La genia,
Guy and Guy 2. Electric Boogaloo.
pues...
Alright.
De momento, ojo, porque tiene Artemis. A ver hasta dónde puede seguir escalando. Va a poder seguir escalando, Alejandro, va a poder seguir escalando. El token no se puede retirar. eso es-
Scareclaw truly was a deck of all time,
Eso
wasn't
es
it?
muy importante, saber que ese token no se puede retirar. Sí que va a poder llegar a la fusión ahora a través del motor Magistus. Recordemos que ese Magistus, mira, tira la mano. Decía que ese Endymion va a poder equiparse ahora a
Book his ass.
la propia Artemis. Artemis va a poder buscar a...
Scareclaw was good for a day and a half? When?
Spenta podrá añadir al amigo...
Brother, Scareclaw came out and it was already power crept. It power crept itself.
O con el este, pero el token también se puede hacer.
Like, as it turns out, I actually don't want to be good.
Posiblemente la mejor carta que vas a tener para poder tirar tranquilo. Opta por la otra opción. Opta por la otra opción. Sigue siendo válida. Insisto, solo con controlar un monstruo de fusión.
The thing is, Scareclaw could have been interesting.
Eso es importante, Alejandro, porque Doomfeta tiene capacidad de hacerte
En el japonés.
If they did
bueno, vamos a ir.
something entirely different
Tiene
and
otro
just
monstruo de fusión
didn't
ahora.
do
10
Scareclaw.
minutos en el trono, Alejandro.
If it just wasn't Scareclaw, it'd be
Porque eso
interesting.
es durísimo. Es durísimo. Tiene que
Seteada, seteada.
Sí.
Every time I played against it, the player was the protagonist and I opened a custom hand.
Tengo Sinan, ¿no?
That
Chorozo no
that
ataque,
did
si no recuerdo mal.
seem to happen.
Chorozo es cantante para empezar.
Sinan, sí.
Debe ser. Cuando hemos un ataque, puede ser. Ahí estamos. El ladrado.
Ladrao, ya lo tienes.
Esto, como decía, hasta el final del siguiente turno. Y esa carta es buenísima. Es una carta que en este formato destruye de manera.
If they announced new Vsauce support and it was only for Scareclaw, I wouldn't be upset because that's the archetype that needs it. Like, Manadium technically functions. It's like, that doesn't really need it. Tear Element is...
Lo tiene de cara.
Veta's not real. It can't hurt you. And Kashtira is one of the worst decks of all time.
Del mazo.
So, like, if you are going to give support to an archetype from that era, like, yeah, it should probably be... Dude, motherfucker just get rolled?
Madre mía,
He got
Juana.
rolled. Roll his ass!
Muy bien planteado.
It should be Scareclaw.
Tiene el combo que genera ese Zoroa junto con el.
Dude, imagine if Scareclaw was
Vale,
Cybers.
se lo destruye.
Imagine if they made Scareclaw Cybers.
Es la primera fruit que vemos en todo el stream,
And we just had to deal with another Cybers format after another Cybers format and then another Cybers format. And we all
Chorozo
cried.
tiene el ataque, la puede pero quedan 7 minutos en el crono.
Por la Grilled Prison, ¿no?
Grisile Prison es una carta que tiene bastante tiempo.
It'd be like Scareclaw. To be fair, if Scareclaw was Cybers, it probably would have been capable of competing with Tier. We probably wouldn't have had Tier 0 tier limit. Which would have sucked.
13 años, este año 2013. Es que su última edición de Fusion Enforcers.
And we all would have cried.
O sea que, poquita broma con eso. Bueno, pues, no puede hacer XZ. No tiene nada que no sea de esta deck, digo, invocable, que no sea ese caballero mecánico. Y no solamente va a ser ahora, recordemos, va a ser ahora y el turno que viene. Turno que viene también, Alejandro, es demoledor. Tiene la cuenta, tiene la capacidad de, con la Jenny de devolver cosas. Veremos.
The Rock.
Si va a devolver a la mano
He's back.
el enemigo cuando ataque, porque puede hacerlo también.
Too bad The Rock is level 11.
O si lo va a
Could you imagine if he was level 10?
Te lo está diciendo que pueden caer el ataque. Se suma su ataque hasta el final del turno, no tendrán segundo de vuelta. 6 minutos en el crono. Bueno, es la Grisile
Did we
Prison,
just
es lo que-
bounce the Nibiru?
Y eso es lo que decía.
Aún está haciendo cosas,
Sí,
sí,
pero bueno, pero eso es lo que estaba comentando, que da igual porque en su turno tampoco lo va a poder hacer. Tampoco lo va a poder hacer, Alejandro, esa magia que recordemos, de que está el monstruo máquina equipado, pero XZ.
Gana que la versión no puede
Pero
atacar.
es un XZ, ahora no vale.
Claro.
No sé si a lo mejor. ¿Qué ha pasado ahí?
I'm scared.
¿Cómo? Con la destrucción. Vale,
Chat, I'm scared.
mira, porque
I think we just
forma,
put the
ahora,
Nibiru
la
back
vida,
into
la
the
vida,
hand.
tiene que aguantar 2 turnos. Porque recordemos,
Off of
en su
the
turno, si
Chorozo
lo hace rápido,
effect.
no puede hacer XZ. Pero no sé si. Tengo que mirar si eso se considera invocación XZ o si simplemente es invocación especial.
Imagine getting nibbed and then putting it back into the opponent's hand.
Confío en que Juana que lo tiene muy de cara. Está mirando que efectivamente no puede hacer exit.
No, pero.
Like, yeah, do it again.
Exit, sí.
Do it again, I dare you.
No se considera exit. A ver, sí, porque ojo, porque eso es muy bueno también.
No se lo da. El evento se lo da
Medius
por un
tried
punto
to beat
de
Vsauce on a mid-off.
Vale, entonces por eso hemos seleccionado.
True.
Va a poder hacer.
Quiere voltear boca abajo, ¿no?
Sí. Va a poder directo, recordemos.
The problem is that at the very least,
No puede invocar el Júpiter, el exit no.
the Archmage lore, well, while the lore itself isn't necessarily interesting,
La Grisile Prison. No puede invocar.
The
atento a esto, ¿vale? Gana la
decks
norma
are,
le falta un poquito de daño
like,
todavía.
Elf Note, interesting.
Le falta un poquito de
Doomsday,
daño todavía.
interesting.
Tiene que ganar directo solamente por la
Archmage even,
Nos
interesting.
Pregunta, Adri, que no está invocando. El invocar por exit, por los efectos de los propios Doomzeta,
Sí.
entraría o no entraría dentro del ruling con la Grisile Prison.
¿Cómo?
Se considera igualmente invocar por exit.
Claro, un segundo porque creo que está haciendo doble warning por intentar seleccionar dos veces al monstruo. ¿Sabes?
It's so funny how often you will see the Spaniards just like pointing.
Vale.
They're like using their whole hands to point. They're like this is what's happening. I'm pointing at the thing.
Se trata como una razón para decir que no cuando-
Whereas a lot of times, a lot of other players don't do that.
Creo que los nervios le han traicionado.
Like, they won't
Minutos.
touch the cards, they won't point at them. They'll just be like saying things. It's very interesting dynamic.
Explicando un poquito lo que pasa. Y el problema es que ha intentado poner boca abajo.
Like, I've noticed that a lot watching the specifically the Spaniard one.
La misma tipología.
Or the Spanish one, I should say.
Que no está claro. Al final hay que entender un segundo que
Was that Trap in the Grave? No idea. Couldn't tell you.
Puede ser que no le haya explicado la carta correctamente, por eso está empezando a leer.
I think it's the fairy tale trap.
Sí, ok.
Which one?
Cuando tú intentas, claro, puede ser que lo derrotas.
That
en función de- bueno, no, o no, puede que le pongan...
Is this a double loss? They have a 2
Sí, el
minutes
problema es
left.
que si ya intentas hacerlo anteriormente, ya
This
te
feels
toca
like a
el
double
ya pasamos
loss.
directamente con Game 2 o Match 2, pues ahí ya sería... Bueno, pues otra decisión, evidentemente. En cualquier caso, Juana, que tiene ahora mismo la partida bastante de cara, después de haber hecho la Side Depletion, después de tener el campo pudiendo pegar directo con todos los monstruos que sean Fairy Tail. Parece que van a intentar volver,
Keep it up.
independientemente. ¿Qué han dicho?
Vale, esto es importante. Lo que está sucediendo, lo clave es que.
They probably got extra time here from the
Por lo
judges.
tanto, no es una carta de un Z y la magia del equipo
Given
no
the fact
le da
that this
efecto,
looks like a
¿verdad?
judge call.
Van a tener una extensión. Ese era el key de la cuestión, y es que al haber cambiado el nombre, pues no se.
No se usa un Z, se lo puedes equipar como cualquier carta de equipo, pero no va a ganar el efecto.
Claro.
Y por tanto sí se puede voltear.
Exactamente. Lo que está diciendo es que, efectivamente, aquí es lo que estaban explicándole, ¿vale? Que si al declarar ese efecto no lo resuelta.
Sometimes you just gotta point with your middle finger and be like, this one. I do that all the time. I had a grandpa, so my grandpa was missing like part of his finger, right? And so he would legit point, because like all the way down to his knuckle was just like gone. His first knuckle. On his dominant hand pointer finger. So he would legit just point with his middle finger. Because like this is as far as the other finger would go. It's just like easier for him to point with that. I was like, why does he do that? And then one day I finally noticed, when I was like 8 or something like that, I finally noticed, holy shit, he's missing part of his finger. I didn't think that, but I was like, oh my gosh, my grandpa's just missing part of his finger. That's why he points like that. Because the whole time I was like, why is he doing that? It's so weird. Like, why is he pointing with his middle finger? Like, you shouldn't use your middle finger. That's like bad.
Pueden causar doble 2. Todavía no nos han dicho de cuánto se toma extensión.
And I was like, wait, he's missing part of his finger. Holy crap! I never figured out why. My grandpa died like 2 years ago. I still never knew why. The nib came back! There's no way! There's no way this...
Constantemente,
Dude,
danos un minuto, chicos.
Juanma, clean it up, bud.
Delante, que se estarán dando cuenta
Like,
mismo de que
let's...
efectivamente no sé
Come on, you
cuántas-
knew about the rock!
¿De cuántas han hecho? ¿De 4 o 5? Son 4 todavía.
What do I think about hand look
En
support?
cualquier caso, tenemos los que
I
son
don't care.
nervios. Sai, por ejemplo, me comentaba, oye, yo quiero salir en stream, tal, igual, vamos a sacarte. Puede que sea su primer stream. Juanma no, Juanma...
I understand some people don't like it,
posible
but
que Sai sea su
I
primero.
think
Y
it's
al
fine.
final siempre es normal que tengamos un poco más de
I
nervios
think it's pretty cool.
cuando salimos en pantalla. Entonces, no pasa nada. Han devuelto Nibiru, ¿verdad? ¿O siguen?
estaban
¿Van 4?
diciendo-
Me dicen en Steam.
Estamos viendo la suma de resumos, estamos contándola. Cualquier problema es que, bueno, pues la doble invocación que se genera cuando sube la mano y vuelve a bajar, etcétera, pues genera un poco de confusión. Pero claro, estamos hablando de que eran esas las cartas que estaban actualmente, Chorro ya estaba en campo, entonces son 4. Así que, bueno, pues están repasando el stream para ver
Bro,
las
they
respuestas,
are
los jueces,
talking.
los jueces principales en este momento. No, para reparar, ya que estaba aquí antes con la puerta anterior, pues están repasándolo. Porque recordemos esto pues es otro warning, tienen que revisar si tiene alguna...
I recited a whole hero arc.
después de que lo tenga, pues...
Bueno,
True.
chicos, recordad que esta es la ronda número 12 y enseguida pasaremos.
I love putting the rock back in the hand and then losing to it again.
Son las 4 cartas que he invocado. Y Luna.
I'm sorry, that's so funny. I love getting rocked once
Bueno, van a tener obviamente time extension.
and then putting it back in hand and then playing into it again.
Antes de estar ganado 11 minutos de extensión.
Es normal, al final cuando surgen dudas son cartas
It's
que son
so
menores,
funny.
en el idioma y no tienen el poder de las cartas en español, pues se retrasan las cosas, siempre cuando hay una pil.
Oh.
Suele haber, en este caso, pues, time extension, y lo que está sucediendo aquí ahora.
Just like, ah, shit, there goes my board.
Eso es lo que,
Well,
estamos
anyway,
viendo ahora, que construir la jugada.
now it's gone,
Esto
out of
está ahí,
sight, out of
esto es el
mind.
main, porque esto va a llegar al final de la main phase. ¿Vale?
And then it's like rock 2 electric boogaloo, bud. Hold on, did he not play into the rock? Never mind, hold on. Maybe we did not play into the rock.
Como la anterior. Van a quitar todos esos puntos de vida. Tiene time extension, recordemos, su siguiente turno tampoco va a poder hacer X y Z.
I lied, he didn't. He did figure it out.
Pero como el efecto es quick, pues lo va a poder tirar en
I think that's summon number 4.
De momento, como poco va a poder tirar el cementerio de cosas.
Apparently, we're all just bad at counting.
Ahí con ese montón de ataque. Lo va a ser curioso. Vamos a chequear cuánto time extension tienen. Ahora nos lo dirán. Sí. Vale, aquí es lo que decíamos. Metes la ficha en Nibiru. Y
Oh, nope, just kidding.
va a meter la respuesta también.
There's rock.
Se lo equipa.
Equip.
Se queda, no, retira 7 para poder setear también ahora la magia de juego rápido. Y creo que aquí es.
This been 2?
Tiene que ser consciente de que le queda poquito tiempo, de que no va a poder hacer mucho más.
I have no idea.
Porque encima recordemos está bajo el efecto de la risa y Prison está dentro de la cárcel.
And that's time in the...
Activa,
What the fuck?
le permite invocar.
And that's time in the
Le va a
round.
permitir añadir. Perdón, le va a permitir bufear cosas, perdón. Cambio de
Yo creo
Z.
que ¿estás seguro de que todavía no puede hacer?
Holy shit, we still have like full combo.
Claro, se la activa en su turno.
Claro,
Ha vuelto.
Wait, what?
Siguiente turno.
O sea, yo la activo hasta el final de mi siguiente
Si te
turno.
la activo yo, a ti igual en tu turno, pasas ese turno y es hasta el final del siguiente turno que juegues.
Holy shit, the game continues.
Esto para barajas como Doom Z o como la...
Not Nib 1, but Nib 2. Electric Boogaloo, and we still go.
Tremendamente buena. Bueno, aquí está subiendo la mano. Esto es lo que comentábamos antes.
Que no sabemos cuánto time extension tenemos.
Está pasando con las teas, que las teas diferentes.
Did Dooms add one?
Está pasando ahora con la estea. Continuamos, no os preocupéis.
The fuck did I just say?
En cualquier caso, me da un
Did
poco de
Doomsy
rabia
win?
que la ronda número 12, la última,
There we
acabamos
go.
un poco malentendidos. Sé perfectamente que seguramente sea un poco en
Did
relación
Doomsy
con el
win?
tema y que al final son muchísimas cartas y muchísimos efectos que se
Did
activan
win?
y que hay que tener en cuenta.
Did I win?
Y todavía le está diciendo que seguramente no haya entendido bien, pues como no haya
The
entendido
fuck is this trap?
bien. La
Is that an altar?
está abajo ella.
What is this?
Sí, sí. una
Dude, that is a horrifying trap card. What is happening?
partida,
what
una
it-
partida rarita. Esta
Ooh,
última.
what?
Nosotros hemos tenido
Huh?
cosas increíbles,
Huh?
muy bonitas, muy divertidas a lo largo de todo el
Huh?
de todo este fin de semana.
Pull it up. Hold on. It's playlist. No. Filter, not released. Trap cards. It's not a Dominus, right? No. It's Royal Oppression. Did I miss it? Also, oh, this is a crazy artwork. Did I miss it? I might have missed it. Is it in Master Duel? I figured it was one we didn't have. Do we have it? Huh? Which one? I'm sorry, what the fuck is this? Future will face a monster that was tribute, ritual, or fusion summon. Till the end of your opponent's next turn, either player can synchro or Xyz summon. Synchro and Xyz monsters cannot attack, also their effects are negated. What? That's a card of all time, what the fuck?
Y las que nos quedan todavía, porque recordad que nos queda toda la final. Pero sí que es cierto que estas se están rascando y se está yendo demasiado tiempo, por el motivo que sea. Para entender dónde está, no considero que haga falta 3 cargas universitarias, es un mazo super lineal. Parto, invoco, el que invoco me añade magia, con la magia parto otro, me invoco un bicho.
What is
Pero
happening?
está cansado. Es que Juanma lleva
What
varias
is
partidas,
going
está
on?
pasando precisamente esto, de time extension, ha
Why
terminado
did
la
they
partida
print
de
that?
justificar al baño,
That's a
claro,
great
cogiendo
question.
el hombre.
I have no clue.
Bueno, eso ya no lo sé. Y a Sai se le ve nervioso, por eso creo que está cometiendo algunos misplays, algunas equivocaciones.
I feel like Juanma is very
Todavía no
angry.
debería de poder hacer Flip
He's like,
Shift.
man, I fucking had that game.
Doble los, al final.
Sí, efectivamente, bueno, estamos un poco retrasados. Ha habido el problemita este de...
Konami really hates its own game, true.
Logramos, ahí es americano, no habla español.
To be fair, it's better than the Magus card from Magic that just like turns every land into a mountain.
Y recordamos que esta carta viene muy bien en los mazos
Qué buena es esta carta, es
que
que
es grande brutal porque tiene fallos
prácticamente
críticos,
yo-
tiene
Oh, it's a
tiene
fucking
tiene
branded
tiene
mirror
tiene
match.
otra probabilidad que
Don't do this to me, Spain. I was hyping you up. I was having so much
la
fun.
persona
We were watching cool
Fíjate
decks.
cómo está Superpolis.
Don't ruin
No
it.
puede estar tranquilito,
Fuck.
y a lo mejor,
No, they ruined it.
fíjate que mejor
They ruined it.
además
No! Semis are Malice and branded. No!
tienes,
No!
ojo,
la activa de una
es que... se me hace que-
Please give me a Doom's End in the final. Please.
Y, pues ahí vemos.
Yeah!
Vaya,
Doom's End!
Es que se...
Doom's
no-
End, Doom's End,
Pero
Doom's
es
End,
como
Doom's
modelo,
End.
es duro,
Let's
es
go,
duro.
Doom's
Ha
End!
sido su normal summon, ¿verdad?
Sí. y
They're getting their
durísimo
ass
porque-
handed to
Bueno,
them
le queda
currently,
mano,
but
pero
it's
no le
fine.
permite ahora-
Trust.
No le permite continuar.
Field spell.
El campo le hacía algo más, Javi.
El campo, si no me equivoco, tenía la capacidad de enseñar e invocar desde la baraja a alguien que lo nombre. Entonces va a poder permitir invocar al Jufredo. Y Jufredo le...
You can make
tendría
more
la posibilidad
obnoxious
también
normal
de-
trap
de invocar el-
that floodgates you
el
and your
Jufredo,
opponent, but
entonces,
really it's
para que
just
pueda
your
avanzar y,
opponent.
pues, pueda negar la carta.
Tu símbolo.
La destruye
Yep.
también. Entonces, puede añadir.
No, we negated the field spell.
Eso le puede traer RS. La mano de Sergio García, que es totalmente conocida por parte de.
Bro is getting
Chore. Así
sauced.
que el control ahora mismo está.
Sergio
en el lado de-
García
del italiano.
is getting
No sé cuántos habéis visto vosotros,
destroyed.
yo he visto poquitos
You
Firulais.
hate to see
Sí,
it.
ese Fidel Ceremonia, muchos han optado incluso por llevarlo en el banquillo. No es el caso de Chore, pero hemos visto varias Tultun que lo llevaban. No sé, digas,
No hemos visto muchas veces invocarlo.
pero lo llevaban en el banquillo. Hemos visto una que yo recuerdo en mi ronda, no sé si tú en tus. En mis
Yo he visto
descansos.
una,
I hate his ass.
En ese momento
The
estaba-
field spell did nothing
Como
wrong.
hermano queda todavía más pared, eso puede ser una buena noticia, porque encima va a poder añadir otra. Colocarla en este caso a turno.
Looks like
Y
an edge.
si tiene una carta de fuego rápido o algo que permita chainear ese Zalen, pues la virtuosa va a ser útil. Si no,
Man, some
recordemos que
people
Bichuli
look like something.
le da la capacidad a Alejandro de atacar dos veces
Sí,
con todos los
sí,
Imagine the malice
con
cards
todos
getting
los
fully
atacantes.
banned.
Y eso,
They should just ban
Pues
the
es
extra
Y un punto que
cards.
no, claro,
Like,
ahora mismo
those cards
Sergio
are
es nivel 6.
stupid.
sí, totalmente. Ah, bueno, claro, es otra.
Claro, es que es una full gate, es una full gate.
Bueno, ese es el.
Entra Rotary.
I mean, the malice cards are pretty much already at
A partir de ahora tiene la
the
capacidad de activar encadena las cosas o esperar a la resolución.
same
Si realmente,
or
entiendo que
similar
la-
limitations to that of the
invocar
tier
de
cards.
ese- o sea, invoca
With the
a-
amount of
a-
bans and
Bueno,
limitations.
claro, al invocar normal y disparar el efecto, ya todo lo que vaya en cadena va a permitir que se niegue la carta colocada. O sea que, cuidado con eso.
Yet it still
Esto
exists.
es durísimo. A ver,
The problem is that, unlike
no hay que olvidarse de
tier,
que el efecto de Q
Malice is just like a generically powerful
Sí,
la pseudo omni negación asegurada.
Cybers engine.
Solamente juega un Zaren, creo, que es su estándar. Eso hace que.
Like, the Malice cards are just
Nos muestre
the
línea de-
best
de niveles de-
Cybers
ese
cards
Zaren, pero va a poder.
in the game.
Vale, parece que están resolviendo. Ahora mismo mi
It's
compañero
like, yeah,
está
just use
Lo
the
que estábamos comentando, ¿no? Al entrar en la resolución, total.
¿no?
use the Malice cards.
Al entrar en la resolución, hay una ligera.
Because Cybers is still good. You know?
Ya, el shift. Luego no tenemos también una Fugaros o bueno, acceso. Vamos a mandar al módulo de programación cementerio.
Perulia.
Vale. Vamos a buscar el.
Tragic.
¿Cómo se llama? Aquí. El Vidolium, que se puede activar en el péndulo y partirse a sí mismo, ¿vale? Invocar especial un módulo de poder de mano o cementerio, de manera que se va al strike y revivimos el módulo de poder que hemos mandado a ese portal. Y es ahora cuando ese módulo de poder va a permitir modificar niveles.
Si es destruido, va a poder
Destruido.
invocarse, ¿verdad?
Bueno,
Sí. Añadir, perdón.
eso es, y permite invocar y seleccionar otro monstruo, invocar el monstruo de
Alejandro, creo que está Fidel
Although
Boss.
isn't
Un Bailey, un Fidelis.
puede ser.
Ryziel also very similar?
Vamos a activar esa.
Like, they have very similar
Pedazo
limitations.
de carta. Hay algunos que hemos visto que llevan doble ración
Puedes
de.
destruir e invocar especial de en defensa. Y luego,
There's quite a few of
podemos
those decks
buscar con-
recently that have just been like, nah, we
la
gotta
va a buscar magia o trampa.
put this shit
Recordemos que la busca magia o
in the
trampa.
bag.
y que al
It's gotta go away
el
forever.
Bailer, a la búsqueda de la magia o trampa.
Está en la cadena.
Baylor.
Entonces, la cadena es del monstruo. Un efecto. Vamos a ver, porque ha pasado a Rafario.
Cleflario.
Y aquí es cuando.
Dude, I love
falta ver un poco,
Cleflario.
cómo
What a
se
good card.
Creo que Sergio pues, lleva aquí todo el día. ya.
That's one of the few like
Pues,
rank up cards that I actually like.
Cómo llevar a la victoria este motor.
Just like slap him.
Recordemos, cuando se ha destruido. Pues,
Detonators limited in
vamos a
the
utilizar el
TCG.
cementerio.
Aquí lo que está activando es el efecto que
But
tiene
they have
que
cross.
Lo único que pierde el efecto secundario de poder destruir una carta encima del campo.
Aquí, ojo, mira, esto que decía.
Ahí está,
Esto va a ser durísimo, Alejandro.
Fid.
porque Una carta que no sea XZ lleva subir ese XZ a la mano. Vale, va a enseñar 5 de casualidad. Y el último será Malón, imagino. Vamos a ver si es Malón. ¿Qué es? Malón, efectivamente. Y va a poder limpiar los dos monstruos. El ara tenía efecto.
Yeah, Malice really, I don't know.
No, a ver, sí, pero ya lo he probado, es el efecto. Vale, y ahora pues.
I do have some issues with Malice. That being said, I don't.
Se lo.
I have less issues with Malice as much as I do with
Vale, vale, pues entonces,
Cybers.
Ese Malón quizás esté un poco tirado.
because for some reason none of the Cybers cards.
Ese Malón.
There's not like a single Cybers card that doesn't read just like
¿Cuál decías?
special summon this guy again.
Perdón,
De devolver la mano Alexis, ¿cuál decías?
el Malón.
It's like, oh, do a thing, special summon the guy back.
Bueno, aquí.
It's like-
ese Fidelis era-
Malice should have been a trap-centric archetype. And then they were like, no, fuck that. You're actually gonna be Link summon
¿Sois bien?
spam.
¿O oís mal el micro?
I was like, oh,
Pero
sick.
porfa, si no sois bien.
Y de momento, el Chore que ha podido robar también gracias a esa burulla. No va tan mal como quizá pues,
Vale, gracias chicos.
podría presumirse cuando tienes delante lo que tiene. Pero sí que es verdad que si ese malo no fuera malo, sino fuera. ¡Ojo!
El sonido de fondo es el sonido de fondo que hay.
Durísima esa, Pero en respuesta le impide añadir. Y ahora, si.
Yeah, Malice without
Gana
Cybers would have
Darius,
been interesting.
Pues gana
Oh, fun.
Sergio, que está explicando un poquito lo que hace. Y si ya ha estado hasta el día. Si está la semifinal y es la primera vez que se la
I
juega,
forgot this card
vamos a
still
ver,
exists
como
at one.
Decíamos antes de esa trampa, de esa.
Hell yeah, imagine banning- Imagine banning a side deck card.
Recordemos que.
Imagine banning a card.
La va a poder negar, llegado el momento. ¿no?
to see it, dude. Oh, fucking
Y recoge. Fíjate con qué poquito ha podido hacer este turno. Y es que ha salido, si no me equivoco.
Imagine if it was Link Locked Illusions.
Ha sido capaz de pasar por encima de.
Sí, that could have been
de ese Baylor, ese Fidelis. Ese Fidelis creo que no ha sido óptimo. Creo que antes de cuanto más tarde casi mejor y era un poco por esto.
1-1.
Or make him
Vamos
psychic
a
like
jugadores
a
tremendamente
virtual
concentrados.
world.
Sergio ha sabido pues, generar.
Alright, Doom's Head. You just gotta break the serve. Because of course the cool tune player went first. Actually, I have no idea. I wasn't paying attention to that first game.
Ahora Shifter. Ahora Shifter. No, ahora Shifter.
No parece que era Shifter.
Bueno, pues a ver si Ovejita lo tiene y lo enseña. Rota y de momento.
Vale, muy bien.
Bien.
The problem that Tenpai had was not so much that you couldn't stop it, it was more so the fact that you couldn't interact with it.
Do it now, do it loud.
Because Tenpai technically had a ton of ways to slow it down, to stop it, and to interact with it, if you could actually do that. But there were so many ways to just, like, prevent cards from being activated in Tenpai that it was like, oh, actually, you don't get to interact with them. You don't get to play with them. Is there a Doomsed Ryziel variant? No. Doomsed requires you to go into rank 8s and rank 5s and stuff like that in order for them to do anything. So you can't really play the Ryziel stuff. It's just like bad. Especially because Drastria, which is the main guy, is a level 8. You want to just like keep him on your field. So he cuts off all of the Ryziel shit. I'm sure you could technically make it work. It's just not worth it most of the time. Like, they're not particularly synergistic. Look! Wow. Those are two pretty good ones. You could technically play Horus Doomsed, but again, there's kind of not a reason to do that. Because for the most part, you just want to see the Doomsed cards so that you can destroy them and trigger their effects. And like the Horus cards don't really get anything out of Doomsed, and Doomsed doesn't really get anything out of Horus. Like technically, you could go into like Zombie Vamp or something else of that nature in order to potentially get into the Doomsed stuff, or you could go for the like a photon guy, Galaxy Photon Lord, or something of that nature after going for the Horus cards. They don't really do anything. Or you could reveal Habakiri, that also works. That's the thing, Doomsed is pretty well constructed in the sense that because of the way that it is built and because of the way that it works, it doesn't really synergize with a ton of other archetypes, which isn't necessarily a downside, right? It's not like not being able to play Ryziel is a bad thing for Doomsed, but it does mean that there are actual meaningful upsides and downsides to the Doomsed archetype and to the Doomsed engine. Argo Star Ryziel deck? Detonator Turbo, yeah. Yeah, the Argo Stars are not exactly... they're not really doing anything. I guess the best you could do is like... May duo drive with them, and then go into Ryziel. So, that's an option.
Y ahora tiene esa suerte de omninegación, que no es tal porque tiene que ser el main face y selecciona el carta arriba del campo, pero la suerte también de omninegación de ese Zalen que recordemos aún no la ha usado.
That was smart. We clipped in order to get rid of the equip on the clip, or on the Reco. Interesting.
¿Cuántas cartas le dan en mano a Sergio? ¿Dos? ¿Una?
Pues debería darle el Jupredo y otra. Debería darle el Jupredo y otra, así que, pues, a ver, ¿qué es lo que le queda?
Recordad que son las 5 y 4
Ojo, de cara ataque para poder añadir, cierto con eso. Y retirando, pues va a poder disparar el efecto escondido de esa carta, que es que cuando...
Interesting. It's one way to get rid of the RS.
Y una carta en mano
We can go equip, we can
el jugador
pop. Do we have anything here?
A ver, sí.
I mean, I know we have a quick play.
No, sí.
We're gonna go quick play here. We're chaining? Chain to negate, destroy.
Vale, pues. Curiosa la partida, el tiempo de guardar estos infinitos, esto es clave. O sea que máxima concentración por parte de ambos jugadores, máxima tensión también, porque se están jugando ese pase.
I wonder if we have
Yo
anything
quiero
else.
guardar con ellos.
Oh,
Un poquito
shit,
de
we
dominio por
do!
parte de Marco Flandino, que ha empezado él este último game, y Sergio, que está intentando remar para pasar un poco por encima.
Sí, la mágica de equipo, que bueno, pues durante la Scam Phase siempre 500 puntos de daño contra el monstruo equipado, y un monstruo equipado no puede seleccionar efectos de cartas, y una vez por turno puedes destruir el monstruo de controles, y además por esto el turno de ataque igual a su rango por 100. Pero bueno, vamos a ver.
Rotari.
Bueno, pues,
No fucking
ojito con esto, Alejandro, porque no puedes seleccionar la carta, quiere jugar con las
Oh.
chicas, pero es que solo
It's
se
our
gana
turn now. Okay.
y no selecciona. También es cierto que pues, tiene que hacerlo con otra cosa,
Oh, we had
porque ya
something.
no tiene más inquilinas de 7 que hacer.
It looked like we did with
Y,
the
luego el reloj también ahora se
the
sincroniza.
equip here.
Ojito con eso, Alejandro.
This equip doesn't pop though.
Exactamente.
I think we're just dead. I think it's cool tuning in the finals. No, Doomshead.
Reco,
Tragic.
vimos
Yeah, you
la
can
carta
see
que
it.
se va.
Yeah, Doomshead couldn't get there.
Cadenados,
So now I have Cool
para que
Tune
vuelva
versus Branded.
del robo que es
Does Cool Tune win again?
Aquí lo que pasa es que
Called by.
estamos
Well,
jugando,
yeah,
estamos
obviously.
jugando
Obviously, Cool Tune wins again.
¿Cuál es?
dos y
Y al final, a distancia.
Nah, Branded won. Yeah, hate to see it. Dang. What a travesty. Doomshead. Two Malice in the top 8? Never mind. The Spaniards ate shit at the end. Brother, there were 4 decks in the top 8. One of them was Doomshead. The other were Malice, Cool Tune, and Branded. Holy shit. It was awful. Look at this top 8, dude. Look at how fucking terrible this was. Yikes. Whoa. That's crazy. That's crazy. How's maintenance? Was the top decks or decks from a year ago? Are they? When did Cool Tune come out? I actually don't know. Well, I got no more tourneys. Because we haven't watched... that one hasn't happened yet. I don't think the Argentine one had a stream. We just know who won. It's Cool Tune. Interesting. Interessante. There was one branded player. According to this. That doesn't sound right. Holy shit. What happened here? How did this happen? What? Huh? 4 Cool Tunes in top 8? Damn. Okay. Sure. Striker Branded Malice. Well, Power Patron's also new. Elf Note's also new. Yeah, I guess you're right. Archmage is also new. That's crazy. That's what happens when you get new support. At least Dice Rally was kind of fun for the time being. True, yeah. At least we had Dice Rally for a bit. Well, there you go. You do meme review. I don't think I did meme review yet. Right, this is why we don't do meme review. We're just gonna... I'm just gonna leave. Hey, we look at the Meta Weekly. Surely something interesting happened here, right? Smile. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it died. What's coming for the next pack? Likely it's the branded support, it's Dark Lord, and it's Tri Brigade. Because all of those secret packs got updated with the last maintenance, and so this one is likely to be that new support. Here's Meta Weekly. I don't know why I care. 108 participants. Wow. Best of 3. Wow. Single Elim. Wow. Elf Note, Cool Tune, Snake Eye, Yummy. Now we're talking. Draco Tail branded armed dragon. Warrior combo. Do you think they'll include an Aircraft? No. They should. I like an Aircraft. No, I don't. But yeah, it exists. Is that 2 in a row for Yummy? Deck's dead. Trust. I fucking hate this game. Fuck you. Your Majesty's Fiend. Majesty's Fiend. Guess what? You can search this fucker. He's a light fiend. Hell yeah. I hate it here. Oh, I hate it here. Is this fucking Yummy again? Oh, what a good event. What a fucking good event. Oh, what a good event. Oh, it's always a joke. It's always a joke. How'd Cool Tune do? Do they only get top 16? That's hilarious. What in the 9 levels of hell is this? Chat, don't worry. It's Super Quant. Trust. It's Super Quant. I should be able to take away your license to play Yu-Gi-Oh! If you build a deck like this. Dude, this hurts my eyes. What even is this? What happened? What happened here? What is this? Why are we playing 2 Izuna? Huh? Why are there Doom Z cards in here? What? Huh? I'm so confused. Dude, hold on. Stop. What is this spell lineup? We are playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. One of spells. Are Master Duel players really just that bad? Are we really just that bad? That we're losing to this shit? Damn, that's crazy. Yes. Damn. We're so bad we're losing to that shit. I don't know what I expected, you know. They're as good as the EU players? Hey, you take that back. At least the EU players are playing the TCG. Why the fuck are there Erigo Star cards in here? Huh? And then just K9. What is this? What am I looking at? Why are there Hecka-Hand cards in here? Best of ones make you do crazy things. That's the thing. This is a best of 3. Playing branded seems better. Dude, branded players, as I said, if your guide goes over an hour, I guarantee it's not a good guide. I had over an hour guides, and I'm going to tell you right now, they're not good. They're not good. Don't make a 30-plus hour guide. Anyway, that's all. Thank you. Thank you for coming to write that dog. That was an event. That was an event. Okay, hold on. Every time there's a custom rules one, I like looking at these because almost every time it's just this. Oh, we did it, chat. We solved the format. Surely we did the thing. Oh wow, cool tune. Wow, who would have guessed? Oh, what the fuck is Blue Eyes doing here? Anyway, I always find this very funny. It's just like, oh yes, custom ban list. It's just Maxi. Every time, consistently. Sometimes there will be something interesting. Most of the time, it's not the case. Anyway, Master Duel sucks balls. I wish that weren't the case, but man, does it feel terrible. Thought that was a Master Duel deck? It was. It's just a best of 3 Master Duel deck. I clicked the wrong thing. It was the Meta Weekly, which does best of 3s. The longest segment in April's first guide was just reading the cards. Branded has that many cards. Yep. Do you know what's funny? None of that shit matters anymore. Because guess what? They printed Wildbaz, the white Fallen of White Dragon. There we go. Which just solved like all of the issues with that deck. Made it very streamlined. Very simple. Which, hey, thanks, Konami. Very kind. Keep doing that shit. Keep just, like, removing a whole bunch of bloat. Albaz, but white. True. It's literally what it is. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything. Anyway. Any other interesting events happening? No. We could check out the spicy win streaks, chat. We all know we love the spicy win streaks. Aren't we all just big fans of the spicy win streaks? Relinquished. There's like 3 relinquished cards in here. Oh, sorry, I lied. There's 4. Ah, yes, my favorite. Relinquished. I will say, at the very least, it is an interesting deck. Why is it called Relinquished? This is just Chimera. Huh? Call it Illusion or something. It's like when we called Fiend Link UL. It's like, that's just Fiend Link. I'm sorry. No Umi. Goaty. What is this? This is a Magic the Gathering card. What the fuck? Aspiscool. Aspiscool. True. As piss. Cool. When this card is normal summon, you can special summon a level 6 or lower fish from your hand in defense position, but banish it when it leaves the field. If this card is banished, you can special summon this card in defense position. I hate to break it to you. Master Duel players, myself included, we're fucking terrible at the game. 10 wins? This is just the same as the other deck. Why is this one called Chimera? And this one is not. What? They're the same deck. What am I missing? Oh, but the other one has... What are you talking about? They're the same deck. Mermail. Mermail is spicy? Aspiscool looks like a Pokemon? True. You know what? You're right. It does. Also, we're playing Planet Pathfinder. Okay. That's spicy, apparently. These are spicy. These are voted on. How dead is the community when these are the votes? How many votes do I need to get my deck up there? Just be like, look at my cool K9 deck. Isn't it so cool? Isn't it just so cool? It's just me voting for it. Alright, bud. Also, ew. Cybers? Look at the name. Register the name. Understand the name. Why is Mitsu here? What? Huh? What? 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 Mitsu? I'm actually going crazy. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, for sure. Why the fuck is Kage... Why are you here? Kage to Kage. Holy shit, I actually had a stroke. This isn't even the new one. This is the old one. This is just Kage to Kage. Why is he here? Yeah! King Kali Yuga Turbo! This is what it should be called. Just King Kali Yuga Turbo. Oh, cool. So sick, dude. Okay, this one is... So this one is Dinos. Follow-up question. Why is this not just called Ryuge? Moving on. Lunalight is spicy. Lunalight is spicy. Sister Man and Lunalight become spicy. Dude, these are fucking terrible. Who voted on this shit? These are awful. Holy shit, dude. Cool, 10 out of 10. Awesome. You know what we can do is we can look at the deck lists from the YCSs and nationals and what have you. Let's watch Jesse Cotton's deck list profile.
Yes, Columbus. I did not expect to win this event. Like I said, I didn't really expect to win, but my expectations were not high. And I was very fortunate. I walked away with a dub. So I played Draco Tail after everyone said it was dead. And truthfully, I didn't think it had a lot of potential either. I'll explain my thoughts.
I will say the relinquish one was spicy. It just wasn't
very well for me. I'll provide some details as I explain the choices and how the tournament went and what I changed. It actually performed rather well, and the weaknesses that may have come up in the ban list definitely exist. They weren't completely backbreaking in the way maybe you'd assume. I want to give a few quick shout-outs. Thank you to two great fans this event who gave me some cool stuff. This little plushie here, this Positive Potato that I posted on Twitter. A lot of you guys loved, and I love it too. So I have it now hanging from my backpack. And then I needed to find a Theseus, Sea Monster Theseus on Friday, and somebody came up and gave me this. And I'm sorry I don't remember either of your names, but I'm very tired, like 2 in the morning. And thank you so much for helping me out and getting me the cards. And shout out to Jeff Jones, because he made me give him a shout out after we played. His deck might actually be the best deck of the format, the Power Patron deck. And watching him play, like he was winning every game, going second.
Dude, Jeff Jones,
the board is broken. I beat him because Game 3 made him start after assuming he'd sat a slot from that tree, and he did. And that was like,
dude, living in a world with Jesse Cotton and Jeff Jones in the same region, competing at the same time, like goddamn. Spoiled.
A snap call on my part, I think paid off well, because I made the full branded and Jigatal in board game 1, and he almost broke it with like Engine and won.
Yu-Gi-Oh's so
which is
good right now.
Crazy because every other deck.
I should say Yu-Gi-Oh top player.
And his deck gets to play like non-engine as well, and crazy end fields. That was super cool. I don't even make a profile for it, but look out for that. With that said, let's talk about Draco Tail. I guess I'll explain why I play Draco Tail. So I was originally going to play KT. I do think it's probably the best deck. But I played it at regionals last weekend, and I had very miserable time. I went X2, it wasn't terrible, but I just didn't enjoy any of the games I played. It felt very boring. Like all my hands were looking at my opponent's hand, or I looked at my hand and it couldn't do anything, and I passed. Or I summoned one guy, get Solemn Warning, then I look at my hand of 4 monsters or hand traps and pass, and I'd still lose. So it was not a fun experience.
Getting Solemn Warning is hilarious.
And unfortunately, I had to put.
You're like, I'm gonna normal summon my cool
so,
tune, and then get
not to be
Solemn
sob story,
Warning,
but
like, what the fuck happened?
Because kind of fed up. Start of the week, and I decided I'm not going to practice too hard. I'm just going to play a deck that I have fun with and see how things go. For what it's worth, that's how the best Yu-Gi-Oh decks and games can happen, is when you just enjoy the game because you care more. You enjoy yourself more. You're thinking more. You're really involved. It's also cool because I played Dracotel every YCS this season that I've been to, and this would have been the last one, and I wouldn't have played Dracotel if I didn't bring it this weekend. So now the actual theory to why this deck might be playable, and I guess I won with it, but it's that it's KT matchup.
I love calling a deck playable after winning a YCS.
It was sketch.
Truly,
even before Dracotel hit, it was sketch because they search Ash Blossom and KT. They can search counter traps with reframing. They have Zaylin. They have RS. They keep you off fusion summoning, and you're stuck with dead cards and Dracotel lanes in hand that don't do anything. That matchup is rough. The best way to mitigate that is just have more breakers than they can deal with, and you try and get away with that. And you can see my deck does reflect that. That's the branded-esque approach. Where this deck thrives, though, is when new format happened, Dracotel fall off. A lot of decks that lost to Dracotel started coming back in because Dracotel kept them at bay. So this includes things like Striker and Branded. The Branded matchup for this deck is very good. So the idea is you try to get this Dracotel deck's win rate as close as possible to like par with KT. And then you have good matchups versus all the other decks. And that was the theory, and it worked pretty well. Ironically, the 2 decks I lost to were Mitsurugi and Radiant Typhoon, which if you played Dracotel before, you'll know that like if played properly both sides and neither player bricks, and they're just average hands, the player who goes first should win those games.
Yeah.
Because you just play for follow-up in those decks, and it's really hard to kill your opponent. And my opponents both played correctly, and I lost those matchups.
It's really hard to kill
losing the role. But I beat every
Dracotel.
Branded and every KT that I played. And then every other one of random stuff, but like Fairy Tail. I played a mirror match round, like actual Dracotel mirror match.
Radiant
I
Typhoon.
played
Is
VS,
that one?
I played.
I haven't played as much.
Yeah, a lot of different stuff. But yeah, that's the theory behind why this is cool. And one last shout out for the deck profile. I'm sorry, or not shout out, but memory to look back on. So Columbus was the first YCS I ever traveled to 15 years ago. My first YCS was Toronto 2011, and I had a really good time. And was with my dad.
You mentioned the hit
said,
Brandon.
all right, a month later, YCS Columbus,
They
it's a road trip away.
The Branded cards are
Let's do
insane.
That. I remember hopping
it's crazy
in
how good they are.
his gold
That being
Nissan
said,
Altima, and I had
the
a
Dracotel cards are
25th
also
anniversary Thriller CD. We played.
But I will
repeats.
say, playing against Dracotel is way more interesting than playing against
And that's
Brandon.
where it came from. It's the start of a lot of memories and a whole dueling career. It's cool to think back on. It was 15 years ago. Dragon Duel Jesse. Anyways, yeah, let's go over the deck. Some of you may
Crazy
think that this is not a Dracotel deck. I play a lot of Dracotel cards. It is still Dracotel. 3-5 mana. I will say this card is a lot worse when you play more spell cards. I'm playing 3 still because
I don't think I ever saw.
Want to have Dracotel names.
In the finals, I don't think he ever activated
stuff and extend through cards.
It just never activated.
I may cut this down more in the future.
No.
It is not always the best rolling second.
He searched it.
And often decided out in matches where I really need to focus on the breaker spells because honestly, it's kind of counterintuitive to have spells like 4 spell cards in hand and then a 5 mana. Never cited all 3, obviously, because you need to search it in a lot of instances, but yeah. Tulakaius, random ass hit. I mean, like, obviously I'd like to have 3, but it's something.
I don't know why this card went to 2. What a lame hit. What a nothing hit.
You have to play this for Albion. This card actually is probably the trick I'll use the most.
So fun.
Because this deck has more search Band Fusion. Urgla, Pan, Malulu, I mean, this is utility pieces. I mean, it's still plenty of Dracotel cards. They're all still good, and you can see me use them in the finals, and I use them throughout the tournament. I think they're fine. Pure Dracotel, you don't love to do, and you see it's why there's not a huge focus on it. I mean, I don't think there's much more you can play.
Yeah, I don't think you can really play pure Dracotel anymore. Especially with one Malulu and one apiece of the other 2.
And the Rahu.
With
and for traps, I'm only playing Sting and Flame. With less names, you're less likely to resolve all 3. So you don't need the Horn. I mean, I do side if you're waiting first, but I'm going to get bricking. People say you'll run out of spells and traps names for deck, but again, because I'm playing less names, you don't really need it that often. It's very easy to either forcibly resolve these first, and then you can use the 5 mana to fuse, or you just go don't use one of these. There were very often I just didn't use either one of these. I just kept it in deck because you were fine on like your end board is strong enough without using it. And it really wasn't a big deal. And even before,
especially in
this format, I would do that. It's you don't always have to use both these cards.
You really don't need the additional.
It depends on your hand, but yeah. Then as for why there's no Horn in this thing instead, I saw people talk about how Horn is better against KT. It's like better versus KT than Sting, yes, but it's not very good either. You hit the normal summon and it's very meh. So Horn is not great, whereas this is very good versus all the decks that I'm trying to beat because I'm playing Draco Tail. So that's important, but also this one can be used at almost any time, and it guarantees you the cycle back and the draw a lot more often than the Horn does. So I think this is absolutely the card to play. I think this one is worse, but I mean, I still rather this because it stops KTS, Overtake, Fallen. To me, Horn is clearly the worst one here.
Two very
so yeah, it's the tail package. It's still 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 13 cards in my deck, which is plenty. But of course, there are a lot of branded cards too. So 2 Cartesias, I've always been a fan of 2, just have more ways to play. I like to be able to cycle 1 Engrave and 1 Field at the same time to maintain advantage, and it's never really a bad draw.
I think in
the 1 Ecclesia, I don't like drawing this card a lot, but
the old
it's fine. Yeah.
Prior to
1 Quem, I almost didn't play this. It wasn't in my original draft of this deck, but I'm playing High Spirits and opening
you play it just like as another normal
and
to get the,
you know, I have to play Grand Guignol as the target for spellcasters for High Spirits to be live, because it's how you convert 5 manas and whatever into playable cards. So that meant you had to play a target for Grand Guignol in the extra deck, which was very tight, or I'd play Quem. So I decided to put Quem in and decide maybe this would be fine for disruption, push through fields. And I tested nothing for this event because again the entire point was to take it easy. But this card was crazy. One of the times I drew it, it was actually just pretty good. Or the Grand Guignol summoning this was insane, and 1 or 2 times I summoned it of opening or Titaniclad, and that was also fine. But this card was very, very strong for me. And like when you just use solo hands, which is really all I did with this deck, this card didn't seem that crazy to me. But no, this was
what's
really
crazy
good
is
playing
even
the
like
it almost makes me want to consider playing this in other formats. Or like if I should have played this in last iterations.
What they would actually do in the OCG.
Then obviously the Albaz package. 1 Albur, I never got why people play more than 1 Albur. Like it's not fantastic to draw. I mean, yes, you have you have us normal summons now, but you can normal summon Albaz a lot.
There's like so many normals, dude.
Normal and Cartesia sometimes. Now sometimes you want to like special Cartesia, and just because you have an Albaz access doesn't mean it's right. You can see like in the finals, like I normal summon it when I had High Spirits to get Albaz. That's because I'm trying to push through stuff, and the cart is just the cart only gets value if I start with it. It's not going to be as good if I hold it. So that's why you often have, this is why it's a fair bit of the time the normal card, even if you have ability to special summon it. Or depending on Fua, for example, if you have like Fallen plus cart, I'm just gonna normal the cart first in case they chain Fua to the Fallen, and just not risk getting destroyed by Fua later. Assuming I'm wanting to chain a cart to summon Arthlion. 2 openings. This card's whatever. I said it on 1 a lot and then drew this other one anyways. I think 1 is probably still always fine. Just send and search.
I will say this list is actually very weird from Jesse because there's a lot of 2-ofs in here. Normally Jesse is
destruction.
A staunch believer.
And it's not bad to summon these.
If you want to see
this card can be costly though, because you don't have many cards you want to discard in this deck.
However, he actually
I like the other random deck. You don't have all the bricks in here. The bricks are the traps, I guess, but you don't have kits, sword, retribution, all those things. So you have to usually discard real cards for this, or like a Dracotail name, which is not a brick, but it's not crazy either. I don't know. It's weird. I may try 1 and 1 in the future. It wasn't brilliant for me. The card that is really good is High Spirits. Obviously, you reveal like anything you have, dump a guy from extra deck, and then add your red and white. And in hand trap matchups, that's the value swing is so crazy. You win those games instantly. And obviously, it's more ways to your branded package. 1 engine there. You get your cart. Confuse. Putting Grand Guignol is really good. Putting Titaniclad and Quem is really good. I mean, this card is just really solid for me. And adding Self back is also good for discard fodder. When Branded Fusion, not having 2 came up like twice because I don't play Retribution to get it back. That kind of sucks, but yeah. 2 Fallen. I almost consider playing 3 this card. This card is kind of crazy. I just really never draw multiples of this, and sometimes you draw too many branded cards. but it is very strong. Being able to revive is also very good. There's some games where like use the branded cards or the Drake Tail cards to bait the disruption, and you run out of Drake Tail cards. And on the backswing, you want to have one to search. It's like revive Frixel, then revive Moon, and get back into your Drake Tail engine. Kind of like I did with the Secretariat in the finals. In those cases, having a third one can be nice just to keep the grind going. And it really isn't ever bad to draw when it's just one copy. That being said, the deck is kind of tight, so I don't know. But consider a third, potentially. That's the engine. It is a large chunk of my deck. I don't play a ton of non-engine. You're really replacing the two Rahu.
It's not that the two of are weird. It's that it's weird for Jesse
There are worse cards. This honestly is really good.
Because
opening is kind of poopy.
I think the side deck is a little bit more interesting with that. But
yeah, I mean, I guess not Rahu, I guess, so Brand Infusion.
Jesse is very much so
particularly broken. Non-engine.
If you want to see it, play 3. If you don't want to see it,
it's just the best Drake card.
Kind of guy.
And breaker decks. Yeah, I mean, you can use Rinbrum and High Spirits to make this live as well, which is nice. I'm not playing Ash in this deck because it's not really good versus KT, unless you're like trying to like stun them with hand traps, and my deck's not doing that, obviously. I don't love it in any other matchup, so just add one more breakers. I do side it for Fua when I go first, then just like back up my field, and then
dude, it's crazy how bad Ash is like
Mitsu.
Now.
This card was
like it's literally just
dead draw once or twice going first
like
to
a way to out Fua.
Soften their field up and then kind of breakers. And this card is terrible in KT though, because when they make half fields in against KT, you just still lose because the entire point of KT is to stop them from playing altogether almost. One Magnamut, I figure this would be pretty good versus KT because you just banish guy in the end phase, you search like Albaz or Malulu or Urgla, whatever. And that's all, but also shuffles your deck to stop the few. And then obviously it's broken versus branded. 3 Super Polys, which I didn't draw that often. I have 2 Super Poly targets in my deck. I just never summon either of them because I rarely drew this card. Every time I drew Super Poly, I either made Grand Guignol or Mirror Jade off it. So I don't know about these in the future. But this card was solid, and in theory is just breakers for KT. Good going first. It's really good in the branded matchup too, so its coverage is just solid. And of course, playing a branded deck means that oftentimes I'm just infusing my own Albaz away in their guy, and that's pretty solid. 2 droplets. I'm in space for a third. Aside the third. Good going second card. Could be crowned, but I just like this card in Dracotel more, which is why there are droplets. So playing through RS particularly is the one that I'm looking at.
That makes sense, yeah.
And then 2 more power cards to fill the vacuum of Lost Rahu and stuff. Just force through Ash plays, pretty much deal Ash, negate Ash. We're same with like negate remix. Oh, we're good. All right, broken cards. No surprise. Clear Synchro, obviously a broken card. To all be honest, I've been very firm on this since this card came out and all the Ecclesia stuff. You need one to send and one to summon. I think that is very much a staple at this point, but yeah. Jade. I don't need to talk about Jade. Wandering Dogma.
I will say Mirror Jade actually does look good as a
2 of these can hurt this branded, but there's no space for it. Renbrum.
I'm actually a big fan of the expanded arts. A little bit more than some of the full ones.
Lenonus, you still want for Brand Infusion. If you don't play this, you have to play Rebellion, because then in case you don't want a Brand Infusion for Frixel or Frixel's gone. I never needed it for Brand Infusion this time, but I still always want to consider it. And obviously Conflict Fuse can come up. But yeah, it's this Rebellion, I'm picking this almost always. Ironically, there were like once or twice Albaz fused their monster into Rebellion wouldn't have been terrible, so maybe, I don't know, it's probably just this though. And that's the branded package. It's pretty normal. There is the Tandaclad now, you do need it with the Quem, and it's better into board breaking. I play the High Spirits. It's absolutely mandatory in this version. I thought it was like on the fence before. It is not an option anymore. 1 Grand Wignall for the High Spirits, and obviously Cart. I can get you into the Fallen package as well. So you have like Cart plus random nonsense. Make Grand Wignall, send Albion, set Fallen or Virtuous, and that's pretty chill. I did that round 3. It's cool. 1 sec. So the only really generic. I have 2 generic fusions. There's a few times I really wish I had more. A generic fusion beats to my space. These are the best ones, obviously. This is utility.
Secretariat
is just broken. When this card is playable, it's insane.
Just being able to cut off all of the branded cards.
I think I saw in the finals how crazy this card is. Wow. There are times you want 2 of this, but again, you can recycle it. Like, again, you saw me do. Some people say, how are you supposed to trigger Dracotel names off Femena now on your turn 1? The reality is, you oftentimes don't go for like Lion on their turn. You are making things like Chaos or Sec or Albion with like your Albaz cards and Femena. So really, unless you're playing pure Dracotel, which doesn't happen very often in the way this deck is built, it's not important to be trading tail in your opponent's turn. And when they are, you can usually play around that pretty easily. Anyways, 2 off lions. I don't play Chalice or Guillemot. I was trying one, or I thought about one Guillemot, one lion, but I was doing like hands out in my head, and I realized that some games you want to start this, but then you're locked into 8s by White Albaz, and you want a Rahu. So unless it's a second line, you can't resolve it. And you also want a second line for follow-up, so it has to be this. I could say, why not play more Draco's names, but these are like non-negotiable cards, and these are super play targets. If you don't play these, you have space to maybe play a Chalice or a Guillemot, but space is tight. And again, while this is still a Draco Tail deck, and I do think call the Draco Tail, you do need to shift some focus away because it's not going to be carrying you as much. Like games where Tail has to be played solo, which does happen, it's more of an uphill battle. But then again, I want you guys to even think about this way, right? Like, if you evaluate the card quality of the Draco Tail fusions, there's an absolute clear disparity between Lion and Chalice and Guillemot. Like, if you just kind of evaluated them on their individual card merits, Guillemot is Thunder Dragon Titan from 2019, which was already not a good card, like, by itself then. It's a pop that has to be used directly to respond to an effect, which means you have to burn another card first, and then your opponent can block it. That's very meh. And Chalice is just a once per turn removal, which is not unplayable, but it's not, like, compared to Lion, it's pathetic. So it doesn't actually make that much of a difference. It's more careful that you need to be attentive to have Rahu and Malulu targets, because sometimes when you use 2 lions in turn 1, you need to put it back now off a trap. That can be problematic, but it was worth it. I guess, actually, I don't know if it was worth it, because in the last 2 cards in the extra deck are these 2, the Mud and I've never summoned either of these in the entire tournament. So, shout out to the guy who gave me this. Appreciate it. Didn't use it, though.
I wonder if it's worth, I don't know. I guess Mud Dragon you probably more likely to play.
Yeah.
But I was like, I wonder if
side deck time.
Worth it.
Jason Horn's going first, just kind of bolster up the end field, and has Drew Pure Dracos because my other cards got hand trapped. Then you go. It's self-explanatory. Ash for Fua, and then obviously just a card. And Draco Tail, you get to add a back off Lion as well. I had a game versus VS where I resolved this 6 times. I drew 3 of them and resolved Lion twice, then put back the Lion, added back a fucking 3rd time. That was a ridiculous game. We both drew so bad. And yeah, God, and 6 ashes. That was a crazy game.
Yep.
Then I played a bunch of breakers to help versus like even branded. It's been really further your matchups versus a lot of these decks. Striker as well. Illusion Gate's really good. This card was like really strong, not just against branded. So against branded, the idea is simple, right? Like each retribution, or if not, clear field, so it deals some disruption in their bodies, and you can steal like their Aluber or their White Dragon or their Quem or their Cartesia, and those are all really good targets, obviously. So nuts. But like I played Archmage, and this is crazy. Just killed a disruption, stole a Grappler, forced a back row. I did summon Snow this YCS because I played this Fairy Tail. I nuked their field, stole their Snow, and I just couldn't Snow me anymore, and I just killed them.
He played Snow!
I don't think I did any other weird matchups with Illusion Gate, but this card was really good for me. And then 2 more thrusts. I may say, Jesse, why are these 2 ofs here? That's not like that. Usually you play 3 ofs and you have more rhyme and reason. Again, I really wasn't putting too much effort into this, and this is a very lazy side deck. So while this concept is strong, these ratios were random as hell. So don't look too much into that. The one thing I was considering was versus KT, because some of these going versus KC is, when I'm looking at your hand and your top deck, I really wanted to avoid redundancy, because well, they could draw 2 Apulia and Fua, and now they see 2 cards off queue, and then if they don't like either, because sometimes they see 2 breakers, they banish 1, put on their bottom. You see through more of your deck for redundancy, and you need every card to be live in that matchup to win 1 second. That is not a simple matchup.
The fact that
I did win 1 second several times. Sometimes opponent blunders, and it's just good enough.
I'm like, as soon as it started, I was like, this is
so that's like the reason why I played 2 ofs. I just don't know.
I immediately
it's probably not. 3rd droplet breaker, obviously. And 3 Apulia, it's for general rogue because I expect there'll be a lot of nonsense. And versus KT, that gets you 1 draw minimum, but oftentimes they need, unless they drew Ash already, they have to go queue for Ash. So it'll be 2 draws if they did that. And that's pretty good because it lets you kind of keep up a little more. And it's pretty easy to decide stuff out. Like I decided all the cards to discard because again, you want like, they have like 4 negates. You need to be trading efficiently into those negates and then killing them through that afterwards. Which you can do, but your hand needs to be good. And that's the deck. I did not come to this event thinking that it would go this way.
Wild.
But I'm very happy that it did, obviously. Shout out again to my sponsor now, Tier 0 Games. If you guys use the code Jesse.
I wanted to see this one as well. I want to see his thoughts on Lucas.
Hey guys, Lucas
Sacos.
Today I got second place at YCS Columbus. Pretty disappointed in how I did. I lost to Jesse Cotton in the finals. Super great player, of course. He got his 9th ring. I misplayed pretty bad in just about every single one of those games. I played phenomenal the entire weekend. My other top 8 match on stream, my top 4 match on stream, I played well. It was just the match versus just the one that really matters, you know, that I played pretty poorly. And I'll probably go over that sometime this week on my channel, as well as do like a branded like masterclass video. But let's just go ahead and get into the video and we can talk about some of the combos today. Starting off here, it's 40 cards, which is really important for me for consistency, and also like you have cards that are better than
I thought it was
cards,
60.
And
I think it's just double sleeve.
Those. So 2 Fallen of White Dragon. Of course, you can't play 3 of this because we're playing Fallen of Albaz. 2 Ecclesias. This is really important for like the rotation of them, but also it is another starter. Like this is a full 1-card combo. 2 copies of Alibur with 3 copies of Opening. Every person that I talk to is hating on Opening. This card is absolutely insane. It lets you summon Alibur in the draw phase or choose between summoning Quim, which means it can't get Veilered, which is a very, very popular card right now. But also the graveyard protection of this matters a lot, and just having a chainable card versus Cooltoon is super, super important, because if you like, you activate Brand Fusion and they go chain KTS, chain Cooltoon Synchro. If you just like chain a branded Opening, there's like a very good chance that they're just going to negate that with the Zaylin, because this is like one of the only opportunities they're going to have to negate with Zaylin for the turn. So you're effectively like turning Opening into Chalice in instances where you like really don't need this. So it like always has some sort of value going second, and then it's a 1-card combo. I mean, you need a discard, but who cares? And then with that is 3 copies of Branded High Spirits. This is basically the same thing. It's a 1-card combo. This one adds White Albaz directly, so it's a little bit better into boards. The reason that I think this deck is so powerful is that a lot of its 1-card combos, if they don't get like directly Ash Blossom, they trade with like multiple hand traps. So like High Spirits, if you activate High Spirits and you have a dragon in your hand, you dump a dragon from your extra deck, you search a Fallen of White Dragon, you activate Fallen of White Dragon, they dump it, they have an Imperm, they have a Gamma even, they just like Gamma the Albaz out of your hand, or the Gamma the Albaz on field effect. You get 2 graveyard triggers in the end phase there. That's a whole board that gets established just off of that. And like no other deck.
It's crazy how strong the ability to send a card in order to search a card is. We're just, you know, sending a card to trigger an effect.
To do that through like hand traps like this deck does. But also this deck has like very, very unique interactions for removal, and Cooltoon is pretty weak into removal, honestly. And so if you can just like play a deck that has only pros in the format, I think it's something you should be doing. Yeah, but 3 copies of High Spirits. For consistency, we're also making 3 copies of Nadir. The Nadir combo is pretty cool.
I think this is the only deck that I saw playing the Nadir Servant. I don't think anyone else was really on Nadir. Am I wrong? There were a ton of other branded players. No. Yeah, okay, never mind. A lot of them were. Is this a 60-card list? Are we bad? Oh, it's 50. Because bro's stuck in the past. Okay. True. We're playing fucking Dark Lord. We topped with this? We got top 16. Hey, yo!
It gets you to like a pretty solid board. It's nothing like super crazy, but it is a full combo, and you're going to have like 4 disruptions just with the Nadir Servant. You do side out 1 to 2 of these when you're going second, just to try to minimize the risk of drawing like 4 cards. But this has like multiple targets because we're playing the Dogmatic Ecclesia in the deck, and it's just overall really good for consistency. And then I played, of course, 1 Gold Sark because this deck is playing Mercourier, and 1 Brand Fusion. There are builds of Branded that are choosing to play less bricks, right? They're choosing to play no sword in their deck, they're choosing to play no Mercourier, they're losing access to starters like Gold Sark, which is basically just a 1-card White Albaz combo, in attempts to draw better hands, right? They're just cutting the bricks out. Here's the deal with Branded. You are going to discard about 2, maybe 3 cards as you play at your turn. That's just how the deck functions. And so it doesn't really matter if you have these kind of like poor, mediocre, like face value cards in your hand, because they will eventually do something, whether it's adding to your line of play with pitching a Mercourier, then banishing it later, or whether it's like pitching a sword from your hand.
Branded being able to basically get advantage by, you know, even through interaction is, I think, one of the reasons it's so strong right now. It's like, you know, you can do what you want with Cool Tune, right? And you can negate here and there and what have you. But man, Branded just has the ability to be like, okay, cool. Anyway, I'm gonna make my board regardless of however many hand traps you throw at me, because they're just not gonna trade well.
A lot of the time they're put in a position to where they reveal 2 like good Albaz cards at the top of their deck, and they're just forced to banish one. Right? They can't put one on top, one on bottom. They have to banish one of them, and so. I mean, they're banishing a card a lot of the time and just putting you on play sword in your deck and just having something like Albion to dump sword, to draw a card, to banish, to add an Albaz. You just get so much value off of that. And I think you should just be playing these bricks in the deck, honestly.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, sword being able to be used with the Cool Tune banish is such a smart addition. Who's following? Soulbreak. Welcome. Thanks for the follow.
Things that you can be cutting down. Like, I didn't play Spriggan's kit, Tri-Brigade Spriggan's kit, the new one. I didn't play.
I did see that in some of the lists. I think in this one I saw the kit. Very cool tech, right? Because you can go, if sent to the graveyard, you can special summon one of the following monsters from your grave in defense. Fallen Albaz, a card that mentions it, or a Tri-Brigade, or a Spriggan monster, right? So you can go like, send kit Reborn Cartesia, and Cartesia can be used to like fusion summon on the opponent's turn. Really, really cool tech. Big fan of Spriggan's kit. Real cool card.
That card at all. I didn't miss it at all. There were times where I could see where it'd be useful. However, it's nothing like I was losing the game because it wasn't in my deck. And then I played 2 Cartesias.
Brandon has so many redundancies that adding that additional way to get like a Reborn, I don't think it's really all that necessary, but it is an interesting addition to the deck at the very least.
Necessary because the 1-card Branded version, right, you do with sword actually banishes one of these, and so you want another one to be able to get into rotation with it. As well as like this is like one of the better extenders you can have in your deck. Or like if you open this plus opening, you'll be able to normal summon this, activate opening, summon Aliber effect, and you just have like 2 lines to play, and it's really hard to interact with them. And even if they do interact, I mean you're going to keep the Cartesia for next turn, so there's like a lot of stuff you can do.
Also, Cartesia adding itself back is crazy.
There's a lot of random.
Like you're never running out of resources there.
Quim, the regular Albaz, Albion the Shrouded Dragon, the Mercurier I mentioned, Dogmatica Ecclesia, and then I played a copy of Sorner as well. I played Sarner because I think this card is really, really needed for chain blocking with your Burn Infusion. It's like if you're going into something like Cool Tune, and you know that they're going to have a Bell or some random hand trap, you'd be able to Burn Infusion into a Lubellion sending Sarner. Sarner effect is chaining 2 to send a Retribution from deck to grave, and it basically forces them to react because you're adding other layers, other plays to your thing just off of doing that by sending it to grave instead.
Interesting.
The other thing with Sarner is it gets you 2 dumps in the same turn. So like you can use Albion effect to send let's say a Retribution from your to grave, and then fusion into Granganol. So use Granganol to send Sarner, Sarner then dumps the other half of your combo. So like you get to dump a Retribution, dump a Brand Fusion, and then you get to activate Brand Fusion, right? And so I think that it was overall needed. It's also just like a decent hand trap into the format. Having a Sarner for Cool Tune when they do like the Crackle line, because there's like a Crackle line that you go through when you're climbing up host side to get to the counter trap, the Emanating counter trap, and having a Bestial there to hit that is really important. As well as just like there's a lot of Mitsurugi in the format, there's a lot of mirror matches in the format, and so there's like a lot of value where Sarner just
well, okay, the new support really heavily changed the way that Branded played, because like if we look at prior to this event, right, prior to the support, Branded was still playing the way that Branded played, right? Let me Branded. Let me see. Let's take a look at like that's Branded Dracotan. That's be a Branded, right? Nope, this is still with Wildbaz. This Wildbaz? This is Wildbaz. It's hard to find one prior to White Albaz. It's been a while. He's been out a while. Nope. Nope. This is not by time? I have no idea. Oh, yeah. He's still there. I don't know. Yeah, but I mean, you can see like no one's playing like Bestials. And a lot of this is because, I mean, White Albaz, right? Fallen of the White Dragon, pretty much does everything you want, right? You send a monster to the extra deck, special summon this guy, and then you can go into Synchros, and the Synchro does everything, right? During the main phase, banish, special summon a Fallen of Albaz, or a monster that mentions it. On top of that, if this card's in the grave, you can trigger level 8 fusion in the grave, or banishment, and a card on the field to shuffle both of them into the deck. So you don't really need the Bestial, because you just have easier access to it with the Wildbaz, right? And there's a bunch of ways to the Wildbaz. You don't really need the additional Bestials, right?
Existing, which is nice.
That's kind of the idea.
Is the fact that it's also just an engine card. And then you played Sword and Retribution. I do think both of these are necessary in the deck. They just give you more buttons to push. And the main thing is like you just want to have the ability to play and play further into every single situation. I understand they're bricks. I understand they're not very to jump. And you are going to draw them because there are a lot of them in your deck. We talked about this. You are going to discard like 2, maybe even 3 times throughout your turn. You're just going to have to chunk them off and like route your turn through getting the most value off of each one of them, because honestly you're going to get way more value off of having a hand with something like a Retribution and a Sword in it, as long as there's powerful cards to go along with it, like Super Poly or a Brand Opening. You can like actually get to like a very, very high ceiling there, even with playing the bricks. And then this is like kind of non-engine. Fallen the Virtuous. This is like obviously like through the engine. This is like excessed.
Fallen of the Virtuous is one of the craziest cards, dude. It's insane how good that card is.
It's like part of the engine disruptions, but it like kind of fits into the same thing as a non-engine spot. And this deck just like...
Brother, even if it just had the send a card effect, it'd still be crazy.
Designed to play breakers because of just how it functions.
Just send a guy.
I played 3 Fuas though, because, I mean, it's going to maximize the odds that you see breakers. And since you're not playing hand traps to like go 1-for-1 with them, Fua is just like the best thing to have there. And then I just played 3 Crowns. Crown is like the best card to have when...
Crown's crazy.
You just like have one non-engine card and they try to stop you, or if you're doing like a...
Really didn't think it'd be that good.
You go through Ecclesia, and you go like Ecclesia effect, and they like ghost over this. Like even having like a crown in that situation, just like protect this so it stays on the field for next turn. Just gives you like a lot of diversity as far as what you want to do. And then Crown vs. Cool Tunes, obviously insane. This is also really important for the mirror match. Being able to, if they play Secretarian, crowning the Secretarian is really important. You want to turn that guy off. He's going to turn on next turn, but by next turn you're going to have either a Mirror Jade set up, or you're going to have Fallen the Virtuous. You'll be able to out the Secretarian like naturally. And this is also good for the Albaz checkpoint. There's a situation that happens a lot in the mirror match where you have an Ecclesia and they have an Ecclesia. And then you activate your Ecclesia, they chain their Ecclesia, you summon an Albaz, they summon an Albaz, right? Now, if I'm turn player and I activate Albaz, that means I almost guaranteed have a way to check their Albaz, because if I don't, they're going to use their Albaz discard, fusion with my Albaz, and then my Albaz doesn't resolve. And they basically just like got to check a card for free, and I discard it for fun. But Crown like helps you check that card really well, and even if they have something like not even a Super Play, like a Virtuous, to like pop it, it doesn't do anything for them, and you get to crown something else that's just randomly on their field, which is nice. The other thing with this is that it's really hard.
Well, yeah, Crown doesn't target. And that crazy.
If you crown yourself, besides against like Doom's, so if you do get like half boarded, so like if you get to like a weird game state versus something like I don't know, Cool Tune, and you get to a half board because you got hand trapped a bunch, you can like crown your own Quim to like guarantee you're not going to die this turn, and then the follow-up that brand just naturally accrues is insane. So Crown is just so versatile in the deck. One other cool situation with this is into Cool Tune, a lot of the time they're running with Remix and Zaylin. A lot of the time they're using their Remix and Draw Phase, or they're waiting for you to activate a card like Branded Fusion. I can't believe I just sniped it out of the deck. But you activate Branded Fusion, they go Chain Remix or Chain KT.
The truest branded player. Of course he finds the Branded Fusion.
Yes. You can go Chain Forbidden Crown right there. The only way
another hour 30
at this point, if they get KCS, is by activating their other KCS. They still have 2 of them. And in that instance, they're still probably going to Zaylin negate the crown, because if not, then you're like basically turning something into a straight vanilla monster.
Am I wrong?
And if they don't respond at all, you get to turn their Zalen off fully, which makes it to where they can't get to back-to-back this turn, and then you get.
Or did they actually add 2 hours to it? Because normally they just add the hour, and I can never remember whether or not it is. Brand Fusion could be banned and they'd still draw true. I because of daylight savings, I can never remember whether or not it is on the time or not. Because if it's another hour and a half, then I will have to end the stream. But if it's just half an hour.
And then 3 super polys and a call by. Use these cards a lot on feature. Absolutely insane this deck displays. A lot of the cool tune players, they like look at your hand and they have to put you on playing the Theseus, or else they just lose the game because your hand just has so many powerful cards in it. And so you do actually have to play Theseus in your extra deck. But there's just so many people who look at your hand and they just have to make that decision of if they want to put you on better habit or not in your extra deck, which is super cool. You just get to punish them like this. The other thing is, like, even if you are playing into a rogue deck, because of just how Brandon functions with like Mirror Jade being so generic, just Albaz plus an extra deck guy, you're just like using this most of the time with one of your cards and like one of their cards, just like have the easiest removal level into a Mirror Jade. Mirror Jade is free removal. It's hard to deal with. It gets you follow up off the dump. You just get so many resources as soon as Super Poly hits the field.
Dude, Mirror Jade's such a crazy card.
Play this deck. For the extra deck, 1 Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon, 1 Mirror Jade, 2 Albions, 2 Dogmas, 1 Titaniclad, 1 Albulanatus, 1 Lubellion, and 1 Rimbrum. All of these are absolutely mandatory. Albulanatus, you can like argue this card is cuttable, but in the mirror matches, especially if they are playing the second turn, you have to have this card to be able to out their stuff. Also, I do like this card into Cool Tune. Just being able to like eat their Zalen or eat their Harmonious just for free is really good, especially if you're like trying to do like lethal underneath the Pegasus. Like if they Harmonia you and dump Pegasus and they're just like hoping you don't have a way to like remove their guy from the field without destroying it, you can just like turn it into an Albulanatus, and that's just like free multiple body clears that go for game. And then 2 Granules. You have to play 2 of this card. Their Zalen or eat their Harmonious just for free is really good, especially if you're like trying to do like lethal underneath the Pegasus. Like you have to have this card to be able to out their stuff. Also, but in the mirror matches, these are absolutely mandatory. Albulanatus, you can like argue this card is cuttable, but in the mirror matches, especially if they are playing the second turn, you have to have this card to be able to out their stuff. Also, I do like this card into Cool Tune. Just being able to like eat their Zalen or eat their Harmonious just for free is really good, especially if you're like.
I always call it Fidralis.
Do like lethal underneath
Harmonia.
Pegasus, like if they Harmonia
under Pegasus. What the fuck is Pegasus?
You and dump Pegasus, and they're just like hoping you don't have do like lethal. Just for free is really good, especially if you're like trying to do like lethal underneath the Pegasus. Like if they Harmonia you and dump Pegasus into an Albulanatus, and it's just like free multiple body clears that go for game. And then 2 Granules. You have to play 2 of this card. Originally I didn't like 2, but you just have to play 2 because of High Spirits. There's just so many times where, because those are the cards you're gonna have looping, right? It's Ecclesia that comes back to hand, Cartesia, High Spirits. Those cards come back to hand every turn, and you have to turn those into actual cards that do anything. Like a Shrouded Dragon to dump a sword, or a Retribution, or add White Albaz, or add Cartesia. Actually, you already had Cartesia, I don't know what I'm talking about. But
that Pegasus.
You have to have these.
Wind Pegasus.
Because this is the only spellcaster that's 25.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Playing, you just need to have
off of the Fidralis.
And then the last 3 cards I played, I played Quertus as like the Despian fusion monster to summon off of this. It comes up a lot where you just like need to play the game, and so it's like normal summon Clem effect or normal summon Aliber effect, and they just like have a Veiler for you, and you just have to either fusion with your own cards with Super Poly or fusion like one of their cards with Super Poly, just to like try to get the effect to resolve. The other thing is like this is like randomly really tough to kill through because of the 0 attack on like the non-fusion monster, but also like when it's removed, this card just summons a Despian monster from deck or a Fallen Albaz. Just summons it straight up from your deck. And so a lot of time they'll
I remember when this was the boss monster. When this was the guy. That was good times. That was when
Chainlink 1
branded was
cool. Aliber, like target something on the field
because there was like 4 branded cards.
Bodies to like guarantee you don't die, and as long as you don't die, you enter a ring and you just win every time because your deck has more buttons than theirs. And then I played Roll with Furious Dragon as well as the Theseus. This is like
Furious Dragon is a wild
another like super versatile card, but it's also kind of a super poly target versus Doomsday. So like if you're going
Shifters
first,
at 1.
or if they end with like a really funky situation where they have like a Lara, a Malthi, or Drastia, you'll be able to super poly those into the Furious Dragon, which is like a crazy disruption versus them. Like they activate Raiders, in fact you go chain this, you pop itself, pop their card. You can even banish like an opening there to make it like even cooler for you.
Also the side deck exists in
but there's like a lot
TCG.
of different things that you can do to make
So you
it
can just side it, like,
the other option is playing Star Source,
breakers.
but unless you're Jesse Cotton,
Also,
playing Draco right now.
I guess you wouldn't really be able to do this under like Shifter or something of that nature, but I mean, this card helps out a lot of Floodgates. So Floodgates right now aren't great because everyone has like 10 outs to it. Do you think the Diabelle's tech is a good call in Julian's counter? Deck to counter board breaker cards. No. Nope. I don't.
So you don't really have to worry about guaranteeing that stuff sticking for the sticks for like the removal of cards. Onto the side deck. I sided the Magnamut to go with this Sarner, as well as this is just like a very good card to side into Cool Tune. The reason this is a good card into Cool Tune is because when they go like normal summon Rico and they add Rotary and they synchro into Trackmaker, they go Chain Link 1 Rotary to look at your hand, Chain Link 2 Trackmaker. You're supposed to Chain Link 3 Magnamut there because it's going to make it to where unless they have KTS already drawn,
so we're main decking Sarnier and side decking
they're not going to be
Crazy.
able to make a Zalen in time to negate the Magnamut effect there. And even then they're having to like make their triggers a little bit awkward just to align that up. But in the instance where you do get a Magnamut in this situation, it's not only replacing itself with a dragon that you want, it's putting a bodyguard in your field because they're probably going to deal with the body. It's changing your top deck. That's the main thing. Brandon is really scary because it's a board breaker deck that plays a lot of board breakers that are super powerful. And so just changing your top deck into something that could be super powerful, or even using Magnamut.
Yeah, Cool Tune not being able to
Dragon, it changes your top deck into something unknown. You draw for that, and then you go
not
being
being
able
able
like a Retribution or
to know your top deck
a higher ceiling when breaking the board. And then drawing again gives you like very good odds to get to something like a Crown, Super Poly, Virtuous that just help you like finish breaking the board, or even like a Fuwalos. Like drawing into a Fuwalos in the middle of your turn, as long as you have no cards on field, or like at the start of your turn, is super good versus that deck. It just like does so much because they have to like choose their interactions very weird, and then you get to draw more cards because of it. 2 Drolls for like the weird FTK decks. Triple Parelia. This card's good. I bring this in, honestly, how I side deck really depends on how good the Cool Tune player I'm playing against is, because Cool Tune is such a weird deck to where someone who's absolutely awful at the game can play it, and because they went first and because they drew enough hand traps, you just like have a chance to lose. It's not because they're good or the deck is just so powerful, it's just inconsistently high ceiling because of the amount of non-engine there. And so depending on
he's bringing up a point that I have tried to say many times about Cool Tune, and he has put it really eloquently. But it's just like, yeah, they just have an inconsistently high ceiling. And that is one of my biggest gripes with it, is that the deck isn't necessarily that consistent, but sometimes it just kicks your teeth in. You're like, damn. All right. No, KT is fully at, or in, more or less at full power in the TCG. They have Vigilalis, they have Rotary, they have everything. The only thing they technically don't is Synchro Emergency, but that card isn't seen consistently in Cool Tune. Occasionally it's seen, but for the most part it's pretty much at full power. What was I saying? Yeah, Cool Tune, I feel like Cool Tune feels like it just doesn't give you agency. You are at the whim of the Yu-Gi-Oh gods sometimes. And especially in a format like the TCG right now, I feel like that is not great. Like, I'd almost rather be playing Malice, because at the very least, if I'm playing Malice, I could just be like, cool, here, normal summon a Malice, kill you. Right? And Cool Tune definitely doesn't feel like that.
Good at the game I think they are, and how much
the most recent set gave them back-to-back.
I will bring in like either 2 or 3 Paralias into that person, but I think Paralia is good into Cool Tune. It makes it to where their turn is really awkward, especially with Q, because like they're at least giving you 1 draw, and they're like choosing to do things in a different order, which may make them play into other things as well. And then I played 1 Harpies and 2 Lightning Storms. These were the MVP of the weekend. You bring this into like almost everything going second, because if you're not using it to like break their engine, you're using it to break their non-engine. They're setting an ECU, and so it's just like an insane card for like all around coverage. And then I said triple Dark Ruler. This was supposed to be for Doom Z. I think I only cited it in like 3 times. It was against Doom Z, and Fairy Tail, but it was actually like really good versus Fairy Tail, and the opportunity where I got to use it versus them.
If I'm not mistaken, someone was main decking. I think I saw someone main decking a Dark Ruler. Was it Sky Striker? No. What was it? I don't even think I registered that. Maybe they weren't. Maybe it's in one of the other events. Maybe not this one. But I thought I did. Because I was like, oh, that's... I didn't even register it.
You should have paid a lot more attention to Anthony G when he was talking about
Sam's Doom Z deck list? No, not yet.
And I honestly probably could have got a double loss with that guy if he wasn't super cool and gave it to me when there's like a minute and a half left. But I think I was going to win the grind game with it. It's just a really tough matchup, man, against that. But yeah, Dark Ruler covers like random matchups like that, and so that's why I played it. It wasn't super fantastic, so maybe something else in the future, but for now it is what it is. And then the last card I played was Triple Mistaken Arrest.
Mistaken Arrest is...
Mistaken Arrest because when you...
Man, I'm like really not a fan of the side decks.
Let's say you... I feel high spirits.
Just side decks in general have become such a shit-field mess. I'm so frustrated by the side decks. And a lot of it is because it's like, okay, you got a side deck in the Floodgate. I was like, ah, sick. Or it's like, all right, you got a side deck in the auto-win hand trap. You know, like against Malice. Oh, here's Lancia. Guess what's in every person's side and or main deck? Lancia. Just side it in against Malice, side it out against other terrible decks. Or non-Malice decks. It's just like an FTK. Ah, man. And there's so many cards like that in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where it's just like, oh yeah, here's a card that just auto-wins this matchup. And I just don't like that. It's so lame. Because it's not like there's, you know, it's not like there's a cost to playing the card. Oftentimes it's just like, just activate the effect. Just click the button kind of thing. And it's so boring.
Stopped. You activate opening, that gets stopped. Or you activate Brain Fusion, that gets stopped. Mistaken Arrest almost guarantees that you don't die. And it's going to floodgate them for so long that they're not going to be able to like accrue resources. They also can't KTS you, right? So if you like Mistaken Arrest them in like a cool chain, you can like cut off multiple searches. You can cut off KTSs for like following plays later on, which is super nice. Mistaken Arrest is really cool in like unique scenarios where you try to remove their body. So they'll go like normal summon Rico effect. If you go chain Virtuous targeting their Rico, a lot of the time they'll just chain KTS right there, and then you can chain Mistaken Arrest. It's going to stop them from both adds, and then because they didn't add, they can't synchro, and then their Rico gets popped. And so that's like one cool interaction you can do with this right away. You can technically do the same interaction, by the way, with Fua and Droll. So if it's not like exactly the same, but if they go like normal summon Rico effect, and you go like chain Fuwalos to the Rico effect, and then they chain KTS, they're going to add off the KTS, they're going to synchro summon, and then they're going to add off of the Rico, and then the new chain, they're going to try to go chainlink 1 Rotary, chainlink 2 Trackmaker, and then you can chainlink 3 Droll in that situation. They're going to get the 1 draw off of Fuwalos, and then Droll goes into effect before they can like search off of the Trackmaker or like Rotary with a giant search, which is really nice.
Yeah, how much pricing, by the way, that's side deck?
I got this.
Quite substantial.
If you want this, hit me up on Facebook. I have too many of these. I got another one of these bags. This one's nicer than the one I had before. This is a card trooper, I think. That's a Valor, and this is a prize, the prize card. It could be any of them. I'm not sure. They're all the same for some reason. They're just not marking on it. The dice this time, these are red dice. These look insane, by the way. These are...
Holy shit. Those are good things. Those actually look like valuable prospects for winning, or even coming close to winning. Like, hey, that's some good stuff.
So goated. Sleeves, mat, little case for the prize card. And you guys ready for the giveaway? If you guys want to play early days collection for, I think this is for a Switch or something. But there's the code. Whoever gets it first gets it. Anyways,
did you get it?
I appreciate you watching the video. If you guys want to see more branded content, combos, deck profile theory.
I don't, but thanks. Thanks though. Who is it? Sam. Samurai. Guys, I failed. He did. Failure.
Guys, I want you guys to know that the reason why I'm making this video today is because I failed as a Yu-Gi-Oh player. And, you know, I'm very disappointed in myself. It's just one of those things as a competitive player, especially when you're a pro player, especially when you're part of the best team in the world, Supreme Pro, you feel what I'm saying? I felt like not only did I let myself down, but I let all my teammates down. And just want to let you guys know, yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm a loser.
Can you get one for the audience? No.
I got knocked out of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. I came in top eight, bro. And I lost. I couldn't advance fast enough, bro. Look at this. This is all the prizing that I got, all right? So, what is this? What is this? What is this, Bob? What is this?
I have no idea.
You have no idea? We got this. We got a little champ, Konami. Look at that. Thanks, Konami. Thanks, Konami. Look at that. Konami gave this to me. Yes. Thank you, Konami. Yeah. I got that. And I also got this. So in here,
dude,
like
watching Team Sam, or Sam, I guess, was on, I believe, one feature match. And the judges, dude, watching that match, it felt like the judges hated him. They're like, hey, bro, did you do a thing? Penalty. Hey, you spoke. Penalty. It's like, goddamn, dude. It wasn't a penalty because they couldn't do that, but they give him a lot of warnings. They're like, hey, yo. But it feels like that's just like every judge, every time. It just feels like so often, so consistently. For slow play, it really is a lot of slow play. For speech, for I don't know, for just about anything. And there's so many instances where I think one of the most frustrating aspects of Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now is that if you get a warning for making a mistake in a game as complex as Yu-Gi-Oh! If you make not even the same mistake, but if you make another mistake with the rulings in a similar vein, you can get a straight up game loss. It's just like, that's, ugh. I get technically why that is the case, but realistically, I'm like, man, dude, in Yu-Gi-Oh, that sounds like a nightmare.
That you get, how much are these, Bob?
Effect failure is only 400.
400 bucks, okay.
Card are like 150.
We also got a cool play mat.
And you got this dice too.
I got this little dice thing, okay. Move it. Ooh, like that. A little dice. Team Samurai, Supreme Pro dice coming soon. Come on. And we also got this mat right here. Anyway, yo, do you get sleeves?
Yeah, you do. YCS sleeves.
We also got some YCS sleeves. How much are these? $20?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Probably $100 max.
Anyways, the reason why I'm showing you guys exactly what I got here for qualifying in the top 8 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Columbus is not to flex. It's to show you that all these things that you see right here, it doesn't matter. Why? Because there's no prize card here. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no trophy here. I'm a loser. And, you know, like, a lot of people say, oh, top 8 is great. Yeah, no, trust me, it is great for some of you out there. But to me, I absolutely failed. And I'm sorry to all the people that I disappointed. And you guys have all been cheering me on stream.
Failed.
You guys saw the matches on stream, and I failed. But anyways, that's it. You know, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for failing you guys, and I will do better next time. I came top 8 out of 1,500 players today at YCS.
He did beat the Malice player. So at the very least, he beat the Malice player. Could be worse.
Just want to let you guys know, to the underachievers,
human
to
emotion,
the and to the tweet and deleters.
I forgot about that, dude. Why'd you bring that up? How dare?
I'm still here.
I forgot that was a thing.
Top 8 might be my last stretch for this event.
Could you imagine?
And at the World Championship Series this year in Japan.
How did that even happen? Because that was so long after the fact. Great pause, by the way. That was so long after the fact, too. It wasn't like oh, right then, right there, the judge came up and was like, hey, you can't celebrate. Because of your celebration, we have to give it to the other guy. Like, if that happened, I'd be like, I don't know if that's more insane or not. It was like, man, just, goddamn. Pretty sure there was inside betting from what you heard. The only thing that I have heard is that he popped off a little, and because of that, they had to take away his championship. That was the stated reason. Whether or not there was inside betting, whether or not there was, like, something else going on, the stated reason he did not win the championship was because of his pop-off. I don't know if that was, like, to hide something, and it actually was inside betting, but that's the first I've heard of the inside betting theory. So, all I've heard was, like, he was too emotional.
I am going to see you guys there in Japan because the person holding the camera is going to take me there.
So regardless of whether or not
I won all my games,
there was a reason, doesn't matter, because the Pokemon Company handled it like
wow,
shit.
You see that? If you guys have already ordered the reason why I won all my games is because of this. Wow, you see that? If you guys have already ordered the phenomenal deck, that's like very. So if you don't know what your cards do, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think. Wake up, wake up. Like, you just Drastia, of course, the best card in my deck. You want to open this card, 100% of the time.
He's actually
shout out, by the
playing
way.
3 Drastia.
Of course, shout out to Pac, my testing partner. We play tested a lot with this deck. Actually, I was really discouraged to play this deck because the night before the event, I was playing against Pac's Splatoon, and he had.
It was the headphones that he
I
tossed
don't want to single game.
hard?
I don't think I want to single game against this deck. But, I wonder where he is now. But, anyways, I was very discouraged to play it.
No, you're looking at the YCS.
I think that's what I
Damn,
heard.
you couldn't make it past round 3. What are you talking about?
The Elf no
Or at
players,
least that
man, you
was,
guys
like,
got my ass.
But anyways, you want to open up this card. Anyway, shout out to Pac, of course. Shout out to Pac, Inner Circle. Show Inner Circle. Look at this. Are you playing Inner Circle?
Yeah.
Good boy. But I do want to give a huge shout out to Anthony Zhu. He really, really helped me with this deck. I'm not going to cap. This is my first time playing this deck ever. All right, I've never played this deck ever before in my entire life. This is the first event I ever played it, and I top 8 at YCS. So, shout out to Anthony. 1 hour, it was all it took for me to understand this whole thing. So, Drastia, this card's really good. This card is like,
Anthony looks
like
very...
Why you play 3?
You want to open it, bro. You want to see in your hand.
I feel like I've
It's the
seen
best card in your deck. This card applies a lot of pressure. The reason why this deck is so good is because I feel like all these cards right here that you see in the deck, these are all they're all cappers, bro. They're all liars. These cards are liars to you. Like, these cards are mostly my bait. Every single time I'm using these cards to go into Drastia, and if I already hard draw Drastia, I don't need to really care on these guys. These guys are just they eat hand traps. Obviously, without Drastia, eating hand traps is sometimes bad. Well, it's good for your opponent, but it's bad for you if you don't have any extenders. But Drastia just really helps you push through these boards. And and this guy right here. This guy right here is the most broken card I've ever seen in my life. Like, this card is so insane.
I'm wondering, because now I'm wondering if other Doomzed players were also playing 3 copies of Drastia. Because I heard on commentary that, like, that wasn't a common thing, but it seems like everyone is just playing 3. Okay, this guy's playing 2. But that's, like, the first one I've seen that's only playing 2. Yeah, it seems like a common occurrence that,
anyways, playing this and that. Gepredo, best card in my deck.
And I think that makes sense, right? Because he is the entire combo.
These 2 cards, bro. Yo, you want to see these 2 cards going second or even going first every single time, bro. Like, these 2 card combinations are absolutely crazy. One Vidolium right here for the Reborn. One Medius. Yo, this card's ass. I never want to play Medius ever again in my life. I never want to play this card. This card is the worst card in my deck. I hate Medius. I've never summoned it once. Actually, I summoned it once, and it got freaking imperm when I passed. Absolutely terrible card. I will not play this. Regulus, so broken. This is not a break in your deck. It is not a break in your deck. Not a break. I actually prefer to see Regulus. And of course, the Power Patron Doomsday. These are all the monsters that you play in the deck. The reason why this deck is so good is because your engine breaks the whole KT matchup. Your engine breaks their board without committing to anything, right? So, like, Gepredo is one of the most important cards ever because it's hard to interact with Gepredo unless they have Loudest War. And most players are bad.
This card is so ridiculous. During the main phase, destroy this card and Power Patron in hand or face of field, and you destroy a card in the field. Cool. Other effect, you banish the top 3 cards of your deck face down, destroy this card. If you do, you special summon a Jupiter from your extra deck. Then you attach one card from your hand to it. If this card is added to the extra deck face up, you can add a Power Patron or Doomsday Spell Trap from your deck to your hand. Just like interacting with this sounds like a nightmare.
Right? So yeah, the Gepredo was just so good. It pops a card, so you can trigger off your,
like,
your
oh,
games, and also at the same time, it helps switches your power features, spells, and traps. And also these one traps is absolutely broken. So you play 3 change, so 1 card starter, 3 raiders. 3 raiders is really good because it complements this Drastia right here. You want to have a face-up card for Drastia to pop, right? So this card's really amazing. You're gonna play 3 Terminus right here, best starter. To be honest, when I first started playing this deck, I only played 1, but I realized how broken this card is. Yeah,
Terminus.
So this card's so good.
Terminus is fucking insane. Free send, add a Dark Fairy. I guess the only one that, like, you kind of have to add the Medias. But then on top of that, damage step, banish, put a guy face down.
One field spell, one Adrastia, and one Doom Dirge, and of course the one destruction right here. So monster, like this lineup is very, very insane. Shout out to Anthony Zhu. Again, you know, this is like his non-negotiable stuff that you need to play. Like this is the maximum that you have to play for Doomsday Engine. Honestly, just throw this card in the garbage. That's all I would change. Just this thing is really good because it has its own built-in Jordan Lockbird.
Do you have another Dark Fairy with which to search? Like you have to play Medias, right?
And the non-targets suck. You know what I'm saying? Non-targets suck with Adrastia is absolutely insane.
I guess you don't.
That's pretty much the monsters. And the engine right here. And now we're playing non-engine, okay? Non-engine, 3 Super Holy. Super Holy is really good to anyone that's not Pak and Nesh, to be honest. Whenever I take playtests against Pak and Nesh, they make me feel like Super Holy is absolutely garbage. But I realize that I shouldn't base my playtesting all the time on just me playing Pak, right? Because I'm not going to play against 100 Paks in the tournament. You know what I'm saying? So this card was actually insane. It's really good into bad players, but it's really bad into good players. You understand what I'm trying to say? Like, if you're good, I realize when I played against KT, they see this and they're shaking. Oh, Super Holy. They get scared. But when I play against Nash and Pog, this card was never live against them. But hey, in a YCS, first 5 rounds you're playing all bad players, and then when you get into the later rounds, you play good players. So this card might not be as good. But regardless, it's performed really, really well. 3 Fua.
Yeah, the Super Poly, I don't know. I have thought... Well, I just think Super Poly is like a bad card. I just think it's poorly designed. That being said, I do think that Cool Tune does have a significant amount of ways to play through super polymerization and to just kind of like ignore it. Ignore it's not the right term, but like kind of ignore it. Like you don't have to give them the ability to super poly your board, right? Sometimes they can, right? If it's like branded, super easy to super poly there, but you don't have to give them the Theseus.
Okay, really great. You just want to see one of these going second.
On top of that, a lot of other decks don't really play great targets for super polymerization, right? Like Doom Zed, you can get away with, because like none of your guys are necessarily similar, and you don't really end on a whole lot of guys as well. Like sometimes, I guess you could get super polyed in Doom Zed, but it's not often, because you could just end on like Drastria, and that's it, right? Branded doesn't really give a shit if they get super polyed. Like they could. And then they just do all of their effects anyway from Grave, so it doesn't really matter. Sky Striker's never really gonna get super polyed. Radiant Typhoon, I guess, could care if you're playing the appropriate card. But they also probably don't care. Like there's not a lot of decks that give a shit.
Engine deck. You want to see Engine to break the boards, fam. Like, there are many times I drew 0 hand traps and 6 Engine and I killed.
But if you're good at Cool Tune.
One Shifter, one Called By. Shifter right here. To be honest, this card's ass. I never resolved it once, bro. And I played against 1 Brandon all event, so this card's ass. I played 1 Mag in the main. Mag was really, really good, you know. So it's really good into Q. Which is absolutely amazing. It's good into Q because it shuffles your deck and it switches your starter. This card won me a couple games, which is absolutely amazing. 40 cards, amazing. But then last minute, I had a little, you know, like little conviction in my gut. And that was like something was calling my name, and it was like cock. Like so I woke up and decided that I remember I won a YCS with 42 cards in my deck. So I decided to put 2 cards in my deck to make it 42. The Joe and cock.
Don't you go for the Zaylan line?
So good, won me so many games.
I don't think you should call it that.
You know cock means chicken, right?
I know.
What's wrong with that? You know, you guys know cock-a-doodle-doo?
I know, yeah, cock-a-doodle-doo.
You know cock-a-doodle-doo?
Yeah.
It's a chicken.
It's a chicken.
What's wrong with you? How old are you? You're 12? What's going on in your mind?
Nothing's going on.
Change your mindset, please.
Bro, just like call it.
Come on.
Why is he here?
Yo, cock-a-doodle-doo. Come on, dude. Sadak, move it. 3 Ash. Merry Christmas. Each time I Santa Claus my opponent this weekend, I said Merry Christmas. Move it. I said Merry Christmas. Move it. This is really good.
Why this over Kaijus?
Because if I draw multiple Kaijus, I can't Kaiju them. If I draw multiple Santa Clauses, it's not only I can multiple Santa Claus them, but I give them double the presents. You know what I'm saying? Next, I play 2 double DD Crow and you know the 1 Bistio. The reason why DD Crow is here is for Branded, which is really great. Good against Striker as well.
What is this side deck?
Before I think 3 DD Crow, no Druid's Worm. The reason why I swapped the 30 DD Crow for Druid's Worm is so that just in case if I draw Mag, I can Mag in the end phase search Druid's if I want to banish anything else in the graveyard, right? So Druid's Worm was just really, really good there. Did draw all weekend. These are go seconds. You know, it just depends on the matchup. This is versatile. Go first, go second. But guys, Judgment, 3 accusations, bro. Oh my god, this card is so good.
We're actually playing
into anything that plays like Pendulum Scales, anything, bro. Like Accusation is just absolutely broken. Good against Striker, good against Branded, good against KT, they hit the KTS, good against Breakers. If you're playing a Breaker, if you're playing a deck that sets up unbreakable boards, your opponent's obviously a side Breaker against you. So Solemn Judgment was you know, was absolutely insane. And also Accusations, really great cards. And then you had like the Duprano in the mirror match, which I played 6 mirrors. I played 6 mirrors, bro. I played 6 mirrors. Crazy. Like you hit the Duprano and it's game over. And then talents for go first, go second versatile against KT. And guys, the goo technology. Shoutouts to Yassine. You guys know Yassine? Set rotation. And magical mid-breaker field. Magical mid-breaker field says activates at the start of your main phase, one of main phase. Each player during each player's main phase 1, monsters on the field cannot be destroyed by their opponent's card effects. Also, neither player can target monsters their opponent controls. Guys, this card is insane. It won me a game against Kotun because I drew it once. But yo, the Veilers they have in their hand, the Imperms they have in their hand, right? The Ogres that they have in their hand, ladies and gentlemen, the Harmonia they have in their hand, ladies and gentlemen, cannot be used against your Doomsday monsters. How crazy? How crazy is that? And I turn off their Fua early. So once I set...
Is that card limited? Is there a reason we're not playing 3 of that?
Rotation them, they have to chain Fua. And guess what? If that's the case, then I'll just put my fuel spell up. You know what I'm saying? So I give them a mid-breaker and I put my own fuel spell up. This card is insane. And shouts to Yassine, bro. Yassine is the one that came up with this. But yeah, this is my side deck. Crazy. The biggest problem with this deck is Ogre and also Harmonia. And Imperms and Mailers. Only on your normal summons if you only have 1 play. But other than that, like, this card just shuts down the entire...
This card was like banned for a while.
Off the extra deck, guys. 2 Dactorius, 2 Gofarios, 2 Dracarius, 2 Jupiters, absolutely mandatory. Merrymaker, Sargus, Verudris, Zexo. Really great cards right here. And 2 Holy Targets, Garura, Odysseus, and of course the Mud Dragon. So yeah, extra deck's very standard right here. And yeah, guys, let's figure out our deck.
Interesting. To say the least. Not set rotation. The field spell. It's not limited, right? Chicken. Oh, it is. Magical Midbreaker field is limited. Why the fuck is it limited? Hey, yo. Huh? Because this is at 3 in Master Duel. And I'm fairly certain it's at 3 in the OCG land. Right? Hold on. Magical. Mid. Yeah. Alright. Midbreaker is beyond a Canary card. It's the Sulfur in the air. I could care less about this card. Because, like, theoretically, it's this powerful enabler to help push through hand traps and what have you, and kind of, negate hand traps? I don't know. This card is also just, like, so ass, though, that I also feel as though it doesn't really accomplish anything. Maybe it does. Because I've used this card before in Infernoble. And while it was helpful, I never felt like it was that big of a deal. You use player's main phase 1. Activate at the start of main phase 1 or 2. You use player's main phase 1. Monsters on the field cannot be destroyed by the opponent's card effects. All these players can trigger monsters that are controls. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's because there are so many different ways. Like, it is basically an enabler for combo. Which I don't love. But I also feel like even with that, in comparison to that of, like, Called By, this is... It almost feels more as though it is a specific call-out to hand traps as opposed to... Or, like, to specific hand traps, right? Into a specific metagame, as opposed to just, like, a generic slot-in, beat anything kind of card. Right? It's like, oh, there's going to be a lot of Veilers and Imperms. It's like, then it matters. But if you don't see any of those, and it's like, oh, here's Droll, and here's Fua, and here's Nibiru, or like Impulse even, right? Or other such Dominus cards. I guess like Dominus Spark, right? That one matters, right? Target a monster. Yeah. So like, you know, it's ups and downs. But I feel like there's a lot more nuance to it than something like Called By. Especially because it also is reciprocal, right? During each player's main phase 1, monsters on the field cannot be destroyed by their opponents' card effects, and neither player can target monsters their opponent controls. Now, obviously, there's ways of getting this off of the field. Theoretically, right? Because, like, oh, you can't activate or set field spell cards. You could pop it via other means, right? Or you could send it to the graveyard via other means. So it's not exactly a difficult task to get it out of rotation. However, I don't know. That's all. I'm sorry, remembering this card. Only Ash does something in early brains. And then they printed Call It. Yeah. Yeah. No, here's the thing. Did it deserve to be on the ban list? Absolutely. Currently, it being at 1, I'm like, yeah, this card could go to 3 and I wouldn't mind. Like, this is a card that, like, I wouldn't necessarily say it's been power crept so much as it is just not as useful as it used to be. And I think it now has a spot in the metagame that is unique enough and interesting enough to warrant its inclusion within a metagame. Right? That's pretty much it. I think if it wasn't reciprocal as well, I'd be more hesitant on it. Because it's like, oh, well, now you can't, you know, now you could just, like, insulate yourself against specific hand traps. Right? It's like, hey, if you can't get this off the field, if your deck does not have the capability of getting this card off of the field, which there's a lot of decks that can't, and still wants to target, right? It's like, if you can't get this card off of the field, your opponent's going to have the same protection that you do, right? Your Veilers won't work. Your, you know, Fallen and the Virtuous won't work on their monsters, right? So there's a lot of instances like that where it's like, I don't necessarily think it's bad. Like, Doomzed happens to be one of the few decks that can make use of that effectively. Because it's like, cool, I'll just get rid of it myself. There's a bunch of different ways to do that. But I don't think that that is just like an auto-include in combo decks. Could have been a Meta Silver Saint Asmina. Yeah. Yep. And that's why, again, I feel like, at the very least, it is something. Like, it's interesting. It's not my favorite card, but it's something. It does have value in my brain as to why it can exist within a metagame. Right? It's not necessarily, like, stopping you from resolving your hand traps, like something like Called By would, where you just kind of hand loop yourself. It's more of... It's also one of those things of like, oh, this is a known quantity. Like, if this hits the field, I know, hey, this is what's happening. This is a known quantity. This is a card that exists on the field, in the hand, in rotation, that I have to be aware of. And, like, I can play around and I can interact with. Right? So there's that. That being said, if you remove the side deck, who gives a shit? That's the other thing. Is like, oh, if you can't side deck that card for specifically going first, who cares? Anyway, I'm going to call it quits there. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope that you guys did enjoy. If you did like it, I'm sure appreciate it. And remember to always stay frosty. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.